me about 1 minute.
That's okay.
New Zealand was once the greatest country on earth, and it can be again. There is much uncertainty around the world and at home, but we must never lose sight of where we have come and where we want to be. Only together can we reach our potential as a country and as a nation, if we are united as one people. Times are tough, but we are fighting for you, and we will never give up. New Zealand First has been on a mission to fight for the ordinary hard-working Kiwis who just want a country they are proud of. A country that provides opportunity for you and your families. A country that gives you hope for a better future. We must not lose sight of how far we have come on this long road to recovery. We've won many battles, but we are yet to win the war. However, if you give us the tools, we will finish the job. New Zealand First has always been on this mission to make this country great again, like it once was when we were recognised as the best democracy in the world. It hasn't been easy, but the things in life worth doing are never easy. We must never forget that challenge. We must never give up what our forebears fought and died for. We must never stop believing in ourselves or our mission. We must never, ever stop believing in New Zealand.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai, haere mai, ki tēnei pōtaka, me ki kei roto hoki I tāmaki ki te tonga. Kia ora everybody, welcome along to Convention 2026, New Zealand First Annual Conference.
Welcome along. My name is Jenny Marcroft. I'm a New Zealand First Member of Parliament, and I'm joined today as we live stream Conference 2026 with George Ngatai.
Yeah, well, look, we're looking forward to the whole program over the next couple of days. In fact, we've got a really busy day today. We're hearing, of course, from the Right Honourable Winston Peters, and that's here at the Dewdrop Centre in South Auckland, the largest place that you could see, of course, Pacific, Māori and the rest of New Zealand come together here in South Auckland to actually discuss the program of New Zealand First. It's going to be exciting.
We'll be expecting to hear from Winston at 9 o'clock as he does the opening address for Convention 2026. And I'm just wondering what he might be talking about today. Obviously, welcoming all the delegates and all the members to Convention 2026. He'll be thanking them, thanking the board for the work that they've done over the last 3 years actually, since we've been returned to Parliament. And then he'll be laying out a vision, and we're looking forward very much to that. And of course, on Sunday at 2 o'clock, a very special event. It's a public event.
Well, look, if you've seen all the public events that the Right Honourable Winston Peters has actually had over the many months that we've been rolling here at New Zealand First, you would see that it's packing each hall around the country. And today, we can see hundreds of people, in fact over 600 people, come along to just participate in the next couple of days.
The convention, it's it's a way that the grassroots membership of the party can bring forward policy ideas. They'll be debated on the floor. We've got a couple of remit sessions, as we call them, and there's some really great ideas, policy ideas that will be debated over the course of the next couple of days. And those policies, if they get passed, if they get voted through, will go through into the manifesto that we'll be campaigning on come election campaign time. When the House rises, actually on September the 24th, then we hit campaign mode. But we'll be hearing all about the campaign launch on Sunday afternoon. That's tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Well, you're all welcome to come along to that. It's an event that's open to the public, so don't forget, the doors are open at around about 1 o'clock tomorrow here at the Dewdrop Centre. There's limited seating, but look, if I was you, I would arrive here probably earlier than the 2 o'clock start, but 1 o'clock was when the doors are open then, and you'll have the opportunity to come on down. Now, we've got a real lineup of interviewees, and there also are candidates for New Zealand First. We're going to be crossing over to a couple of candidates right now. In fact, I think we've actually got Billy and Vicky. They're going to be talking to the candidates at the top of the South Island, Wellington and Canterbury. But look, let's actually cross over to them right now. Oh, are they still? They're still not busy? Okay, well, look, they're busy out there. My gosh, they're actually tied up with people out there, but you will actually see them very, very soon. And obviously, today we have got 58 remits that will be coming to the floor. Now, talk to me a wee bit, Jenny, around remits. What for the average New Zealander out there, what is a remit and what does it actually affect?
Well, a remit is a policy idea. So committees, the electorate committees around the country, have been discussing over the course of the year what ideas would they like to bring forward and discuss with the wider group of membership, in which we do this at convention every year at our annual AGM. And so I can just give you an explanation. I've put forward a policy idea. My remit relates to, it's an environmental one, and it relates to funding an underwater, a subsea survey of a shipwreck at the northern end of the Hauraki Gulf. Now, the ship went down. It's called the Niagara. It went down in World War II. It hit a landmine, it hit a mine that was put in there by the Germans, and that ship, it was a passenger ship, sunk to the floor. Now it is still full of oil, and the subsea survey will be to determine how much oil is on board, and then the ability after that to estimate how much would it cost actually to remove that oil. That policy is really important because that ship has been down there for so long, at any point it could bust open and then would have a catastrophe, which they're predicting to be worse than what happened when the Rena hit the Astrolabe Reef in the Bay of Plenty. So that's my remit that I've put forward, and we'll be debating that today.
Well, look, we're going to be crossing over now to the team. Billy and Vicky, they're both candidates. Billy is actually down there in Rotorua, and Vicky is here in Mangere. Crossing over to them now.
Good morning, my name is Vicky Howe and I'm the New Zealand First candidate for Mangere. We are here live at the Dewdrop Centre. Amazing to have New Zealand First here in South Auckland, and we look forward to what the weekend has, and so excited for the official launch of our party.
Good morning, I'm Billy Brown, the candidate for Rotorua, and I'm super excited. We're going to be interviewing people from top of the North, Wellington, top of the South Island and Canterbury. Join the movement and let's take our country back. Thank you. Is that it?
Keep going. Oh, so we also have a public meeting that's open on Sunday at 2 p.m. So if you are around, if you're in the area, drop by. We've got plenty of space. We've got a stadium that we will be packing out. We've got plenty of car park. And again, we're right here in the heart of South Auckland.
And also, I was super excited that we could be discussing our remits. We're the only party in New Zealand that talks about remits. It's an awesome time, so come down tomorrow and watch Winston's speech. It's going to be fantastic. He's probably going to be talking around some key policies. One was about breaking up the power companies. That is critical for New Zealand. So everyday Kiwis right now, they're facing power bills that are worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. So come down tomorrow and check it out, and let's take our country back.
And party vote New Zealand first.
So here we are back at studio. And look, thank you very much. We're here at the studio, and look, they're actually really keen. Did you see all the people out there?
There are hundreds of people. Amazing buzz. There's a really great vibe today at Convention 2026. And that is really significant, because if we're feeling this kind of energy, this kind of vibe, going into an election, the groundswell is certainly happening, that's for sure. Because we know that over the course of this year, we've seen New Zealand First rise in the polls, and that's because our messages are resonating right across New Zealand.
Well, one thing I actually like is that this is a party of common sense, and it means that we don't make silly decisions like other parties. What are some of the things that you've enjoyed over your first term in Parliament? Jenny, I mean, you've had a lot of highlights of things that you've put to the House. Tell us a wee bit about what you've enjoyed.
Well, this year has been, or this particular parliamentary term has been, we've come in very difficult economic circumstances. The country has been extremely challenged. There was a massive debt, there was very high inflation and very high interest rates people were paying. So the situation was quite different to the first term that I came through in 2017. So this parliamentary term has been really focused on how do we restore a vibe in New Zealand, because prior to that, the country was feeling extremely glum, as well as it was in massive debt. So there's been a lot of changes there, but there has been, I think, a constant, particularly from the New Zealand First perspective, that we always bring bold ideas. You know, Fast Track has been a game changer in getting actual projects started, getting rid of that red tape and green tape and enabling projects to get underway. That was a New Zealand First initiative. So we've been able to bring really bold ideas to the cabinet table and get the country moving again.
Politicians don't work the normal 9 to 5. What would your day normally sort of start and finish look like?
Well, it's a very long day. A Parliament week is quite different to when we go out into the communities, obviously. So in the morning you have meetings, you have select committee when you're at Parliament, and that can go from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then you've got the House, which sits at 2 o'clock for question time. Then after that, general debates on particular days, and then you're debating legislation through until 10 o'clock at night. When you go into extended hours, you'll have more hours in a day to actually be in the House and debate policy or to debate legislation. And then also too, when you go into urgency, we can be there till midnight still debating our legislation.
Great. Well, look, we've got lots of people to speak to and lots of interviewers out there. We're going to take a short break very soon and come back with more speakers and interviewers here at Convention 2026.
Hour.
Oh yeah, because that's when like...
Yes, welcome back to the Jew Job Events Centre. I'm Daryl Harbrack and this is Takedo Lawrence. We are here at the convention for 2026. It's massive this year. There are so many people. This is the biggest convention I've seen since I've started being associated with the party for about 5 years, and I think it's an indication of what this year is going to be like for New Zealand First. How are you feeling, Takedo?
I'm really excited. I've just recently been announced as the East Cape candidate, and I'm really excited to bring to you later on, speaking to some of our Central East, going across Rangitikei to Taranaki, to some of our delegates and our candidates.
Yeah, and I'm a hopeful candidate. Cat's out of the bag, I think, a little early if I tell you that I am. But yeah, the whole weekend is going to be massive. We've got the official launch of the party campaign tomorrow with Winston at 2 o'clock. Don't forget to jump on board and have a look at that either online or get down to the Dewdrop Event Centre. There are still plenty of spaces available if you want to come down and have a look at that. Yeah, we're going to be walking around throughout the day, interviewing candidates, interviewing members of the party. The good thing about New Zealand First is it's a real family atmosphere here. Everyone has a say. Everybody can put their 5 cents in and we will listen. That's one of the big things about this party. It really is a culture. Takeda, what is it? Why did you get involved? What made you get involved with New Zealand First?
Winston videos on Facebook. That is literally what started me and my interest with the party back in 2023, and because he was saying some things I've been feeling for a very long time, and I think that's the same for many New Zealanders. The average silent majority, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then that's what got me started. Went to my first convention in 2023, which was an election year. So to see it this size and you know, that we've grown so much more, and it's really exciting, and our list of candidates has grown immensely as well. So yeah, really looking forward to that, and that's what's brought me to the party, is the common sense, the pragmatic approach, and yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I think, as you can tell, Takeda is one of the new up-and-coming MPs, aren't you? Yes, you are. And
hopefully.
There's a really good sense of the future in New Zealand First at the moment. We're learning from the best, people like Winston Peters, of course, and Shane Jones. And it really is bringing to the fore that this party is much more now. It is growing, it is expanding, and I think the future is looking really bright for New Zealand First. And I think that's what New Zealand needs. It needs Takera's right. It's a pragmatic approach. We need a little bit of that social conservatism. We need some national pride. We need some patriotism. It's okay to cheer about being a New Zealander. That's one of the best parts about being here. And I think one of the mandates is to bring as many Kiwis back to New Zealand as we can. Let's get some of that brain drain to drain back into New Zealand.
Absolutely.
And actually give us a really good chance for the future.
Yeah, let's back our country, New Zealand. You know, get on board, support us this year during our campaign. The campaign launches tomorrow. Yeah, we welcome you to jump on board and join us with New Zealand First.
Back to you, Jenny.
Live streaming from the New Zealand First Conference 2026, Convention 2026, and that was Daryl and Takeda live in our convention centre amongst the delegates. We are here today as it's election campaign 2026 launch time.
Look, we've actually had quite a few comments from people. It's New Zealand First is going to be the major party of election. Thank you very much to God Gift New Zealand. We've also actually got good ambassadors, Justice for Palestine. Oh, okay, well, we're not going to be sort of covering that today, but I'm sure you can actually keep commenting on our Facebook and obviously YouTube page. We've also got opportunities for Kiwis, not foreign nations. That's thanks to, of course, those that are making comments. You can do comments on our YouTube page, and we'll be happy to actually receive them and probably talk a wee bit about them.
Thank you, George. Well, we've got coming up at 9 o'clock, we will be hearing from the Right Honourable Winston Peters as he makes his opening address to all the delegates here at the Dewdrop Centre. The Dewdrop Event Centre, which is also going to be the host stadium for our big launch campaign for the election tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. So don't forget, it starts at 2 o'clock, but if I was you, there's a limited seats. Everyone can actually come, whether you're in Auckland, South Auckland, or from Kaitaia all the way down to Invercargill. We've got people coming to our campaign launch, which starts at 2 o'clock tomorrow here at the Dewdrop Centre. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back giving you more information around Convention 2026.
My two members' bills have had really positive responses. We've got the policy here that I put forward as a members' bill, cash transaction protection bill. Most people saying, hey, cash is king, because when the power goes out, what do you use? You use cash. Also, container return scheme, really good feedback on having a container return scheme here, and really just means that we're hitting the mark of the rural sector, keeping the environment clean, protected. And that's David's favourite. What's your one there, David?
That's the KiwiSaver one, giving $1,000 to every child that's born to set them up for life, basically.
We've got real rural connections, myself being in horticulture, the Honourable Mark Patterson connected with ag, but we've also got a number of new candidates coming on board that are all connected to the rural sector. So New Zealand First understands rural communities. We're patriotic about New Zealand, the place that we live. We're listening and we're delivering the policies that they want.
Here we go. I'm reading the newsroom article that has me with the Awakuni carrot. New Zealand First offers GeneTech carrot to sceptical voters. And of course this is off the back of Winston's announcement on the weekend at Cambridge public meeting that New Zealand First would not be supporting the progression of the GeneTech bill in its current form. We haven't been able to come to an agreement with our coalition partners on what that might look like. We've always said that we need to protect human health and the environment, and we just, in our view, hadn't got there. So that's a victory actually for the feedback from literally thousands of people that have contacted us. You'd think the Greens would be right on board with this. We've done a bit of heavy lifting for them. Not so. So it was Steve Abel, their Green spokesperson on this particular issue, says that both evidence-based opposition amongst its sceptics and an undertone of conspiratorial thinking, which Peters is willing to pander to. What sneering nonsense from Abel and the Green Party. He's not a bad bloke, Steve, but he's read that badly wrong. Basically what Steve's saying, are you the right type of green? Are you a mung bean soy latte drinker from central Wellington that's done a sociology degree? Well, your view counts, but if you're a rural New Zealander, someone on a farm that has a bit of a view about that, well, you know, you haven't got a science degree, maybe you've just got school cert like me, then your view doesn't count. Accusing people of essentially being tinfoil hat wearers if you're not in the right set of greenie. We just don't accept that. We're here for everyone. The vast majority of people that have got hold of us from all walks of life, many of them actually farmers, make their living from the land. In fact, the Federated Farmers Survey shows that most farmers are against the reform of the GeneTech bill as it stood. For us, the principal position, common sense, something the Greens do not have.
New Zealand First, of course, their annual conference here at the Dewdrop Centre in South Auckland. It's just been busy, and the crowd is actually not deterring people from turning up today, Jenny?
No, there's certainly a great vibe today. There's a lot of enthusiasm and excitement. You can feel that bubbling, and it's going to be building over the course of this weekend throughout the conference as we discuss remits, as we get to know different committees and membership from across the whole country. And of course, as we hear from Shane Jones this afternoon, 4:30, the Honourable Shane Jones Jones is expected to be delivering his speech. We're hearing from the Right Honourable Winston Peters this morning, but then of course tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, it's the big public speech from the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Yeah, look, we're also going to be releasing and announcing new candidates for New Zealand First. I can tell you this, I met a couple of them last night. They are fantastic, they're local, they know their communities, they know the challenges and the pains that are coming from their community. But coming up this morning, of course, the Right Honourable Winston Peters will be announcing our new candidates for 2026 election, which is probably just over 100 days away.
Not too far to go now. It's certainly been felt like this year has been quite a long year as we build towards the election on November the 7th. Make sure you get enrolled, and but actually the closer we're getting to it, seems like the time has gone extremely fast. So if you haven't yet decided who you're going to vote for, tune in throughout the course of this weekend. Hear about our policy ideas, meet some of our people. We're going to be bringing them to you live on our live stream throughout the course of this weekend.
Now, we've had, of course, a lot of people that you've seen today that are going to be interviewing on the floor. We're going to be crossing to two now, Jason and Kim from the Deep South. Actually, Kim is the candidate for Dunedin, and of course, Jason is for Southland. We'll cross over to them now.
Good morning, coming to you live here at the Jujop Centre here in Manukau. My name is Esther Tofilau Tevanga, and I'm your candidate for Manurewa New Zealand First. And this morning we're going to introduce you to some of our candidates. Follow me. Hi.
Hello.
And who do we have here?
Hello Esther, my name's Kim McDonald and I'm the Dunedin candidate for New Zealand First.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, lovely to meet you this morning, Kim, and you're from
Dunedin.
Dunedin, wow, from the Deep South. So, Kim, tell us, why New Zealand First?
I love that question. New Zealand First for me is the only party that hasn't strayed from its core values, over time. Our core values still hold strong today as they did back in 1993. I think a lot of people are confused by the two main parties where they've just really sailed off course. We haven't done that. I believe New Zealand First has the leadership and the politics that are needed going forward and the times that we have of crisis where people are really struggling out there. New Zealand First have got a huge amount of policies that actually will respond to that crisis and that struggle, and I'm really proud of that.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's lovely to see you here. And tell us, what is your vibe about the conference this morning so far?
Well, this is my third conference for New Zealand First, and I think what I found immediately this time that's different is the groundswell. We're really serious about our ground game and growing our membership, and that's just completely reflected in the huge numbers of members and people that we've got here today. When people talk about this being a movement, I think to actually be here and see it and have the conversations and actually experience that is actually quite profound. I'm very excited.
I'm very excited too. It's actually my first conference, so I'm extremely excited, more so because this is my area here in Manurewa, so it's lovely to have you guys here. And who do we have here?
Hi, I'm Jason Herrick. I'm the candidate for Southland.
Oh, lovely, Jason. Lovely to know South Islander. So why New Zealand First?
Hey, look, you've got to ask yourself the question, why not? We are absolutely the one party that stands up for realism and common sense, first and foremost.
Wonderful. And what do you think about the conference so far?
Hey, look, it's a massive. This is my first conference. Get along. The energy is just fantastic. The vibe is great. You just got to be here to experience it.
Wonderful. And there you hear it firsthand.
Thank you very much, and thanks Esther. Of course, she's our candidate for Manurewa. Man, she's going to be doing very well. And of course, what we're going to be doing now is, Jenny, we're going to get ready to hear from the Right Honourable Winston Peters. That's going to be exciting.
It is going to be very exciting. I think that you need to get your cup of tea really quick, and he'll be on in just a moment. It's Convention 2026. We're broadcasting, we're live streaming from the convention at the Jujop Centre in Wiri Mangere, Manukau. So looking forward to a great convention 2026.
Yep, that's right. There we go. We're heading back in there now.
When we say right, people, right? what are we doing now?
We're
Leave all
going
our
to be-
stuff here?
No, yeah, we're
First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Julian Paul. I'm the New Zealand First Party President, and I'd like to formally open Convention 2026. I'd like to acknowledge our leader, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, who will be speaking soon, our Deputy Leader, the Honourable Shane Jones, our caucus. I'd also like to Presidents Anne Martin, Brent Catchpole, Jude Patterson, and Derek Ball. Please give them a round of applause. Our life members in attendance, Anne Martin, Brent Catchpole, Cheryl Gemmell, Lillian Emery, and Anne Watton. Please give them a round of applause. And most importantly, to the 380 delegates that will be joining us over this weekend. This is the largest that New Zealand First has had on record, and I salute you all for making the effort for joining this weekend. We've got 19 media representatives that have registered for this weekend, but just to make sure that they get the facts out there, we've gone live for the entire weekend. We're streaming on YouTube and Facebook, starting at 8:30 this morning, running right up to 5 p.m. We've got our show hosts, George Ngatai and Jenny Markroft, so give them a round of applause. Now, just before I introduce our speakers on, I've got to make sure you're awake so that you laugh at our jokes and applause when needed. So, on your table, you've got a regional marker. When I call out your marker, I want you to say hooray or something like that. So let's start off with Auckland. Well, there are a lot of them, but they're not that loud. Waikato Bay Plenty. Not bad. Central, East and West. Oh, you guys are divided. Lower North Island. Not bad. South Island. Oh. And Young New Zealand First. Very nonchalant, yay. And everyone together. Right, very good. So that ringing that you heard before are the division bells. So if you haven't been to Parliament, that's the sound that is played when the parliamentarians are summoned to the House. So every time that you guys are loitering about, having your teas and coffees, and you hear that sound, that's the cue to come back to your seat and wait and carry on with our program. So that's the administration out of the way. I would like to get our Deputy Leader to come up and start us off with something inspiring. So please put your hands together for the Honourable Shane Jones.
Right Honourable Winston Peters, members of the Board, President, Secretary General, fellow caucus members, the lifeblood of New Zealand First, the members and attendees from the deep south to the far north, greetings, greetings, welcome to the first of our successful rallies as we march forward to victory on November the 7th. Not for us to be hobbled, stared down, cowed by the vested interests and the more powerful, voluminous parties who don't want us to reflect what our fellow citizens feel in the hinterlands, who don't want us to reflect what garden variety Kiwis are apprehensive over as they watch demographic engineering before their eyes. They know there's one party who will put New Zealand first, put your neighbours first, put our legacy first, and put our destiny in front of any single element that currently lives in New Zealand, and that's your party, New Zealand First. We will be challenged, ladies and gentlemen, and the media will be quick to identify where the challenges exist. But we are a threat to those people on one side who want to reorder New Zealand society without a mandate so that it complies with their dictates born of cultural Marxism. And then we've got the other side who benefit from the economic characteristics, the economic concentration of power and wealth, who do not want the energy sector split up, who do not want the supermarkets regulated, who do not want Kiwis to have a fair and accessible banking sector. That's why we've got to join together and support our leader, because only New Zealand First is going to take on the vested interests. But it's essential over this period of time we bind together, we work together, and for those of you who are standing as candidates, that you absorb what are the responsibilities to represent not only the party in brand and legacy, but the ideas that will be countenanced, the ideas that will be mandated and announced during the course of this event. Because that's why we come into politics. We're all given from time to pursue urges of passion. But as we saw with the great protest organised by the Māori Party, now known as the Moa Party, extinct, unless you have a vehicle and an institution capable of implementing transformational ideas, then all you're doing is waving a placard. All you're doing is shouting into an empty chamber. Let's go forward and fill the parliamentary chamber with New Zealand First. Tēnā koutou katoa. As is the custom, you will see on the various signage as you come in, we stand for tradition. We stand for patriotism. We're proud of legacy. We don't turn our back on our history. That's why this convention, like all others, starts with a prayer. Now, I will now turn us to the prayer that you new MPs will hear on a regular basis every day we sit in the House. Now, it could be said it's folksy. It doesn't belong as a part of our tradition. We are the inheritors of the rich Judeo-Christian traditions that has made New Zealand the country it is today. And we suffer not one sliver of doubt when on our behalf Parliament's man or woman stands, either intones this prayer or invites someone else to give it. So please, a moment of reflection. Almighty God, humbly acknowledging our need for thy guidance in all things and laying aside all private and personal interests, we beseech thee to grant that we may conduct the affairs of this house and our country to the glory of thy holy name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the honour of the King, and the public welfare, peace and tranquility of New Zealand through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Have a great convention.
Please be standing for the national anthem.
Directly from announcing the names of our 2 new Cook Strait ferries coursing through his veins, the blood that celebrates the traditions, the ethos of both Kupe and Cook, your leader, our boss, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Seconds out of the ring for round 33. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. We appreciate your hard work and keeping New Zealand First strong. And thank you for keeping the faith and for being here this weekend. And it's a delight to see you, Anne Martin. I was utterly surprised, we all were. Come on. Anne was the president in the most difficult part of our party's history when everything was going on in terms of lies and crap being thrown at us in the media and what have you, and we survived the whole experience, and we're still standing. Right. We are planning for the future of New Zealand this weekend, and we've got a lot to plan for. To lift our game as a country so that we succeed in all areas that are important to ordinary people. We have shown that we can deliver time after time. The ferry yesterday was just another example, but in all our portfolios, we have done extraordinarily well. Look at the other ministers and ones that are getting all the criticism. They are not New Zealand first. This party has done extraordinarily well in the last 2.5 years in Parliament. We have set out how to fulfil our pledges that we made at the last election. We stand by our record, and we're campaigning on it. Ladies and gentlemen, our society was built on hard work and a fair go for everyone. It's what made us the greatest country on earth. In 1952, there was a vote worldwide about the country's most successful country in the world, and it was judged to be New Zealand. And we can be that country again. The countries that are doing well, you notice, work as a team and everyone has a part to play. The countries that are doing well work as a team and everyone has a part to play. And so must we. New Zealand First has a game plan. We've got the players and we've got the strategy. We've got news for our opponents and it's all bad. We're not going to be making any rash promises that we can't keep. We're not going to be making statements which are absolutely dreadful. They get up there, they make a statement, and they find that they're $500 million out. That's what the Green Party did. Colossal. And then other parties got up there and make not $500 million out, they're billions out. And then one party comes along, being propped up by the media. Nobody knows who they are. They actually advertise for their leader. They advertised for a leader. How do you like that? Where in the whole wide world in the history of democracy has that ever happened? But in a country called New Zealand, and the media love it. Well, I got news for you guys. You don't know politics. Politics is about real people doing real things. We're not going to be making rash promises we can't keep. New Zealand cannot, though, keep on going in separate interest groups, fighting for the biggest slice of a shrinking pie. That's what has been our history for decade after decade after decade. We've had the neoliberal experiment started in 1984, followed up by national in 1990, and look at where we got ourselves. Sliding, sliding, permanently sliding. And one party can turn that around, and we're part of it. This party is focused on the wisdom of sound economics. It might sound boring to them, but we're based in our thinking on sound economics, not theory, not ideology. This weekend is about how we as a party can build our country back to the greatness it once had. And we're going to do just that. Set out to turn this election result upside down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing better in the polls than you think. And my friends in the media, you should know this. What you've got there is not what's going on in the country. Out there in the real New Zealand, you can tell in the streets the people who stop you, who want to talk to you, who want to talk to all of us, are becoming part of this movement because they realise it's now or never to turn this country around. This weekend is about how we build as a party our country back to the greatness it once was. It's about the economy, the cost of power pricing, the grocery bills that are troubling many households. We simply have to take that on head on and increase the income of New Zealanders. And increase the income of New Zealanders we can, because there's only one party that's got the economic theory that's backed up by the funds to support it. Ask the other parties, so where are you getting the money from? They've got no idea. Why the Labour Party announced a future fund, and I want you to pause for a moment and think about this for a little while. They announced a future fund months ago that was comprised of $200 million. Did anybody in the media think to themselves, these guys got the decimal point in the wrong place? 200 million doesn't even do Waikika cow. Go into the future. They announced a future fund of $200 million. And my colleagues in the media, my friends in the media, please tell me you missed something there, because it's ridiculous they weren't condemned for it. That is not a future fund at all. And they said, oh, we'll work out the details sometime later. Sometime soon. You know, if you don't know what a woman is, you can understand why they'd be like that. Your New Zealand First MPs, they've worked hard during the last term. They've done a superb job. You don't see us in the media and all sorts of things overspending, carrying on like that there. And the one person who didn't overspend got attacked because the figures were recalibrated. When it was all worked out, he did go overseas, he did spend some money. The difference is he came home with $200 million by way of investment. That's what this country's about. We have remained firm to our values and our role of ensuring representation for sound policies. But what New Zealand First contributes to our form of democracy is more than just a series of policy wins, impressive though they are. Above all, everyone knows New Zealand First is New Zealand and for New Zealand 150%. We are not globalists. We're not driven by international trends and all sorts of fads and run by bureaucracies overseas who are not even elected. We're nationalists and we're proud of it, with a capital N. Without qualification, without equivocation, without 50 pages of fine print. When we advocate a policy, we look at the big picture, the New Zealand picture. Our key test is this: does this benefit New Zealand as a whole? We reflect the traditional New Zealand ethos and outlook. We stand for our country. This country that since 1854 is only one of 9 that has been a democracy that long. Only one of 9. Right? We gave Maori the vote in 1868, passing a law in 1867. First came into power in terms of voting in 1868, and then women got the vote in 1893. That was seriously late, but it's way ahead of any part of the rest of the world as a nation. Our position is always to uphold the national interest, even when we stand alone. And let me ask you this: how can the India Free Trade Agreement be so marvellous if by 2050 it will have grown our GDP by 0.1%? Come on, media, answer that question for me, please. It's not my forecast, it's theirs. So please tell me, how can you be so blisteringly ignorant if it's so good, that's all it'll do by 2050? 0.1%. And out there, you've got the Business Roundtable and every other group out there, commercial interest, never even read what's in the done deal, saying it's fantastic, all trade is good. Oh yeah? Well, stand back and watch as we unfold in the next few years and tell you what's happening there. And we're going to campaign on this issue because we're not going to have New Zealanders deluded and we're not selling our country down the drain. We stand for the national interest even when we stand alone. How can Labor be covering their bets by saying, oh, it doesn't look good for some businesses, but nevertheless we're going to vote for it? You see what Tippy's trying to do? This is another sausage roll eating exercise. Trying to, hedge both ways. He's saying, oh, it doesn't look so good over there, it doesn't look so good over here. He hasn't even read the darn thing properly. Or either that somebody hasn't painted a picture of him with crayons so you can understand. It's just shocking when I look at it. And you go back in time and see what it was said. From day one, what I said is what Modi said. It's what Goyal, the trade minister, said. It's what their communications ministry is saying. So how come we're wrong and the New Zealand media and the National Party is right? The answer is they're wrong. And the number of Indian experts backing what we have said is also alarming because they're not getting coverage, but they're there. Putting New Zealand's interests first has never been a problem for this party. We have an internal gyroscope that keeps us headed in the right direction. Time and again, we have been willing to run the risk of unpopularity and make the base and the case for New Zealanders. When others wouldn't raise a finger, We have raised the roof. That's our record. Ladies and gentlemen, patriotism means something for New Zealanders. It means something for New Zealand first, not just a bit of tokenistic flag waving, but a real sentiment. We don't have a crystal ball, but we don't live under a cloud of make-believe and illusion either. What we are prepared to do is important on issues that look beyond the present and try and foresee future risks. We call that prudence. We call that experience. We provide good, sound common sense. And New Zealanders want to see and hear common sense coming out of Parliament. The global financial turmoil of recent months is having a profound effect in New Zealand and elsewhere. In many respects, this upheaval can be seen as a chance for a great reawakening, for us to see we have got the resources, we've got the minerals, we've got the capacity to be independent of these other trends internationally. So let's go and do just that. Put simply, the whole thrust of our economic strategy has always been to reduce New Zealand's exposure and vulnerability to economic shocks by tackling foreign ownership, boosting exports, and shrinking the overseas debt. A lot of New Zealanders share our preference for facing up to facts. The financial crunch has come more swiftly and dramatically than almost anyone anticipated, and has transformed the whole economic outlook for New Zealand and the world. It means that political wishful thinking, political expediency, political correctness are luxuries we can no longer indulge in as a country. The security of New Zealand and New Zealanders must be paramount, as it's always been for this party called New Zealand First. These are the real policy solutions that New Zealand First alone is prepared to put on the table to protect and save our lifestyle and future. That is our vision, it is our commitment, and that is what the 33rd Convention is all about. Just one thing, the media are here. Remember them? Can you just imagine this 2023 and we're out there and we're packing the halls everywhere and there's no media anywhere, not even there. Meanwhile, today, 2026, there's a party out there that doesn't have all darn meetings and they're headlining all the time. How can you possibly get away with that? But boy, it's steeled this party's psychology. We know what we're up against. But the media are here. Remember, they'll come to speak to some of you, many of you. Remember, you are the message. For that period of time, you are nationwide, New Zealand First. Just because there's a microphone in front of your mouth doesn't mean you have to answer. One more time. Just because there's a microphone in your mouth doesn't mean you have to answer. If you've got any doubts, say, oh, we'll leave it to the leader, we'll leave it to the spokesperson, we'll leave it to the minister. But you are the message. And I want you to understand one other thing. You're all New Zealanders have got now to depend upon. You're all that New Zealanders have got. This is a real campaign for a real outcome. We're going to turn this country's democracy upside down for a great and real purpose. Have a great weekend.
Right, another big round of applause for our leader, the Right Honourable Winston Peters. Right, we are moving now into the business session of our convention. So for the next hour, we're moving into committee. So I would like to move that the convention moves into committee. Can I have a seconder? What's your name? I see a hand. Anne Wadham, Rotorua. All those in favour say aye. Aye. That means the media have to leave. So thank you, media team. We've got a room set up upstairs.
Suffer from a disability. That impacts so many of our community. Many of these people are our seniors, our veterans, those who fought for and built our country. Right now, it is very difficult for individuals with disabilities because they have to advocate for themselves or they're reliant on advocacy groups to remove barriers. Great news today, my members' bill, the Accessibility Standards Bill, has been put into the members' ballot. Accessibility standards are a set of guidelines, rules and specifications which enable you to access, whether it's a building, education, might be web environments, work or employment, anywhere that you need to interact in life. It will set in place a design solution which will be implemented across government, across society. But what does it mean in real terms? It means more people getting into the workforce, being engaged in life, using their human capital in a way that fulfills them in their lives. That's what economic nationalism means for New Zealand First. We've been working on this for a long time. We have been consulting, but we've let the sector direct us about what they need. So they have drafted this members' bill, so we're very proud that it's in our name. We will be able to ensure that it won't be the tokenistic, toothless failure that Labour was proposing. This bill is common sense. It's very straightforward. We're not building a new accessibility commission. We are just going straight to the work and getting it done.
The Greens won't be happy until 100% of the land is state-owned. And we all know what that is called. We don't take advice from dancing tussocks over there.
Why then is he proposing that 60% of the conservation estate should be opened up for disposal or commercial activity if he does not consider that this land is of low or no value?
Again, that is a total misrepresentation of what the 60% means. It means within the 60%, there are gravel pits and other things which may be better signed somewhere else. The reality is that it's an enormous part of the country, and where it can be used in the interest of expanding the wealth and security of ordinary New Zealanders, then we will do so. The bill stops the department from selling any land that is, quotes, important for threatened species or ecosystems, so the Labour Party and Greens Party are safe. What happens when iwi show up with the first right of refusal to buy land? Will the Greens stop them from buying the land?
Yep.
Look, the fact is, the Greens like to touch grass, but only when it's rolled.
Member might like to withdraw that comment.
You want me to withdraw that?
Yeah, I'm pretty soft.
I can't, it must have been smoked. I withdraw.
Vox Pop wins. Yeah. See if you can get in there.
Good luck. Good on you.
Hello, Winston. How did you find today's meeting here in Hastings?
Well, it's great when you come to a meeting and there's no more seats. People are standing room only, out the back door. It's fantastic. But this is a very important province in our comeback as a political party. So, yeah, fantastic.
You're a roving reporter.
Yes, I'm the roving reporter. How about you, Sheldon?
Awesome meeting, great turnout, packed house. Hawke's Bay really got behind New Zealand First. I think Winston and New Zealand First just put the country first, and that's the main reason I backed them and why all these people here supported them today.
Exactly. Stand up, and stand up we will, because we're Kiwis and we stand up. Yep. Yay!
It's really good to just see Winston, hear his words and all that, and get a bit of understanding of what he's about and all that. My favourite topic that he talked about was obviously the India FTA, uncapped students, why not?
Yeah, you know what I love about him? His honesty and his truthfulness. He's a solid man and he's funny. He faces facts. He's real. Love him. I love him.
Got a bit of charm there. He's pretty smooth, isn't he?
Says it how it is, which is good. Yeah, that's what we need. So.
That's right. He's not fearful of anything, and good on him, because we're with him there. We want to be real people. New Zealand's a great country, always has, but we've been losing a bit of hope. Yeah. And now he's given us hope today.
And I was amazed at what Winston has to tell people, and good on New Zealand First.
Good result. Yeah, excellent. I loved it.
Well, ordinary New Zealanders seriously matter, and this is a campaign where ordinary New Zealanders are going to take back control of their country.
How was that?
2026 budget delivered, but New Zealand First has had some major wins.
New Zealand First has been a long-term advocate for rail.
To keep organised crime out of our country.
Great uplift to frontline health services. We've extended the postnatal care to 3 days.
And going into the Trades Academy.
Your Super Gold Card as a form of ID.
New Zealand First has made sure that we continue to take care of our families, to protect our borders and invest in New Zealanders.
Kia ora folks, Shane Jones. I'm back yet again with your mean tweets. Now here are some tweets from Catherine Delahunty, formerly a member of our legislature, our parliament. We're protesting Shane Jones, mining industry promoter, who was at Thames today. And yes, I enjoyed my time there and thank you for the pork pie. Shane Jones reckons he will fast-track legislation by the end of February to facilitate mining, wants to help gold miners, conflating gold with rare earth minerals. That's not actually rare. Well, where I come from, if you got a bit of gold, that is super rare. To put more gold in the bank vaults at expense of the environment, please join the fight for the right for the public to have a voice. Catherine, you using your voice and us being blighted by your voice is a problem you've never had. Shane Jones thinks he will mine the hell out of our country, and we will celebrate the destruction of the environment and give thanks to his climate-denying heroic hate on nature rhetoric. Let's see how that goes. Look, enough of this hyperbole from the green matrons. All we're doing is promoting jobs, economic development, and reminding Kiwis of the importance of trade-offs. On Friday, Shane Jones is going to announce the New Zealand Minerals Strategy and critical minerals list at Waihi, where OceanaGold are using fast track. Actually, I did go to that event, and thank you very much for enabling me to fly in the helicopter. I think I may have actually declared that. And he plans to dig under the town. There's already mines under the town, by the way. There would be no town at Waihi without a gold mine. He plans to blast under Dockland. The Dockland this person's referring to is full of largely weeds with a scattered number of very small Cody trees. Economic strategy, he says, will fail because benefits will go to foreign companies. Don't be so antagonistic. We're part of a global world, and as I've said elsewhere, you want a low carbon economy, that means you need a minerals rich nation. Oh, this one comes from someone who is akin to a great rumu tree, like the rumu trees that were cut down but then preserved on the West Coast, otherwise known as our former Prime Minister, Helen Clark. Extraordinary that a minister from a minor party in New Zealand's Conservative coalition government overrode official advice to the Minister for Climate Change, leading to NZ refusing to support a roadmap away from fossil fuels at COP30 in Brazil. Dinosaur. Anything that I can do to call out the excesses and the neurosis of climate change, the Matua will continue with that message. Darian Fenton, otherwise known as a very minor member of the union movement. Gutless New Zealand First. Oh, for goodness sake, I can't actually tell you what it says on the tweet because I'm conscious of language standards. Can the Speaker please chuck Shane Jones out for his stupid and persistent interjections? Democracy is varied, democracy needs colour, and occasionally from time to time manure must be spread on the barren minds of the opposition. Rely on Matua and our leader Winston Peters. Here's a few more. Maybe a more mature person could have sold this to the electorate, I presume they mean mining, without demeaning and insulting everyone who demands some accountability. These are ideas. You'll have the chance at the next ballot box experience. No one is demeaning anyone. I actually suffer quite a few insults from yous as well. I love Shane Jones. New Zealand First, only party I'll be voting for. I could have scattered many of these across this presentation, but you know, I had to be fair and balanced so you could see there's a variety of views about my contributions. I have another line, Shane, drill baby drill. Next election, Winston, and I are going to have some very grim things to say about that. New Zealand First in a nutshell. Well, just so you understand, what was the context? We were talking about our unwillingness to back the India free trade deal. Is that what your donors told you, Shane? Mate, this is so tired and hackneyed. Because our party attracts donations that are fully declared through the democratic process, somehow you think that that represents me doing my job to suit them. The less I say about that, the better for the mental health of my critics. I'm moving electorates so I can vote for you. Don't do the dirty Jonesy and go with the feral left. No, the dogs are homicidal and the owners are feral. So when you quitting, screeching and howling and turning up in a suit that fits, come on folks, you're never going to intimidate me by shaming the passing transitional reality of a slightly distended puku related to the hangis I had over Christmas. You and Winnie wear strange costumes and screech and yell all the time. It's called democracy, and it's called the bear pit of Parliament. If they want to fling the insults at my leader and our party, we're more than capable of turning our rhetorical Tommy guns in reverse fire. Nothing you say sounds awkward, Shane. Oh, I think I'm going to like this. It all sounds totally bloody stupid. Oh, I don't like it. You are too old to be in politics. I've got to be one of the youngest looking 66-year-old people that you're likely to encounter. You have absolutely no clue how to create wealth for New Zealand. You are looking after your own back pocket. Well, on the question of the back pocket, it is wrong, it is dangerous and sadly corrosive, but it is meaningless to me because such insults will not undermine the resolve of your champion, your New Zealand First voice, because these tweets show that we're more than capable of dealing with love, aroha, and criticism and a little bit of hate speech.
We are going to revoke your fast-track destructive mining consents. In Aotearoa, we deserve better than your industry, than what you offer to our environment and to our communities. We know that we can create the jobs that will sustain our people without tearing up our most precious places.
Hundreds and thousands of rare and native species who are destroyed and harmed by this destructive mining.
We know that we can create the jobs that our communities need, where we can build and make the things that our people need, while at the same time protecting our planet. Because once we rip up some of these places, that's it forever. Irreversible damage that our mokopuna deserve better. They deserve us to protect these places for them.
How does Parliament's wordsmith find the words to describe hypocrisy, shallow thinking, juvenile performative anger? If anything, it shows that the Green Party will never ever form the next government, and why you can rely on the Matua, Right Honourable Winston Peters, to be at the centre of the next regime. Jobs, growth, wealth, and a unified New Zealand. Got the name right?
Well, kia ora and welcome back to our live broadcast here at Convention 2026, of course, here at the Jujop Centre in Manuka.
Thank you, George. I'm Jenny Marcroft with George Ngatai as we live stream New Zealand First Convention 2026, and it's an absolute privilege to join you today. In fact, we were live streaming right across the entire weekend as our membership gathers here in Auckland.
Well, look, we've got a lot of interviews that will be taking place over the next, couple of days, and your opportunity is to sort of sit back and listen to a lot of those that are going to be spoken with, our candidates, our new candidates, and of course those candidates that are going to be announced this morning and over the next couple of days.
We've had a lovely speech this morning, the opening speech from our leader, Winston Peters, to a rousing gathering of 340 delegates who are attending our convention. In fact, it's our largest convention ever.
It was actually good to see past presidents coming back to celebrate this at this convention. 33 years that the party has been operating. That is a long time.
Well, 33 years ago today, the party was formed.
Wow.
So it is a very special day for us today as we head to this next election, which is a pivotal election for New Zealand. Now, the speech that we've just heard from Winston Peters, some thoughts on that, George?
Well, look, he's always actually good capturing, and one thing I like about Winston is that he's not afraid to actually challenge the media, and there are over 16 mainstream media companies that are here reporting. I saw them sort of rushing out, and we're in business here for the party, which means that they've got to actually confirm the president, confirm all the other board members, and obviously the other things that they do within that. So we are out here broadcasting. It's going to be good to actually hear back what the reporters actually write about today.
Well, one thing that New Zealand First has believed, one of our foundational pillars, if you like, is transparent government. And I think we are demonstrating that today by actually live streaming the entire convention. The only part we don't stream is, and we don't allow the media into, is the business section, which is the election of the official officers, the election of the board of the party. But everything else, remits, speeches, that is all open and freely available for the public to see how we operate as a party, a grassroots party.
Well, look, one thing I'm going to be really looking forward to is our launch tomorrow. It's at 2 o'clock here at the Dewdrop Centre. We've got lots of people confirmed for that. In fact, I hear it's just about a sold-out event. Well, I mean, it's sold out, but it's free.
Well, it's booked out, isn't it?
That's
so
right,
we're
that's
expecting a really great crowd here at the Dewdrops Event Centre in Manukau, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for the public meeting. It's the launch of our campaign for election 2026.
Hey, look, we're going to be crossing over now to Daryl and Takeda. Now, they're both candidates for the New Zealand First Party, and we'll see what they're up to now. Daryl, it's all yours.
At the Dewdrop Event Centre. As you can see, she's all set up for the gala tonight. We've got about, I think, 1,200 people coming along to have a bit of a boogie and to relax and get to know one another. Speaking of getting to know people, I'm here with Takeda Lawrence from East Cape. How you going?
Good, thank you.
How are you feeling? You were announced as a candidate a couple of weeks ago, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, about a week ago. Very recently announced for the East Cape electorate. So I'm based in the Hawke's Bay, but I'll be working hard to get up the coast, and really looking forward to meeting you.
Is this the first time that you've been a candidate for any political party?
Yes, yeah. This is my first time.
You do council on that at the moment, though, correct?
Yes, yeah. I'm a first-term councillor.
Sweet. So you're familiar with the ins and outs of politics and policy and that sort of thing in a smaller capacity. So now you're looking at spreading your wings.
Yes, yeah. So I've had the privilege to work for Parliamentary Services for the last 2.5 years. So as an outreach advisor and connecting our MPs with organisations, communities, businesses, councils, and getting them in front of who they need to get in front of and see what's happening around our regions. So that's been a really, really good learning time for me. So I think that I can expand that and offer a bit more.
Takeda, if one was to get into Parliament, what are the policies? How do you want to make a difference in this country?
I hope that I represent, people that are have families and school-aged children. I understand the realities of the cost of living, the pressures that we're facing at the moment, parents juggling work and school and trying to make those opportunities for our next generation. And that all, where Parliament comes in, that's where if we get those policies right and we bring some common sense back and, fix some of those holes and piece it all back together, then, we can make New Zealand a better place.
Takeda, best of luck, and I'm going to cross back to the podcast studio.
In 2026 here at the Dewdrop Centre, and thank you very much to Daryl and Takita for having a wee bit of a chat there. I mean, it's great that Takita is actually standing in the East Coast, which is it's a huge electorate. It sort of covers from Wairoa all the way around to Gisborne, up the coast, around into Whakatane, and just short of Te Puke.
It's a massive electorate, actually.
It is.
And it's a beautiful part of the country. I've done a little bit of time around that Cape, and she's certainly going to be enjoying her time as a candidate getting out on the campaign trail. Of course, down in Hawke's Bay, we've got some excellent candidates that have put their hand up as well. Of course, one a former All Black, and he's going to be standing in Tukituki. Of course, that's Tane Randall, and the Honourable Stuart Nash will be standing for Napier.
You know, that's going to be an interesting sort of election, especially with Stuart. I mean, he spoke yesterday to most of our candidates and those that want to aspire to become members of Parliament. One thing I liked about him is he says just knock on every door and put up, billboards and just go out there and be yourself when you go campaigning. I mean, that is from someone who's so experienced, a great words of wisdom that he actually gives to future politicians.
I think also too he had an interesting comment, because it can be a bit challenging when you're being confronted, particularly in a political debate, when people get a bit feisty. It might get a little bit spicy. The language can sometimes get spicy, but his actual message to the candidates was to actually just thank people, be humble, be gracious, and don't engage.
Yeah.
It's too easy for politicians to think that no one's watching, but actually everyone's got a phone, everyone is always watching.
The other one I think is quite good to look at is really Tane Randall. So Tane is standing in Tukituki, and that there is quite a swinging seat. I mean, whilst the National have held it for a while, the majority I've actually seen over the last 3 or 4 elections has slightly sort of come down for National, so he may actually have a good run for that seat.
I think Stuart and Tane have got really good chances in those areas. They'll certainly be campaigning hard for New Zealand First. They believe in the values of this party, and I have absolute confidence. Stuart, of course, is a very experienced cabinet minister. He's very articulate. He'll be able to deliver those messages particularly well. And of course, Tane is an incredible human being. He's an amazing New Zealander. If you can captain the All Blacks, you can certainly become a member of Parliament.
Yeah, that would be really, really good. Look, coming up this morning too, we'll have the opportunity to listen to Tane. He'll be in the main stage, on the main stage this morning, and he'll be talking about probably things that you want to stay tuned for. So we'll be broadcasting that live here at the Dewdrop Centre for you to listen to. Now, we're going to be crossing over to, I think it's Jason and Kim from West Coast and, of course, Otago Southland. They're going to be up next, I'm sure, with here at Convention 2026.
I think we've actually got a change in that, George.
Okay.
So we've just going to be moving to David Wilson, of course, a current Member of Parliament, one of my colleagues in Parliament at the moment. David's been an MP for around sort of 12 to 18 months. He came in after a retirement from one of our caucus colleagues, and he's standing in the Henderson electorate. Now, he is deeply knowledgeable about all things finance, so we're looking forward to his contribution as a Member of Parliament further. So let's cross over now to David Wilson.
Hello, I'm Bernadette Suarez. I'm coming to you from the convention. I've got David Wilson here with me. David, lovely to have you.
Nice to be here, Bernadette.
And so can you tell us what it's been like for the last term in Parliament, because you're currently in Parliament with New Zealand First? And
yes, yeah.
Give us a glimpse of what it's like to be in with this lovely team.
Okay. I think I had some idea of what I was confronting, but when I got there, I had to hit the ground running, and not only hit the ground running, I had to keep running. There was no stopping, and it's got us to this position, and it feels like the momentum is building all around the country, so it's just fantastic to be here. I was very lucky though. The team were very astute, and they put me in 2 select committees that were right in my lane, and I've really enjoyed getting involved in some really difficult issues. That's finance and expenditure, and economic development, science and innovation. I love both of those things, so I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. And what it's like to work with the team? Give us some inside gossip.
All right, inside gossip. The team is amazing. Absolutely. I want to give a shout out to Jamie Arbuckle. He's our whip. He gets us there on time. He gets us into select committees. You know, when that bell rings, you've got to be there. You can't be anywhere else. You can't be late. And I think I was late to one of the first ones, which was like a minute and a half late. And that was too late. And they reminded me. And they've been reminding me ever since.
You can't live it down?
No, I can't live.
Okay, so you're getting ready now to campaign again. You're running in the seat of Henderson.
Yes, yes.
What it's like? Give us some idea what your plans to do. Give us a few ideas. Don't give away too much. We don't want to give that to the competitors. But what are some of the things you're planning?
Well, Henderson's my backyard. It's been that way for about the last 35 years. I love Henderson. Full of Westies, you know, like the occasional drag race, like to get involved with their V8s and still like the sound of the rumble. But there's some really interesting things that need to be thought about. The town centre in Henderson might need a bit of a zhuzh up. The Trust Stadium might need a little bit of help. But, you know, generally Westies roll their sleeves up and get things done. It's got a rich, rich history. So I'm really looking forward to it.
And give us your background, David, because you're Dr. David Wilson, actually, and you've got a solid background in economics, and what else?
Oh, okay. So, and economic development, I would say, and particular regional economic development. It came from when I was in business. I had my own retail surf shop, which was great fun. I really enjoyed that, R&D. But I moved quickly to understand that we need to really work with our regions to build the national economy. One region at a time to build the nation.
Awesome, David. Looks like we are heading back. So thank you so much. Really lovely to talk to you.
Thank you, Bernadette.
(2026) at the Dewdrop Centre. This is the New Zealand conference, New Zealand First conference here over the next couple of days. We're streaming live between now and, of course, tomorrow. The big day is tomorrow, Jenny.
2 o'clock at the Dewdrop Event Centre in Manukau. That's the public meeting that Winston will be holding as we launch our election campaign. But we've got plenty of action all through the rest of the convention and into tomorrow as well. But this afternoon, just if you have to go out and get some groceries or do some odd jobs, make sure you put in your diary to come back this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. because Shane Jones will be taking the microphone.
Oh, and he will always actually be challenging someone around New Zealand. In fact, those people that sort of give up streets, roads, oil, you know, all that type of stuff, he'll be talking about the lot, wouldn't he?
Well, I just love listening to Shane. He's the most articulate orator that I think, in both languages, Māori and English, that New Zealand has in politics. And whenever Shane is speaking, I just absolutely am captured by everything he's saying. It's incredible. I've gone to some of his public meetings that he's held around the country, and he holds an audience unlike anyone else. It's incredible. So it's an appointment viewing this afternoon for you at 4:30.
And coming up this morning too, you'll be listening to and hearing from new candidates being announced over the next couple of days. Of course, we've got a lot of interest from really professional, educated and just down-to-earth Kiwis that are wanting to stand for New Zealand first. It's been amazing to actually meet them all.
We have a vast range of skill levels and types of industries that our candidates are coming from, and we also too have a lot of women that have come through. More women than I've seen before in previous elections put their hand up. Now it's always a tough thing to do, to make that commitment to become and stand for new politics, and particularly I think that it's something that you go into a little thinking, oh, this will be a great thing to do, but actually the reality of being a politician, the reality of being in central government can actually hit you a little bit when you do get there, but it is a commitment. It's because you have a sense of wanting to make a meaningful difference to New Zealand, to your community, to your family. So I really congratulate anyone, and I can't speak highly enough of anyone of whatever political stripe who wants to put their hand up and have a crack.
That's right. Well, speaking of people that are putting their hands up, we're going to actually check out those in the West Coast and Otago Southland. We've got Jason, who's our candidate for Southland down there, and we've got Kim, who's also our candidate for Dunedin. We'll be crossing over to them now.
Jason Herrick, your New Zealand First candidate for Southland, coming to you live from the New Zealand First Convention. And I'm going to introduce you to Kim McDonald from Dunedin. Kim.
Hello everybody, my name's Kim McDonald and I'm really proud to be representing the Dunedin electorate. We're very lucky, Jason, to be joined here today by some of our members that are in our electorate or close by. We've got Simon here that's from Waitaki. Say hello.
Hello everyone.
We've got Elizabeth here who's also from Waitaki. Say hello.
Hi everyone.
And we've got Jacob, who's actually from our Young New Zealand First contingent, and he's from Dunedin representing Tairi. Say hello, Jacob.
Hello New Zealand.
Lovely. So we've got some things that we think are really important to get across to our audience, and one of them in particular is the cost of living. We know there's a lot of people out there really doing it tough. Simon, this is something you're particularly strong on and passionate about. Tell us a wee bit in a few words what you're thinking may be good to get through to people today.
Well, I think Kiwis are doing it hard with the cost of living, and one of the big problems is the price of electricity and the price at the supermarkets. New Zealand First is committed to bringing the costs of both of those things down, making it cheaper at the supermarkets and making your electricity bill cheaper as well.
Well said. I think that's actually a really important thing, top of mind for most Kiwis. Well said, Simon. Elizabeth, one of the things that you're incredibly passionate about is democracy. Give us a few ideas about your thoughts around New Zealand First and how we stand for democracy.
Yeah, so our democracy is actually being eroded at the moment. Basically, we're being governed by a bureaucracy and our government's not listening to the people. New Zealand First is the only party that actually does direct democracy. And when you see our conference today, you'll see that in action.
We practice it, don't we? Yes. It's actually a very fundamental part of who we are. And I don't think any other party can say that in the same way. Thank you, Elizabeth. That was very well said. Jacob, from Young New Zealand First, what would you like to say to any potential young people out there that are thinking, I don't know much about New Zealand First, or I want to know more? What would you say to them?
Well, I think the main point of why you should join Young New Zealand First is that it's a good sense of community in a world where you feel isolated because of your political opinion and where you can lose friends if people disagree with you. Joining in with people that are on your side of the political spectrum, it gives you a sense of power, and especially, as you said, with a big democracy, it gives you a say as the young people for the future of New Zealand, as we are the future.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. And actually, a lot of people misunderstand New Zealand First. There's this idea that we're full of old people. We love our seniors. We have many seniors and we look after them. We are their political home, but what they don't understand is that we are a party for the youth as well. We've got a very strong youth wing. So, Jason, what do you want to say just in ending here?
Come along, experience the camaraderie and the experience in the room. You know, we're all about common sense and reality. Let's put some reality back into New Zealand.
Party vote New Zealand First.
100%.
Well, welcome back everybody, Convention 2026, and of course I'm George Ngatai and my co-host is Jenny Markroff. We're coming to you live from the Dewdrop Centre here over the next couple of days and giving you just a glimpse of what's happening, who's standing and the types of discussions that you'll be hearing over the next couple of days.
Now, particularly if you are a member of New Zealand First or a member of an electorate and haven't been able to make it, we're really pleased that we've been able to live stream so that you can see all the action, be part of it as well. And so once we get into the remit session, I'm sure that you'll be able to understand actually how the process operates when we discuss and debate the remits, because those are your policy ideas that have been driven up from the floor, from your communities that you are living in and brought to convention.
One of the things or remits that I saw coming up today is the fact that we want to start looking at bonding doctors and nurses to New Zealand. In fact, when I was reading the remit, it actually said that for those that are looking at working within the rural parts of New Zealand, it's a 70% discount off their student loan. And it's for those that are actually working in urban New Zealand, it's a 50%. Now, that's going to be an interesting remit that will be coming up for discussion and seeing whether or not that would be passed by those delegates that are here today, Jenny.
Well, one of the things that this government has done is we've set up and started the work on the third medical school, the Waikato Medical School. Now, this is really important because New Zealand has a problem when it comes to the number of GPs, in particular in rural areas. So training more is very important, but that's sort of a long pipeline to get them there. What we need to do also for our rural communities is say, actually, if you come from the regions, when you train, go back to your regions, because we need more rural doctors, we need more GPs. And so one way is to encourage them by having a bond system. I remember actually back in the day when I trained as a teacher, a long time ago now,
you had to bond to the
I got bonded to the system. So for every year, and then it was for every year that you, your 3 years you were trained, you had to be bonded for 3 years and make that commitment to the country by actually teaching for that long.
Whilst we should actually look across to Australia around their medical appointments, one thing that I really like about them is to come in and work in Australia. You've got to spend 2 years in rural Australia before you can actually come into the cities. That's a great opportunity for rural communities to actually have medical staff that are able to serve them for 2 years at least.
I think it's a fantastic idea. I'm really looking forward to the debate on that one, because it is certainly one way of finding a way to get New Zealanders trained in the medical profession, but out into the rural areas so that they're looking after all of our communities, not just in the bright lights of the big cities.
Well, look, George Ngatai, Jenny Marcroft coming to you live from Convention 2026. And, of course, we're going to actually be heading over to Billy. He's actually got some candidates, Mark, from Christchurch. So let's actually check out what they're doing down there in the Deep South. Yeah. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to actually be checking now Billy and Vicky with Mark over there. Kia ora, guys.
That, of course, is Mark Patterson.
Ah, Mark, of course, the Honourable Mark Patterson.
You know, there was a time, house and infrastructure, schooling, everything. Teachers and doctors and all sorts of people are coming here. But of late, we've had an unfocused immigration policy, and by of late I mean for decades we have, and we're paying a massive price for it. Anybody ask questions about an unplanned immigration policy? It's instantly called something they can't even spell. It's called xenophobic. No, we're not xenophobic, we're just not zombies. Well, Labour got in 133,000. That's more than the total population of Dunedin in just 12 months last year. Where was the funding and plan for any sort of infrastructure to cope with such numbers?
G'day, it's Billy and Vicky, and we're here to introduce our Christchurch team.
Hello, Billy. Thank you for the introduction. Look, 33rd conference, enjoying 33rd year being here from Christchurch. It's fantastic. Canterbury's thriving at the moment. It's rebuilt itself back from the earthquakes. It's a great time to sit and think about the future. We want to see the next generation of people living the next 30 years, having a thriving, wonderful economy. That's what New Zealand First is about. Winston Peters, Honourable Winston Peters, our leader, got up and spoke of a lot of positivities. It's a great party to be part of, and I'd like to hand across to Mark here to continue on.
Thanks, Lindsay. I'm Mark Arneil, Christchurch Central candidate. This is my third rodeo, and really looking forward to it, especially with the policy that has just been announced by Winston with regards to chipping in $15 million to start the first stage of the cathedral, and at least they'll get the doors open for the public and those nasty looking hoardings off to really help get our inner city there, at that end of town up and really vibrant like the rest of it. Over to Shane Wiremu.
Thank you. Shane Wiremu, Christchurch East candidate. This is my second rodeo representing this side of the city, and I might say this, that our side of the city are a fairly heavy, colourful bunch that are hard-working. What makes this party align with that side of the city is our fundamental values and growth, working on how we can sustain our businesses within the east, looking at how we can continue to grow development in New Brighton, work around different other areas, keeping our whānau and our families safe, and looking after our kaumātua and queer, as well as the elderly, ensuring that Canterbury is a home for the young, but also a home for those that have helped build it over the years. So support us in our run. We'll see you on the road. Kia ora.
And remember, come down tomorrow. If you want a real change, you want to take this country back, come down tomorrow, watch Winston Peters' speech, party vote New Zealand first.
Jenny Marcroft here at the Dewdrop Centre. This is Convention 2026, and thank you very much to those down in Canterbury and also in, of course, the South Island. My gosh, they've got some great candidates that are standing down there for New Zealanders to vote for. We'll be catching up with them. Hey, we're going to take a short break. Don't forget, coming up this morning, you'll also see around 10:50 today the launch of our candidates. Oh, that's going to be exciting. So you'll have the opportunity to see who are our new candidates to be announced between now and, of course, the rest of this campaign launch. I'm George Nātai. Jenny's actually just popped off. She'll be coming back very soon. Convention 2026. We're going to take a short break. See you soon.
Hi there folks, Andy Foster here for New Zealand First, and I want to talk to you today, celebrate some of the things that New Zealand First has won for New Zealanders in this year's budget. Let's start off with rail. New Zealand First has been a long-term advocate for rail, and this year's budget includes over $1 billion in just the basic maintenance and upgrade of rail. It's not sexy stuff, but it's really essential that we look after our infrastructure, and rail's no different. So that's in things like sleepers, hardening the track network, bridges, that sort of stuff. And why is it so important, especially at the moment? Well, we want to get trucks off the road. We want more of the heavy product being able to be taken by rail. Also, at this time when fuel prices are so high, really important to get freight around as efficiently as we possibly can. Second thing I wanted to celebrate is the investment that's being made in our frontline ambulance services. St John's Ambulance, and let's not forget, as a proud Wairarapa and Wellington resident, the Wellington Free Ambulance. They do a wonderful job throughout the country, and this is putting $35 million behind our free ambulance and St John's services. So that's great stuff too. Now look, the third thing I wanted to do is talk about investing in our young people. So we've taken the money that was being spent on fees free, and it really just wasn't working in terms of lifting the number of people studying university. And instead we're putting that into the people who get their hands dirty, trades training and youth guarantee. And that really is about making sure that as people leave school, often don't want to go into the academic area, but into the trades or into something practical, they're able to have an opportunity to be able to study, to build those skills, to build some confidence, and to be able to build a future for them and also for New Zealand.
You know, there was a time and they were coming to a job and a house and infrastructure, schooling, everything. Teachers and doctors and all sorts of people are coming here. But of late, we've had an unfocused immigration policy, and by of late I mean for decades we have, and we're paying a massive price for it. Anybody ask questions about an unplanned immigration policy? It's instantly called something they can't even spell. It's called xenophobic. No, we're not xenophobic, we're just not zombies. Well, Labour got in 133,000. That's more than the total population of Dunedin in just 12 months last year. Where was the funding and plan for any sort of infrastructure to cope with such numbers?
Busy week for us, and we've worked really hard to deliver the best outcomes we can that puts New Zealand and New Zealanders first. There's been some great announcements. The $35 million investment in our ambulance services will ensure that we get critical systems, as well as delivering 2 ambulance hubs for St John's in Auckland. Then there's the $70 million investment that we've been able to secure for our customs services. This is about better equipment, staff safety and increasing staff numbers to keep our borders safe and also to keep organised crime out of our country. And then there's the smaller things that we're so committed to delivering. There is our community patrols, our Pacific wardens and our neighbourhood support investment. We've also delivered for our maternity services to allow our young mums to have a longer stay in hospital and give the best start for our babies. And then there's the Super Gold Card. For a lot of our older people, a passport is too expensive and a driver's licence is no longer available to them. We're investing in the Super Gold Card to make sure it's a primary form of ID with security features. New Zealand First has made sure that we continue to take care of our families, to protect our borders and invest in New Zealanders.
Will make no difference. Just under 60% of the world's CO2 emissions come from 4 countries: China, USA, Russia and India. New Zealand's emissions, by contrast, amount to only 0.17%. Why are we making a rod for our own backs, punishing our farmers, punishing the provinces and our taxpayers and our economy, when China or the US could sneeze and produce more CO2 overnight than we do in a year? That's why we were the first to call for the revaluation of our Paris commitments months ago. We need to stop this idealistic flight of futility.
Again, investing in our front line, making our communities and our country safer with investments like this. This is about a huge investment into our customs to protect our border and to keep criminals and their merchandise out of our country. New Zealand First stands for protecting our community and country. Today we're proud to announce that we have made a $70 million investment into our customs border force.
We, from the very beginning, were for one country, one people, one flag, regardless of gender, race or creed.
Organisations, the WHO is one of them. They've got a bloated organisation that's not performing the way it should.
Surely a couple of $1 million, given the benefit we get from all its experts, is of huge advantage to New Zealand. We wouldn't want to not be part of that, would we?
It sounds like I'm listening to a total acolyte of the WHO. Let me tell you this. New Zealand and other countries contribute a whole lot more to their knowledge than they've contributed to ours in many cases because of the fact that we have been so advanced as a country, particularly with our agricultural background. But let's face it, what I'm saying is we need to have a conversation to ensure that these people, unelected as they are, know who their masters are. That's the people of the world who are paying their bill. I don't know if you've ever been to some of these organisations, and I was at the UN recently where some people there weren't paying attention to the fact that a lot of countries are saying we need better out of you. Made countless speeches there about reforming this organisation, which desperately needed, and taking it back to doing what it used to do more regularly, more properly, more correctly. But of course they refused to respond until something dramatic happens, like someone withdrawing. Now that's not the way reform should happen.
Fonterra has benefited by monopoly positioning conferred on them by Parliament. And the very time you got there to add value and add wealth and add jobs for the country, you go and flog it off because they offer you some money. As we predicted last year, when Fonterra proposed the sell-off of iconic Kiwi dairy brands like Mainland, Anchor, Kapiti, to a foreign owner called Lactalis, its CEO would resign and leave once his bonuses are paid. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hurrell is being paid 24 times my salary. Their decision leaves serious questions for New Zealand about what we must do to protect dairy manufacturing in our country as a result of Fonterra's dereliction of duty.
2.5% of unemployment in the country. Why on earth do we need more Uber drivers if we're already struggling with that level of unemployment?
We're a tiny country, 5.2 million people. And by the way, the last million, I'm amazed how quickly they came to our country. Stephen Joyce and John Key, they never ever campaigned to put another million people into New Zealand. They didn't ask for a mandate, it just arrived. We don't need to bring the current level of migration that we're tolerating to our country. The name of our party is New Zealand First. We're not global first, we're not UN first. Next election, Winston and I are going to have some very grim things to say about that.
Shane across Facebook with a megaphone, like he actually needs it, and that's a very clever thing to do.
I rock like pebble, jump for your sheet.
This is the
beat.
megaphone.
Coming like heavy metal. You got a business, bro. Setting stone like rock. Came with a brand new book. Like man, have guys in the shop, like easy, but this thing rock. I know you wanna hear some hi-hats. Tip tap to the top. Right, I can feel that bass. Don't disgrace, let it embrace. I know you like this new taste. Lit, don't let it go.
The abuse and misuse of fireworks by a small minority of delinquents has far outgrown any of the benefits. Enough is enough. Every year, you'll have seen the same predictable story. Terrified pets, anxious families, and our emergency services stretched to breaking point. We've seen the inevitable house fires, the tragic injuries, and the huge costs to the taxpayer and ACC. That's why New Zealand First has introduced a members' bill. This is a common sense bill that will start the conversation on banning the public sale and use of fireworks across New Zealand. Now, this isn't about being a nanny state, this is about practical safety. We've heard the calls from across the country, from farmers, pet owners, our firefighters, even DOC and the SPCA. This bill is a direct response. Many New Zealanders support this, with 88% in favour and 90,000 signatures in a recent petition. But to be clear, our bill still allows for approved public displays. We can still come together to celebrate our traditional holidays like Guy Fawkes and New Year's, just as we always have, but safely and responsibly. Many major retailers have stopped selling fireworks, but it's time to address the irresponsible behaviour, and New Zealand First is proud to have started the conversation.
Identify in society and the laws and whoever's mixing with you, doesn't matter. I've got these fundamental rights. Well, the answer is no, you don't. It's biologically incorrect. It's biologically a lie. Well, look, we've always said the government's got no place in the nation's bedrooms. And it's not about being anti-anyone or anti-anything, but you recall there was a big argument a few years ago about men walking to the Invercargill swimming pools bathing area, and the local council didn't know what to do, and people would think it was right or wrong, and in the end, I came out back then and said, I cannot believe I'm hearing this. At the time, the media accused me of going down a rabbit hole, or as one politician said, we were on another planet on the issue. And I made up mind back then we're going to do something about it. What had been known by the mass majority of people in the world, that a male is adult biological male, and that's what a man is, and the female is an adult biological female, and that's what a woman is. This should not be essential, but because we've gone so far down that track, compromising fundamental rights for absolute minority dreamt up woke rights, something has to be done about it. We're going to do something about it.
Extraction and mining, there is no future for this country. That is why we are here in Westport today, announcing our new nationwide mining policy that we'll be campaigning on in this election. If mining happens in a region, a 50% share of the royalties will stay in that region. So local communities directly benefit from the resources around them, not Wellington. Not in theory, not buried in layers of bureaucracy, but return to the West Coast and other mining communities to support infrastructure, services and long-term regional development. Mining communities like the West Coast have carried this country on their back, and they must see the rewards for that sometime and very soon.
Country doesn't have a perfect history, whether it's treaty, whether it's natural resources or agriculture, but our country needs optimism. Our country needs self-confidence. I bumped into a lady from the South Island who had just come back from Canada. She says to me, do you know, the states have so many things falling upon them. The whole Trump experience, debt, immigration, the whole 9 yards. Canada similar, but flags were flying everywhere. People were confident. People were optimistic. People had a sense of certainty about their future. And you know, Shane, I come back to New Zealand, we can't even bloody well work out what flag we should fly. Well, there's only one flag that New Zealand First stands up for, and that's the flag of our nation state, New Zealand. And by the way, that is the name of your nation.
Yeah. Of taxes. You've earned it the old-fashioned way. Now, please enjoy it.
We asked those who matter now, the voters, if they knew whose idea the card was.
Winston Peters. Yes, New Zealand First.
Winston Peters?
Winston Peters, you got my vote.
We're announcing the establishment of the New Zealand Future Fund.
At a remit at our convention yesterday, we voted for a New Zealand Future Fund to invest solely in multi-decade infrastructure build.
New Zealand First has mandated a fund like this at its last 2024 conference. Are you just stealing those kinds of ideas?
I was alerted to this, that had skipped my attention because I think that conference they spent most of it slagging us on.
Degree from Hawke University.
Evidence puberty blockers cause irreversible harm to bone density.
Persisted and persuaded in temporary experimental medical pathways when they were far too young. They think that out there, because of a serious minority, that's what the public thinks. And now they're finding out, no, the public has never been asked on this, the public has never been consulted, and the public is now understanding that we can stop these people.
Don't touch anything else. Do not touch my pension.
No, we're not going to do that because the fact of the matter is that it's only 5.2% of our GDP. What we're going to do is run a... If you can't do that, how about attacking the elderly? Grandmothers say for economic and
never support all your line. It's a top line. This is not going to change.
Life of a minister at field days. Early start, bit of phone work on the way in. Check out the New Zealand First stand, get it ready. The team arrives, podcast time, first hand. What a team they are. Look at this fine group of New Zealanders. Off to the advocacy tent. These are my wool people, but Federated Farmers Advocacy tent, outlining New Zealand First vision for agriculture. Off around to check out a few of the stands, meet a few of the people, and off to catch up with Andy Thompson and Sarah Perriam-Lamp at Countrywide Connect. Good to get a slot on there and impart a bit of wisdom. Back outside, chatting with rural New Zealanders, all about wool, about our regional development, about our trades training. It's landing really well. A bit of time to reflect as we walk back, a bit more phone work, back to the hotel, ready to do it all again tomorrow.
In the Pacific, there is an extraordinary worry in those governments about the number of people who are leaving their lands. We can do much more in helping people in our country. Call it a Pacific reset, to focus our number one concentration as a Pacific nation on our neighbourhood, the blue continent, the Pacific. And that's where we're on, and we are very conscious of the fact that some of you work 2 and 3 jobs and pay your taxes, and you expect.
Kia ora everybody, welcome back to Convention 2026. George Nata, Jenny Marcroft here at the Mainstream Media.
So join us throughout the day as well. The live stream will be continuing right through till 5 o'clock this afternoon. Prior to that, we'll have the Honourable Shane Jones with his keynote speech at 4:30 this afternoon. But it's a full day of action. We have got remits coming up. We have a candidate announcement shortly. But right now, though, we're going to go and chat to Vicky and to Vaughan. a couple of our candidates and hear about their lives and getting ready to become candidates for New Zealand First as we approach election 2026.
All right, well, they're not ready yet. I mean, obviously, they're out there talking, and gosh, they're doing a lot of talking, our candidates out there, aren't they?
They certainly are getting plenty of practice for those late night debates in Parliament. So let me tell you a little bit about Vaughan. I think he might be our tallest candidate. So we're looking forward to hearing from him. He is been living overseas for a number of years. He's come back, and what he's realised is that he wants to make a difference. He wants to make a meaningful difference, and all of our candidates really express that. But he's found his political home in New Zealand First because of our nationalist stance, our patriotism, our social conservatism. So those fundamental values align with him as they do with many of our other candidates.
I mean,
as well.
that's one thing I've sort of admired with regards to New Zealand First is the fact that they always represent New Zealand first. And so, you know, you've got lots of different parties that are doing a lot of different things, but is New Zealand actually at the priority of what they make in terms of decisions for our country?
Well, some parties are globalists. There's no doubt about it. We can see that play out, definitely. But New Zealand First is the only one that really is core and central as part of our main pillars, is to put New Zealand and New Zealanders first.
Jenny, what are some of the challenges in terms of you being in Parliament? And obviously, your family must actually see a lot less of you.
Well, one of the things, I suppose, is that when you make the commitment to become a candidate, to stand for political office, you have to have your family on board. It's very difficult to not have them with you on this particular journey. I have been fortunate to have really good support from my sister and her family. And as a single mum, it was very difficult for me. But family is everything. New Zealand First, we are a family as well, so that's everything as well.
Well, speaking of family, of course, the Right Honourable Winston Peters is about to make a press statement. We're going to be crossing over there live now.
What was the key message for you that you wanted to convey, aside from your comments about the media in your speech?
This country desperately needs us to be successful, and we understand the purpose of what we're here for.
Got a few new faces and old faces in the room, or signed up as members. Rino Tirakatane, one of them. What do you make of him joining the party?
Well, I think it's marvellous that's happening. You know, you've got Dover Samuels as well. I mean, it means that people are coming from other political parties and realising it's one party now that's critically needed. And as for things like age, forget that. Ronald Reagan says if you're using Celsius, it's about 27 years.
Rob Mark says he's not made his mind up yet. How are those conversations going?
Look, you'd have to ask the party organisation. I don't handle the nominations for MPs and candidates. But it'll be all unveiled in good time, and we've got a significant number of very good candidates yet to come.
Would you like to see him around the cabinet table again?
Well, again, I mean, if I'm to show preference like that, it means that their list system doesn't work. It means that people aren't treated fairly. So I stay out of it, and the organisation handles that. You should be asked
Can you explain what the system will be in terms of managing just how you're going to select? In terms of your new former MPs who are coming on board and those who have been part of the caucus this past term, is there going to be some competition there for spaces around the cabinet table?
Yeah, well, there's going to be a long list for a start, and those polls that you've got are wrong. We're proving that right here, right now.
Why is Mark?
And you'll see tomorrow why the polls are wrong.
You're doing
Why
well
is the
then,
party-
but
why is
what
the-
do
why-
you think you sit at then in that case?
Well, I've never said it. And somebody who's got a political science degree and studied politics all my life, I've never said, because I think our polling systems are defective. In other countries, if there's a gap of 3% or more, they meet together to sort out their methodology. In New Zealand, I've seen 14%, and they're arrogant who say ours is right and the rest are wrong. This is not adequate in an old democracy like ours.
Why are you standing
What figure are you
Gummer in the? Why are you standing Martin Gummer in the Epsom seat?
Why am I standing out to an actor seat? Well, to win votes, why?
But just why pick that seat for him?
Well, why not?
What's your thinking behind that?
Well, I mean,
David
no,
Seymour's
no, it's not Seymour's seat. It was a jack-up between the National Party and the ACT Party. You know, that's what happened way back when. You can recall the Tea Party tapes. Remember who released them?
Do you remember
who released them?
Do you think
Yours
Mr.
truly.
Government has a shot of winning the seat and unseating Seymour?
No, what I'm saying is that those arrangements eventually collapse.
Do you want them to collapse
and the ACT
this
Party's
election?
and the ACT Party's on a slide.
Do you want those arrangements?
Bring to the party now that she's also going to be joining New Zealand First?
Say again?
What does Harete Hihano bring to the New Zealand First party now that she's joining the party?
Well, she's bright, she's a former lawyer, she's got experience, and she's decided that the party that really stands for nationalism and the joint interests of all the people of this country is New Zealand First. That's what she brings to New Zealand First, a clear recollection and reflection of what's wrong with other parties and what's right with ours.
But back on Epsom.
Was this the
back on
most
Epsom.
Māori candidates that your political party has had going into elections?
Well, they're New Zealanders first. Whatever our background, unlike other parties, whatever our background, we're New Zealanders first. And then if you want to talk about the ethnic background, that's fine. But we call ourselves New Zealanders, standing for a party called New Zealand First, and so that doesn't matter. It adds to the flavour of the party, of course, and we've got a greater number than any other political party.
Can I just follow up on Epsom? Is New Zealand First standing Martin Gummer in that seat a direct challenge to that arrangement in that seat that you talked about? You said that arrangement would eventually fall
It's
apart.
not our arrangement, it's a national
Yeah, but that arrangement, do you want that arrangement to fall apart?
Well,
Is this a
but
direct
it
challenge?
will fall apart.
Is it going to fall apart this election? Is that why you've stood Martin Gummer on that seat?
No, I'm not saying that.
I've spoken to a number of new New Zealand First members who have recently joined coming over from National.
Yes.
Why and how are you stealing support from National?
Why are we taking National Party voters? Because we stand for them, nationalism, with a capital N. We're not a small N like the National Party, we're globalists in all of their thinking. And that's why people are leaving in their droves. Stand back and watch the next 4 months.
Mr. Peters.
Particularly as we come to the closing 4 weeks of the campaign, watch them big time.
What percentage of the vote do you think you will get to come election day?
It's enough to have you and your crew back in your office seriously worried on election night.
How will New Zealand First be approaching the election campaign? Will you be doing
Well,
anything differently this
I'd
year?
love to tell you, but I can't. It's part of our strategy and our planning. But as we speak, it's working out properly. We are growing every day now, and we've saved the best for last.
Mr. Peters, you had a bit of a crack at the media this morning, particularly particularly over their coverage of the India Free Trade Agreement.
Yes.
And you claim, correctly, that the National Interest Assessment says that it will add 0.7% to GDP, but that's only till 2036, when the same National Interest Assessment says it will then start to add 3.8% per year to the GDP. Why didn't you mention that?
Because that's just guesswork. When they first made that calculation, here we are, it's 26, and that's what they're going to do by the next 10 years. The next 10 years, the National Party said they're going to double the exports. Is it going to happen in India? Of course not. Have a look at the figures there.
Well, I have.
No, you haven't. They say it'll rise by 1/10 to 10%, 1/10 to 1% by 2036.
Yeah,
That's 10 years on. And then they say it'll rise by 3%. Give us a break.
Mr. Peters.
Why would a deal be good if over the next 10 years, when the whole thrust is going to be doubling exports worldwide, see that it goes so slowly in India? It underscores what I'm saying.
Those same figures were produced by your own officials in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, that's what I know.
So they're wrong.
No, not wrong. They say that it'll grow in the next 10 years by 1/10 to 10%.
And then
No. This is a fantastic year. You're all celebrating over it. It's bull dust. And the sooner you find out, more the better. For example, in the 2 months when you're selling apples, when we were able to sell apples, we don't grow apples in New Zealand. Right? When it comes to sheep meat and beef meat, go and look at the Australian record. It's appallingly low. And we're saying we're going to do all these fantastic things. We're going to move our kiwi fruit knowledge off to India. We're going to move all every other sort of knowledge to grow and do with honey. We're going to move off to India.
Why on earth are we doing that, and where's your 35 billion going to come from the New Zealand economy to their economy? You explain that.
Mr. Patterson seems reasonably confident about selling more
Well,
sheep.
no, because we've been doing it for a long time. To go to the new Indian Parliament in India, all the carpet is New Zealand made.
And sheep.
And we've been working on it. But when you say that sort of stuff, I mean, we've been working on wool, and we've turned the wool industry around. That's a success story. And you look at New Zealand First Ministers, everyone is an achiever compared with the rest.
Okay, cup of tea time.
Mr. Jones, I just wanted to see if you could expand on your comments about demographic engineering.
There are two important speeches today. The ultimate speech is tomorrow. Tune in between 4 and 4:30 today.
Will it be about immigration?
As I said,
Speech tomorrow.
this is Winston's press conference. Tune in 4:30.
Oh, dear. You guys have a great conference.
Any references to exotic cuisine? Very good. Thank you.
Very reluctant.
Mark Croft coming to you live from the Dewdrop Centre, and of course this is Convention 2026. We just heard of course from the leader of the party, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, and that was an opportunity to give us a fair update of what was actually going on. In fact, I tell you what, everything that you see here today will be live. We're going to be broadcasting up until 5 o'clock this evening, and you'll have the opportunity to listen in to the various candidates that we've got across the couple of days. Don't forget, tomorrow we've actually got the convention launch, the campaign launch. That's starting at 2 o'clock here at the Convention Centre, and you'll be able to come along to that. It's an open invitation to whomever would like to hear from the campaign launch, of course, from the leader of the party, the Right Honourable Winston Peters. Now, the doors open at around about 1 o'clock, so you'll have the opportunity to come in and make yourself at home here over our campaign launch. Also, coming up very soon, we've got the launch of the candidates, some of the candidates here at New Zealand First, and they will be around about 10:50 this morning. We'll have and head back into the main studio to see how that is going to actually happen. In fact, we are likely going to look at Vicky, who is our Māngere candidate. She's going to be talking with Vaughan. I think we're actually ready to see how Vicky is actually going. We'll cross over to Vicky very soon. In fact, I think we'll cross over there right now.
We will be breaking up the power company so they can no longer control both the power and the price. For decades now, New Zealanders and New Zealand businesses have been getting a raw deal when it comes to electricity. You've been paying too much for power. The big four power companies control almost 90% of electricity generation and then sell it back to themselves. The current system is designed to make maximum profits for power companies, and everyday Kiwi families and businesses are the ones paying the price. You're having to choose between heating your home or putting food on the table. It's hitting Kiwi families, it's hurting our industries, and it's costing New Zealanders jobs. We will split the big power companies up into generators and retailers, but not both.
Convention 2026. We're coming to you live from the Dewdrop Centre, and of course coming up this morning we've got remits, and the remits that we will be looking at, there's going to be 58 of them over the next couple of days. It's been a good process for people to want to put things into a bill or legislation. They start with a remit, the communities have the opportunity to come and meet the members, they then actually discuss what are important to them, and then they go from there with regards to submitting them as a remit. They come to conference like this here today, and then conference then presents it, or the speakers then get to present it, and then from there the whole floor gets to vote as to whether or not they support this remit to actually go through for our politicians to then take down to Wellington. So that's how easy it is for remits. In fact, we're going to actually be taking a short break. We'll be back with you very soon. George Ngatai here at, of course, Convention 2026.
All right, I'm here with I'm here with Joseph from Young New Zealand First. Joseph, tell me about the vibe for the weekend. How's it been so far?
It's been really exciting. We've got so many young people that have joined us. It's amazing to see the growth in that area, and Shane Jones's speech was electric. I was really hyped for that one. Great.
Yeah, it was great. So, why New Zealand First as a young person? What's the driving factor that brought you to us as opposed to another party?
I think New Zealand First is the only party in Parliament, at least, that will stand up for our values and our people and our country, and just defend our Christian heritage and It's amazing.
Awesome. And out of the policies we've announced so far, there's been a very splashy one, citizens-only voting. What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel? What do you think?
I'm shocked that it's not already the case, and only one of 5 countries in the whole world like that. I think you should have to have some buy-in in the country to be able to decide our future, and
And what do you make of like people from the Labour Party that are saying that it's outrageous that we're trying to put our country first? What do you say to that kind of criticism?
Well, we're going to take away your voters, so.
And so you've been to conventions before. What's the biggest difference this time? And I know it's only early, but what's the biggest difference at this stage?
I think there's a lot of optimism. I mean, we've seen the growth in our polling, and just the amount of support is outstanding, and we're feeling good. It's a good vibe.
Yes, we are. And we had the Young New Zealand First quiz night last night.
Yes.
A couple of questions. How'd you do, and what was your favourite round?
So our team came second, and we had a special round. I think you wrote the quiz, actually, and it was on New Zealand First, the party history. So that was great fun. You don't usually get that at every pub, you know. So, yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
And so what was the kind of difference in the kind of Friday night event this time around? Because this is the first time in a few years that we've done the New Zealand First quiz again.
Yes.
And so how was that experience different to how you've experienced the Friday night before convention in other years?
Yeah, it was just really good to see that many young people there, and the party as a whole come around to support us, and that was nice.
And did you bump into any of the announced candidates last night, and do you have a favourite?
Yes, we had quite a few at our table, and they all had good stories. I'll give a shout out to Jamie. He told us a funny best story about him in court. So.
Nice. We'll pass it back over to Jenny and George. I'll see you later on.
Catch ya.
Convention 2026, and thank you very much to the President of the Young New Zealand First. My gosh, Keegan and the team there are doing a fantastic job just to actually get young people involved in the party.
Absolutely, they're doing a really great job, but not only that, last night they held a quiz night. So the youth wing of New Zealand First held a quiz night, raised some money to help the young New Zealand Firsters do their work, being engaged in politics. I think that was a really good thing for them to do.
Well, my grandson, he turned 18 last week, so he'd been a member of Young New Zealand First for probably about 8-9 months, and so he went there last night, found it really good. This is going to be his first time that he's ever going to be voting in a general election, and he loves Winston. And I just said, well, why do you love Winston? And he goes, because he loves New Zealand. And so I said, and what else? And he says, because it's all about New Zealand. And so he doesn't talk anything about anything else but New Zealand, so that's why he's actually joining. So our grandson actually goes to Te Aute College. That was a college that Apirana Ngata was actually a student at, and obviously he ended up being one of the first Māori politicians and did very well from what he had achieved as one of the first Māori members of Parliament to this government. And
absolutely,
so,
yeah, fantastic. And that's why I think Winston often references him because of the success that he found as a politician, but as a scholar. And so it's someone really we should aspire and remember those heroes of our past. And it's great that we're doing that. It's great that your grandson is engaging in politics because at such a young age. It's brilliant.
I mean, he's year 13, which means that this is his last year at school, but he's decided that he wants to actually study politics next year down in Otago. And so that's something that he's made that decision. And so we're actually going to be crossing live now and heading back to inside the studio.
Hello, I'm Bernadette Suarez, and this is Juan Taylor.
Right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Juan Taylor. I'm living on the East Coast base. I'm not sure.
Now we're going to take you out over to there now.
So Juan, what are you looking forward to in this conference?
Actually, all the remits. I had a look through. There's about almost 50 remits. Some of them look really, really interesting. So hopefully some of them get through, become New Zealand First policy. So I'm anxious to see which ones make it and which ones get cut.
That's cool. Have you put in any?
So the North Shore Hub, we put in 5 remits. 4 got accepted. I think 1 even made the top 5.
Awesome.
So,
Which one made the top 5?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and double check. But
do you remember any one of them that you want to talk about?
No, I'd rather wait for the remits to go through at this stage. I don't want to jinx anything.
Sounds good. And is there any New Zealand First policy you're passionate about?
Yes, the thing that drew me to New Zealand First was the common sense. The extreme ideologies of both sides of the political spectrum keep failing ordinary Kiwis. So what we need is, common sense, practical solutions. Communism doesn't work, we all know that, but trickle-down economics doesn't work either. We know that too. So we need a more pragmatic, balanced approach. And that's what drew me to New Zealand First.
That's right. What are you looking forward to in this weekend? Because it sounds like a bustling weekend. Lots of people. Tomorrow is, it's open to the public. So tomorrow at 2 o'clock, it's open to the public. So we just welcome as many of you who want to come here. This is the paid part of the convention. What are you looking forward to?
The speeches so far have been pretty interesting. And of course, Shane Jones and Winston Peters, you can say what you like about them, but they always put on a good show. So I'm sure tomorrow their speeches are going to be very entertaining, very informative. And hopefully it makes a difference. And the polling's looking good, but it can always get better.
And what else can we talk about right now? Because, while we are waiting for the team to come back on, can we talk about, what do you think about the recent trip of the Prime Minister of India?
Yeah, interesting. I work with a lot of people from India, where I'm from, and I talk to all of them. Seems 50-50 split. Some of them really like him, some of them don't like him so much. He was only in New Zealand for a very short time. I thought, since it's such a long way to come, and New Zealand's such a beautiful country, he might want to stay a little longer, but I guess he's super busy. I hope his trip was productive. Everything I've seen says, seems to be smiling a lot and everyone's happy. I mean, New Zealand First opposition to the FTA notwithstanding, but, that's what politics is all about. Sometimes you agree, sometimes you don't. You just got to work together.
Why don't we go over and interview the hosts, see what their favourite ones are.
Sounds good. Yep.
Yeah, we were asking things.
So we come here to talk to you all. I'm supposed to...
Hi.
Hello. What's it been like in Parliament for the last 3 years?
It's been an amazing privilege, obviously, to be in Parliament, to have the opportunity to represent your community, to represent the party, its values. It has been a wonderful experience working with the Right Honourable Winston Peters and also the leadership of Shane Jones. My gosh, 2 of the most experienced, not just cabinet ministers, but politicians. What a wonderful experience. As a person, I definitely have grown by being around these amazing men.
And George, you're a big supporter of New Zealand First?
Yes, I am. Look, I've enjoyed today. It's been full on. We've spoken to so many people within the convention, and we've still got a lot to go. But one thing I actually enjoyed this morning was certainly the opening with Shane Jones, and the fact that he read through the prayer that they now do in Parliament. And I was really interested because this wasn't there before, but the inclusion of Jesus Christ. So that was something that was interesting that I sort of saw this morning. But apart from that, great to actually see like Alfred, see Michael Laws, and also to see Tang Randall just walking around part of the whānau. And I think one thing that I've seen about New Zealand First is it's just one big whānau made up of people from New Zealand.
That's right. Are you guys looking forward to the remits?
Oh, the remit session is the best part of a convention. Apart from Shane's speech and apart from Winston's speech, the remits is where we get to see grassroots politics in action. And it's interesting always, you know, who's putting up remits, where their thinking has come from, what policy work they've done, but actually then the debate and the amendments that come forward as a result, ultimately to panel beat into shape a much better policy idea.
Yeah. I think with regards to the remits, oh my gosh, everybody's been told to go back inside to start the remits and to actually look at the launch of our candidates for Convention 2026 for New Zealand First. So folks, we are going to actually be heading back. You are going to have the opportunity to see who our new candidates are going to be moving forward into the 2026 general election. In fact, this is Jenny and George saying, let's head back inside and have a check out what's going on there.
Right.
Yeah. 47 now. Oh, is he? maybe that will sort this out. Okay. I'll just... You don't want him to, right? No, what's the no saying? Okay. Listening up. Listening up right now. Starting over here, Northern. So I missed you before, and that's what I missed. Let's try that again. Northern. Oh, it's a little better. Auckland. Waikato Bay Plenty. Central, East and West. Lower North Island. South Island. Young New Zealand First. Everyone together. Perfect. Look in your bag. There's a little flag in there. Pull it out. Wave it about. Right, a room of patriots. That's anyone not a patriot here? Kick them out. Right, thank you. Right. Is that you're going to come up stage that side, and the first 12 will line up standing behind here, the next lot sitting down, standing up in front of the stage, so on and so forth. So Pip, if you just stand over there and tell them where to stand, that'll be great. We organised this last minute, so yeah. So first group, Northern and West Auckland group. Vince Coccarello for Whangarei. Jenny Marcroft, Kaipara ki Mahurangi. Vaughan Taylor, East Coast Bays. Bernadette Suarez, Upper Harbour. Daryl Harbracken, Northcote. Dr. David Wilson, Henderson. And the Honourable Alfred Naro for Glendine. So that's 6, so the next 6 next, and then seated, right? Sheldon Eaton Whaitiri, Mount Albert. Martin Gummer, Epsom Electorate. John Ryan, Tamaki. Keegan Langeveld, Maunga Kēkea. Catherine Somerville Ryan, Pakuranga. Vicky Howe, Mangere. Esa Tofila Tavanga, Manurewa. Elliot Ikile, Takanini. George Ngatai, Papakura. Waikato Bay Plenty, the Honourable Casey Casello, Port Waikato. Robbie Cookson, Waikato. Vincent Anderson, Coromandel. Kevin Stone, Hamilton West. Lee Smith, Taranaki King Country. Tracy Coxhead, Mount Maunganui. Billy Brown, Rotorua. Takeda Lawrence, East Cape. The Honourable Stu Nash, Napier. Tane Randall, Tuki Tuki. Steve Gibson, Rangitike. Harete Hipango Brownlee, Wanganui. Helmer Vermeulen, Palmerston North. Andy Foster, Rimataka. John Blackshaw, Kenepuru. Alistair Boyce, Hutt South. Gerald Warner, Wellington. Taylor Arneal, Wellington. Jamie Klein, West Coast Tasman. Jamie Arbuckle, Kaikoura. Jackie Farrelly, Waimakiriri. Bryce Park, Wigram. Mark Arneal, Christchurch. Central. Nathan Walton, Ilam. Lindsay Kerslake, Banks Peninsula. Elizabeth Munt, Selwyn. Isaac Nicholson, Rangitata. Michael Laws, Waitaki. Kim McDonald, Dunedin. Mark Patterson, Tyree. Jason Herrick, Southland. Presenting your candidates for the 2026 general election. Give them a round of applause. Another round of applause for these Patriots. Okay, thank you, team. Back to your seats. In a less orderly fashion, yep. And ladies and gentlemen, just remember, this is just the first group. We've got more to come.
That I intend to stand as a candidate for New Zealand First.
Excellent choice by Randall. We have to make some hard decisions.
One thing I know about Kiwis is they want action now.
They understand issues, front up, answer questions. The regions have a voice.
There is a misconception that Labour represent that, but they actually don't.
Returning reality back to where it belongs.
One Pacific, one nation, we're all about putting our people first.
We need real Kiwis in Parliament to start making this decision.
They just want to be able to get on with it and do what they do best every day. We need to bring back dignity and prosperity for our people.
There is systemic change required in this country. We identify that all the time. We can talk about it, or we can do something about it.
Thank you. Thanks, sir. New Zealand First.
New Zealand First.
New Zealand First.
New Zealand First.
Patriotic is my favourite value of New Zealand First.
Common sense.
Patriotism.
Common sense.
Listen to the community.
Putting New Zealand and New Zealanders first.
I saw leadership in the form of Winston Peters on the ground.
The treaty was signed so that we could all live as one nation.
Our New Zealand flag, the flag that has united us at times of war and peace.
Fair pay for a fair day's work.
What is the point of being poor in paradise?
When you lose that connection, that's when you get into trouble.
Sorry, I was stuck. Yeah, we're party of volunteers, even me, team. So, oh, please clap. Oh, where? We talked about this earlier. You're supposed to laugh at my jokes. Okay, our next section is the coalition report. So can I please have up to the stage our caucus? The Honourable Casey Costello, Honourable, are you introducing everyone? Oh, Honourable Mark Patterson, Jamie Arbuckle, who I forgot before, Andy Foster, Jenny Marcroft, and David Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is truly a privilege to be here. I've got told I had 30 minutes and I don't get the leverage that Derek does in terms of expanding that time. So we had to do the coalition report, and that was about our coalition agreement. And what I want to point out at this point is our coalition agreement is a work of art. It shows what a political strategist Winston and our political team are, because everything in that document means something to making New Zealand a better place to live. So when I got asked to work with the team to do a coalition report, we didn't have time to cover everything because it's massive, and you've got in your packs what that means. And it was kind of like that idea when you go to a buffet and there's fantastic stuff to choose from, but your plate's only so big. So we had to take the morsels that we thought were really important to talk about today. New Zealand stands apart in this country, and New Zealand First stands apart in this country and in this parliament, because we not only have great policy, but we have the ability to deliver, to really move the dial. And because we have these underpinning fantastic foundations that Derek talked about, it is our patriotism, it's our nationalism, it's our conservative values, and it is our common sense. But one of the things that really makes us different is the ethos that makes New Zealand a great country. It is the ethos of service and the accountability to those that we serve. And that's what we want to talk about today. And on that note, we're going to present our coalition summary, and we're all going to talk about the things that we've been working on. And we want to show that we are accountable to you. We are here because of you, and we serve you. So on that note, I would invite my colleague, Mark Patterson, to take this mic.
Good morning, New Zealand First. It's fair to say that if it wasn't for New Zealand First, this government's economic agenda would be threadbare. New Zealand First has been on a mission to turn New Zealand's economic fortunes around. This means backing the hard-working Kiwis who front up to work each day, our entrepreneurs who are prepared to take a risk, grow a business, create a job, most importantly, standing up for industries that have been so maligned. Our farmers, our fishers, our foresters, our growers, our miners. New Zealand First delivered the fast-track legislation. This has delivered a tidal wave of housing, mining, aquaculture and renewable energy projects. Common sense policy delivering action.
Optimism has arrived. The fast-track one-stop shop bill is now law. New Zealand First recipe for economic growth starts today. Kiwis, back yourselves, and thank you everyone who backed New Zealand First to deliver this outcome, something we campaigned on in the coalition agreement. We're going to fast-track your wealth, our growth, and New Zealand is going to be great again through NZ First.
82% of New Zealand's export wealth emanates from our regions, our small rural towns and provincial cities. We are a party unafraid to stand up to those who seek to stop us accessing our rich natural bounty of energy and resources, building on our proud legacy of the $3 billion Provincial Growth Fund. In this term of government, we have delivered a $1.2 billion regional infrastructure fund. Throughout New Zealand, we have seen tangible assets delivered by a Provincial Growth Fund and the Regional Infrastructure Fund, de-risking and enabling projects and attracting the private sector to co-invest.
Keeps the country going. It's the provinces that do that, and infrastructure is critical, and one party understood it, and that's why we had the Provincial Growth Fund, and we're proud of it.
Underline these regional summits and the existence of the Pūtea 1.2 billion is a demonstration on the part of our government that we are willing to co-invest. We believe in public-private collaborative efforts.
We have a temperate climate with abundant water, but it doesn't always fall where we want it, when we want it, at the right place, at the right time. The Regional Infrastructure Fund has invested in water storage and irrigation, fortifying our regions from drought, securing production and enabling diversification into higher value land uses like horticulture. We have schemes underway in Northland, Bay of Plenty, Tairāwhiti, Hawke's Bay, Manawatu, Wairarapa, Canterbury and Otago. We are a party of common sense, and it is that common sense that is essential in building back our great economy, and that means getting into our regions and delivering. In Napier today, the opening today of the Food Innovation Hub here, an old PGF funded project, really shows their priorities in terms of being at the really high end of high quality, nutritious, safe foods. What we bring to the government, a real focus on the regions, regional development, enabling local communities, regional communities to identify their priorities. We can invest alongside them as the Crown, 1 and 1 makes 3, and a brighter future together.
Wherever the New Zealand First caucus travels, we find a project, an incentive or opportunity that is being realised because of New Zealand First's commitment to deliver. We have worked with local councils to deliver 73 flood protection schemes, but it doesn't stop there. Whether it's a freight logistic hub for Palmerston North, a renewable energy projects on the Chathams and Stewart Island, an inland port in Moskill, the upgrades to Ratana Pa, Industrial Park in Gore, the upgrades in Jacksons Bay Wharf in Westland, Aquaculture Hub in Bluff, and an air connectivity package supporting regional airlines. We have been turning common sense into outcomes.
Our economic prosperity and our national resilience goes hand in hand with our fuel and energy security. New Zealand First has called out the hypocrisy of the anti-fossil fuel lobby, shutting down oil and gas exploration while turning a blind eye to the importation of vast quantities of Indonesian coal and the losses of jobs. We have overturned the oil and gas exploration ban and delivered $200 million of co-investment into new exploration.
I mean, really, is it more resilient for your nation to bring coal 10,000 kilometres when it's available 10 kilometres down the road? Because if you put your hand up and you put your head up, you're regarded as either a climate denier, a fossil, or a dinosaur. To hell with Helen Clark, to hell with the Greenies, to hell with all the doubting Thomases, that it is better we bring in shitty Indonesian coal than use our own resources. That's not New Zealand First.
As chairperson of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, I've been proud to support the New Zealand First plan to literally get our country moving. As we better utilise New Zealand's rich endowment of resources, We know these resources will need rail to move. And thanks to our leader, as Minister for Rail, championing our rail network, we've got rail-enabled ferries. Cooper and Cook, great names. Rail-enabled ferries secured at a fraction of the previous government's projected costs, along with major investments in the rail network upgrade.
Up and committed to a wholesale rebuild of the industry. We changed the law to fund the rail network like we fund the state highway network. Since then, sleeper by sleeper, bridge by bridge, year by year, we are rebuilding the rail network. KiwiRail's half-year result shows the evidence. It earned $73 million in profit, exceeded its target and lifted volumes by 7% versus roads lifting by 2%. That shows freight is moving from road to rail, but did it give any headlines? Of course not, because it's good news.
New Zealand First has been doing what we know works and what we know that matters. I'm proud to have delivered the commitment to using wool in government buildings. We are making wool great again. This is a sector that has found purpose, with long defunct industry leadership now being reformed, investments in innovation and new end-use products. New Zealand wool filtration products were used in the Artemis space mission, and prices for farmers have nearly doubled in a single year.
And fibre technology is the moonshot for the New Zealand wool industry. Deconstructing woolen pigments into pigments, particles and powders into bioagents for ink dyes and nutraceuticals takes wool onto a whole new commercial playing field. It has the potential to capture very high returns, support much higher farm gate returns, and importantly has the potential to scale and to take significant quantities of New Zealand wool.
Ladies and gentlemen, the geopolitical events that have occurred in the last few months have taught us why we must have fuel security. And we all know Marsden Point was part of that important debate. But we need more than looking back, and that is why New Zealand First, the party of experience and common sense, stepped forward, delivering an additional 90 million litres of additional diesel storage capacity. When others commentate on the problems, New Zealand First finds the solutions.
Fuel! The nation will collapse!
It is the first time oil prices have gone past $100 a barrel since the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
The last government watched the demise and death of the Marsden Point oil refinery.
And we lost over 350 million litre capacity to store additional fuel. We are dependent on the just-in-time model. That is what the oil companies and the Labour government did to New Zealand 4 or 5 years ago.
Backing our farmers meant more than just undoing what had been put in place. The ute tax, the fart tax, and unworkable environmental rules. We know the practical action is needed. We stood up and called out the need to stop Plan Change 1 progress in the Waikato until the RMA reforms are delivered, and we are backing catchment groups. And we're clear in our coalition agreement and to continue to hold the line on GMO reform.
It was with great pride that we unapologetically stood up for the biological reality of women and men. And we delivered legislation to protect this reality in law. However, we know there is more to be done to protect women. It is New Zealand First that created the Fair Access to Bathrooms Bill and pressured Sport New Zealand to completely remove transgender inclusion guidelines.
The woman is under attack. Progressive politics and wokeism prioritises ideology over reality, and New Zealand First is standing up for women. Our leader Winston Peters campaigned in 2023 to ensure that single-sex places like bathrooms and changing rooms remain protected and private. We directed Sport New Zealand to scrap its confusing gender participation guidelines, improving safety and fairness in sport for women and girls. Because if you can't define what a woman is, you can't protect women's rights.
New Zealand First secured a $1.7 billion funding boost to Pharmac. Mind you, some of that was filling Labour's fiscal cliff they left. And we also secured $24 million for Gumboot Friday. These are the practical common sense actions that are important to New Zealand First. It is about targeted investment in the things that we know work and puts New Zealanders first.
Is one of the biggest issues facing young New Zealanders. Our coalition government is announcing today that we're investing in better health support that will see real delivery of services for our young people at the front line. Gumboot Friday helps young people aged between 5 and 25 years with mental health needs have access to counselling services earlier. This funding will help Gumboot Friday to more than double the number of young New Zealanders able to access free mental health counselling services each year.
New Zealand First is the party that knows that we are one nation, one people, one flag, and that is why we have continued to drive these values as a priority. We've delivered on the legislation that will ensure that the most commonly spoken language in New Zealand, the language of aviation, finance, science, and international banking, English, is recognised as an official language of our country. We have protected the name of our country, New Zealand. And we have also drawn up legislation that will protect our flag, ensuring that only the New Zealand flag can be flown on government premises.
There have been attempts to change our New Zealand flag. I've got a bill in the ballot to protect and say that only our flag, the New Zealand flag, will fly from government buildings. This is the flag that we've united behind before in times of war and of peace. This is our New Zealand flag.
It is New Zealand First's voice that is resonating with our hard-working Kiwi battlers. You know the ones that value cash. They want their bank to focus on core business, not ideology. And most importantly, banking that benefits New Zealand and New Zealanders first. Our leader has made it clear we will have a New Zealand bank again, correcting the errors of the past and opening us up for great opportunities for growth. I know what is available to us when we can be innovative and responsive to the world economy. And right now, we have bills that will require our banks to support business and growth, not ideology, and to protect the use of cash.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, good, thank you. Can I just get that?
Yes, you can.
Will I be able to pay in cash?
Yes, you can. Thanks to New Zealand First, you can always pay in cash. New Zealand First has just introduced the Cash Transaction Protection Bill. It's about making cash more accessible and reliable for when you go and buy goods and services. And here's your cash.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That person looked very familiar. Sometimes our important work is not the big headline grabbers, but it is necessary. New Zealand First knows the importance of our community-based supports. It is through New Zealand First Coalition Agreement commitments that we have seen real investment for Neighbourhood Support, Community Patrol New Zealand, Pacific Wardens and Maori Wardens. For some, it is the first investment in over 10 years.
We have all taken pride that New Zealand First's leader, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, has shown leadership on the world stage. It is his leadership that has seen us protect our national identity. New Zealand First delivered the national interest test in our international commitments, and why we have announced our policy to withdraw from the Paris Accord. And let's not forget our position with the World Health Organization. Line up, baby.
In 2023, we said that we're going to campaign against the WHO regulations, where they get to decide without any reference to our national interests. We made it a part of the coalition agreement, and just last week we informed the Director General of the World Health Organization that New Zealand has officially rejected their proposed amendments. If we're going to make decisions about our health, they're going to be made by you, not a bunch of bureaucrats in Geneva.
Investing in our frontline is where New Zealand First really stands apart. This includes our ambulance services with the budget of 2 new ambulance hubs in Auckland and our 500 additional police. And they will be delivered in this term of government, but by making it a priority, we have now record numbers of ex-police rejoining, an Auckland training facility, streamlined recruitment process and strong applicant pipelines. We have prioritised fighting organised crime and strengthened our border protection.
Today we are yet again investing in our front line, making our communities and our country safer with investments like this. This is about a huge investment into our customs to protect our border and to keep criminals and their merchandise out of our country. New Zealand First stands for protecting our community and country. Today we're proud to announce that we have made a $70 million investment into our customs border force.
New Zealand First delivered the expanded Phase 2 of the COVID inquiry and exposed the information that was withheld from New Zealanders. It is important now that we get to the truth, and that is why we have called for an inquiry into vaccine injuries.
Those vaccine injuries need a voice and the ability to publicly give evidence to the Crown. And New Zealanders need to know what impacts this has had on the trust in our health system. There's a whole lot of ministers running around saying they weren't told. They're lying, of course, we'll prove that in the House. This is a Royal Commission costing millions of dollars, and look at the outcome. I wanted the terms of reference to be opened up to change the personnel so that we could, above all, have confidence in the inquiry and have learned the lessons for the future, which were the 2 critical reasons why the team was established in the first place.
New Zealand First stood firm to protect the age of entitlement for superannuation, and we will hold that line. I am proud of the work being done to deliver workable aged care system and ensure we prioritise a better later life for New Zealanders. Again, we are delivering on the practical steps, including enhancements to the Super Gold Card, making it a primary form of legal identification.
You paid your share of taxes. You earned it the old-fashioned way. Now, please enjoy it.
We asked those who matter now, the voters, if they knew whose idea the card was.
Winston Peters. Yes, New Zealand First.
Winston Peters?
Winston Peters, you got my vote.
And In helping our seniors, it was New Zealand First that delivered on our commitment to make it easier to build subsidiary dwellings, granny flats. Just another practical, common sense solution.
Affectionately titled Granny Flat, campaigned for by New Zealand First, delivered through the coalition agreement by New Zealand First, increased by the coalition government from 60 metres to 70 metres.
Make it easier to build granny flats will make it more affordable for families to live the way that suits them best.
New Zealand First values family and women, and that's why we included in our coalition agreement the delivery of investment in plunket services and funding for birthing units, also maternity care, to provide a 3-day stay for new mothers. And we have delivered with funding and a program to grow capacity and the workforce.
New Zealand First values family, and we know the importance our mums play in ensuring our families are strong, healthy and safe.
We've extended the postnatal care to 3 days, but we've added the funding on it too in this budget, $34 million to that. That'll enable those new mums, when you've just had your baby and you really need that extra care, that extra time with your baby before you head home, to be able to have that stay extended out to 72 hours.
New Zealand First proudly stands for the hard-working Kiwis who show up to work every day, deliver for their families, their businesses, our economy and our country. To this end, we continue to stand against labour exploitation. We supported legislation to protect employees from being victims of theft by their employer. We also ensured moderate increases to the minimum wage during our coalition agreement. And we always continue to listen and make sure our laws are fit for purpose. That's why we have won a deferment of the implementation of the health and safety reforms.
Right, a little bit of political noise going on at the moment around the health and safety bill working its way through the Parliament. We were out on the forecourt with the Pike River families. We support the intent, but the bill is not workable. Or the Select Committee submissions almost universally panned the bill. It's quite unusual. New Zealand First is a party that listens to Select Committee feedback. It is a core tenet of our democracy. We are listening to what they're saying, and we are trying to effect an outcome here before the bill gets to its third reading.
As Party Whip, it has been a privilege working with this caucus. Getting around the country together and as individuals makes sure we have continued to build and continued to deliver. There is a lot of work to be done with only 8 more sitting weeks and lots of important legislation still to progress. My nearly 30 hours of Select Committee work, and that's just in Justice Committee this week, will attest to that. New Zealand First has a great advantage because of the fantastic team we have, the unrivalled leadership and a dedicated, hard-working caucus.
So that's our coalition report. That is what service means, and that is what accountability is for. We thank you for what you've done to put us here, and we can't wait to bring a much bigger team back next year.
All right, quick stage turn before we get into your favourite bit, the remit debates. Ooh. All right, Murray, you need to leave the room. Murray Chong, Flad, you leave too. Who else? Helmer? Yep. All right, just give us a second.
I must say that when we first said a few years ago that we were going to make it come back, they all laughed at us. But they're not laughing now, are they?
Ha! Dramatisation. Shane. Am I calling you Shane or Mr. Jones? Okay. Mr. Jones, you've been all over the country recently. You've been talking about repealing the oil and gas ban. What are you hearing from everyday Kiwis? Oh, look, I'm encountering a great sense of relief. People have over been guilt-tripped. They know reliable, secure energy, and much of it on the back of our fossil fuels is how we built the country. Mr. Jones, opening up oil and gas and related things, and the planet's going to fry. What have you got to say for yourself? Mate, this is not about choosing economy over environment. Someone has to point out it's very good having these long-term pipe dreams, but will you be able to sustain the support of the people? And who will pay for it? And over what period of time? So, Mr. Jones, the message to Kiwis is simple. Oh, look, the overwhelming message is that they want their kids to have hope. There is no hope in an economy without affordable energy. And if we can get that right, you'll find that we'll transform this country into something that'll bring our people home. One of the largest agricultural companies in New Zealand, Balance, shutter their doors, pay their staff 4 months' salary to do nothing, whilst they wait for a solution to find cheap, affordable natural gas. Why have we not got that? Look no further than the oil and gas ban introduced by Jacinda and Megan Woods in 2018. And yes, I was that hapless, slightly overweight figure standing on the stage with kabuki faces, which is why I've led the actual repeal of the legislation to overturn that foul ban. Unless we use our natural resources, it is just not possible to create the level of wealth that you seek. You need to be bold to turn against the excesses, the ideological neurosis that has been foisted upon us by an unrealistic set of green expectations. Focus on what we can afford.
Those vaccine injured need a voice and the ability to publicly give evidence to the Crown. And New Zealanders need to know what impacts this has had on the trust in our health system. There's a whole lot of ministers running around saying they weren't told. They're lying, of course. We'll prove that in the House. This is a royal commission costing millions of dollars. And look at the outcome. I wanted the terms of reference to be opened up with change of personnel so that we could, above all, have confidence in the inquiry and have learnt the lessons for the future, which were the two critical reasons why the thing was established in the first place.
Rini Kaipara, Member of Parliament. I'm not going to stand here and tell you about the impacts of colonisation, but community is what established the Kura Kaupapa Māori movement, which is here in this house right now. Some say te reo is another act of resistance. For many of us, it is our way of life. It just is. To my own whānau, aunties, my uncles, my cousins, my nephews, my nieces, everyone, I hear you. Kei te pai. Thank you for being here with me. I know how unnatural this is for all of us, but I wonder what my mum would say if she were here right now. I know she'd be beaming and saying something like, "Go, my baby." To the other members of this whare, know this: we will debate, we will challenge each other, we will disagree. And I will wrap it up, everybody. I end my koho with a poll of the bellbird to remind us, especially now during spring, that even the smallest of us can achieve greatness. Just like the bellbird dared to ascend the tallest kahikatea, we can and we will. Go!
No, not that. The House is suspended.
It's a beautiful thing.
Don't touch my pen.
New Zealand First is announcing a campaign policy. We will be breaking up the power companies so they can no longer control both the power and the price. For decades now, New Zealanders and New Zealand businesses have been getting a raw deal when it comes to electricity. You've been paying too much for power. The big four power companies control almost 90% of electricity generation and then sell it back to themselves. The current system is designed to make maximum profits for power companies, and everyday Kiwi families and businesses are the ones paying the price. You're having to choose between heating your home or putting food on the table. It's hitting Kiwi families, it's hurting our industries, and it's costing New Zealanders jobs. We will split the big power companies up into generators and retailers, but not both.
Hi, I'm Andy Foster, New Zealand First MP. We're here at the New Zealand First Convention in Palmerston North. I'm here with Chris Trotter, a good friend who's just spoken to us, inspiring speech to us at the convention. And Chris, great to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Look, we've got quite a number of things that we wanted to traverse with you, but I wanted to start off with, you were there at a pivotal moment in New Zealand politics. In fact, we've had many pivotal moments. The breakaway of the new Labour Party from Labour. You've talked a lot about the neoliberal experiment that we've been going through for the last 40 years, but you were there at that time for the breakaway of New Labour. And I think you could also say that New Zealand First is not aligned with that neoliberal direction either.
There were two really inspiring figures at that time, Jim Anderton, of course, but also Winston. Anderton was the first to call time on the neoliberal revolution, or Rogernomics, as it was known then. And New Labour was the party that emerged from the split in the Labour Party. But not too long after New Labour, of course, there came New Zealand First, because Winston Peters, albeit from the centre-right perspective, was unwilling to continue down the path of Ruth Richardson and Jenny Shipley. And so you got these two giants, if you like, of alternative politics in New Zealand. And it was a pivotal time, and Jim Anderton played an important role, and the alliance which he eventually formed was in coalition with Labour from 1999 until 2002, and he remained alongside Helen Clark for another 6 years, I think.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. So, it was a pivotal time, and it taught me how very, very difficult it is to create a new party and to sustain it. And it, of course, makes me all the more aware of how extraordinary New Zealand First is, because, as people may have noticed, the Alliance is no longer with us.
One of their offshoots is with that, unfortunately. But
well, the Greens were always there before. They joined the Alliance as a constituent party, and then they left. The Greens were crucial to Jim's success, and explain, I think, in large measure, the ultimate failure of the Alliance. But New Zealand First is emphatically still with us, and still a political party that is alive and kicking. It has been a long time since I have sat and watched plenary democracy at work, and it just reminded me how absolutely vital that kind of deliberation is. Going into workshops, you know, everyone huddling together, writing things up on butcher's paper. I mean, that is a kind of democracy, but it doesn't hold a candle to what I watched unfold this morning.
Chris, you've also talked about the period from 1935 to 1985, so, you know, Michael Joseph Savage to Roger Douglas and co, being a time of compassionate and enterprising state. Whereas what you're obviously saying is we've lost possibly both of those elements, compassion and certainly the enterprise.
Yes. Well, and New Zealand's always been an enterprising state because, frankly, only the state was large enough in New Zealand to undertake the sort of nation building that was required for a very young country. And so you've had that kind of enterprising state that built railways, that built dams, that strung, you know, electricity wires across the country, that created a university system after it had created a secondary system, after it had created a primary system, had a healthcare service that was the envy of many countries around the world. So yes, a very enterprising state, not afraid to get its hands dirty, building things and creating institutions that would help other people build things. And a compassionate state, and that is where people like Michael Joseph Savage step into the picture. And before him, even Richard John Seddon and the Liberal government. You know, this country used to be called the social laboratory of the world. And at home, I've got an American set of encyclopedias from the 1950s, and the entry under New Zealand has a little introduction where we were described as the best governed country in the world. So, you know, people forget this. We have been subjected to endless propaganda about how bad it was before 1984, before Rogernomics and euthanasia. You know, you couldn't get a decent cup of coffee. You had to apply for, you know, overseas funds to get a newspaper subscription. I mean, all these stories, it just sounded so terrible. Whereas in fact, that state, the one that came into being in recognisable form with the social welfare state created by the Labour Party, and then a National Party which continued to build things, continued to hold national development conferences, continued to tax people quite highly so that they could have the education system and the health system. You know, that's all gone now.
So where have we gone with the post-1985, both in terms of compassion and enterprise?
Yeah, we've gone where the rest of the world has gone. We've gone where the rest of the world demanded we go, which is a neoliberal state, a neoliberal economy, a neoliberal society, one founded on free market principles, one that sees no useful role for the state other than keeping the peace and making sure that property is protected. I mean, this is the world, the global economy, a world where individualism is prized above all other things. And it has been an absolutely undeniable failure. Neoliberalism really is a zombie ideology because in 2008, 2009, it was tested to destruction. You know, the Great Recession, the collapse, the near collapse of you know, the entire financial system of the world. You know, it was hours away, so we're told. And it proved that all of those ideas that we were told were going to be the salvation of us actually didn't work. And they hadn't been working for quite some time. There'd been crisis after crisis after crisis. that was only, the most terrifying. So, yeah, that's where we are now. But the point I tried to make in my speech to the convention is that it's still there. Governments come, governments go, but those ideas remain in place. The people who believe in them continue to run things. And, the pernicious effect of an ideology that tends towards disintegration of society rather than cohesiveness within society is producing all kinds of, pathologies, social pathologies. And it's not nostalgic to say we should go back to where we made the wrong turn and take the right turn, because it makes way less sense to keep driving at speed towards a precipice.
One of the things you also talked about to the in your speech to the convention, very, very good speech, I might say, really inspiring. And I'm going to be looking up a few of the people that you referred to. But you talked about the permanent government, and I think a lot of people would relate to that. The permanent government, that is not the elected one, but that is the unelected. Right. People who've got a mission. I'd be interested in your view of that mission too.
It's more than people with a mission, although they do exist. I mean, individuals like Bryce Wilkinson, who, like Rust, never sleeps. He was one of the movers and shakers behind Rogernomics back in 1984, in the years around 1984. And he's still there with the New Zealand Initiative, still, shouting onward, no slacking, onward. And so there are individuals, but
sometimes they challenge some of the things that are being done, which are in the name of that neoliberal experiment you talked about.
Yeah, well, there's nothing like a purist. But it's more than that, because modern states have a whole lot of other things that they have to do to keep working. They need a judiciary. They need an education system capable of turning out the specialists, the experts needed to keep things going. They require the tens of thousands of teachers, academics, public servants. I mean, all of these groups, they are a permanent government. And we used to call them that without
it's very Sir
a
Humphreys,
twinge of fear, because you needed people to keep the lights on, right? That's what they're there for. But what happened after 1984 was that those institutions became imbued partly with the ideology of neoliberalism, the whole free market ideology, but also with the ideologies that kind of grow out of a society where solidarity no longer counts, where social cohesion begins to break down.
Individualism takes over.
Well, yeah, but more than that, as the young man who spoke before me, I mean, he talked about we're New Zealanders. He quoted Keith Holyoake. We are all New Zealanders. Well, you see, once this new ideology gets going, then it becomes harder and harder to say that, because, well, actually, we're all women, or we're all LGBTQ+, or we're all Maori, or we're all trans, or we're all, it just breaks down into endless identities, which now take precedence over the whole. So, rather than the whole being greater than the sum of its parts, the whole has simply dissolved into its parts, and it's now very difficult to actually try and reconstruct that collective identity, which you need if you're going to have a nation. I mean, without people sharing in the idea of what New Zealand is and what it wants to do, very hard to have a New Zealand. If 1/5 of the country are saying you have no legitimacy here, you stole this country from us, we demand redress and more. Well, that's a lot of people saying we don't believe in our country anymore.
Well, they're rejecting part of their own ancestry in many cases as well.
Well, you know, it's difficult. You look at the UK, the whole immigration question there is tearing, you know, England to bits. Nations are ideas, but they're built around, you know, the communities that share in the ideas, believe in the ideas, benefit from the ideas, and will do a lot to defend the idea of what the nation is. I mean, this country lost thousands and thousands of its young men under its flag in 2 world wars, when it wasn't very big to begin with. So losing 12, 13,000 of your finest young men, that's a high price to pay to keep your flag flying. But people paid it. And you ask yourself now, how many people would die for the New Zealand flag today?
Or the New Zealand country. That's, yeah. Look, Chris, one of the things that's kind of moves us on to the ability to be able to challenge some of those kind of thoughts and, you know, those different separate identity thoughts, whatever it might be. You know, most people get shouted down, but you've been very, very strong, prominent voice in the Free Speech Union. And, you know, some people might say, well, that's something which you don't really expect a man who's I regarded as being of the left to be saying. But can you just sort of tell us a little bit more about why that principle of free speech is just so important to essentially having a debate around any of those issues, but those issues which we're breaking the country down, that we actually allow a conversation which hopefully is allowed, brings us back together again.
Yeah, well, the point of free speech was illustrated, I think, quite brilliantly in the remit debate that I was privileged to witness earlier. People stand and put their position. Someone raises a point in opposition. Someone is clever enough listening to the discussion to synthesize the essence of both positions. The original proposition is amended. There's more discussion. Everybody hears it. Everybody's there. So as the discussion goes on, you can feel the room begin to coalesce around a solution, and it's put to the vote, and a decision is made. I mean, it is a system that can be cumbersome. It's a system that can make people want to tear their hair out at times, but it's a system that you feel that you own.
Yes, it can be a bit messy, but it's involving.
Yeah, well, as I think it was Churchill who said, you know, democracy is a terrible system of government except for all the others.
Yes,
That's right.
Yes.
And when you see democracy in action, when you see freedom of speech in action, you know, you realise how absolutely crucial it is. And when you see it denied, you know, if you've got any democratic bones in your body, when you see it denied, you know, you rebel. You absolutely rebel. You want to stand up and do something about it. I always think, you know, when people talk about free speech, of the Norman Rockwell painting. He had paintings for the 4 freedoms. And the freedom of speech painting is lovely. It's obviously an ordinary working guy who's come to the town meeting still dressed in his work clothes, and he's standing up and he's saying his piece, and there's someone who looks like the local doctor, and there's others, you know, who could be the local shopkeeper, and they're all listening. And it's a brilliant painting because it shows you why freedom of speech is so crucial and why respect for what people say is important, and why it is so vital that they be given their say, regardless of who they are, be they the town doctor or the town mechanic, it doesn't matter. And we need to tell these stories and show these paintings again, because I grew up with them, and my father and his generation defeated fascism which is the antithesis of free speech. And there were stories and there were principles which you just, took in with your mother's milk. I'm not so sure that those stories are told enough now.
Do you think, you see fascism as the enemy of free speech, but it does feel that we have multiple enemies of free speech these days. And we talked about Labor and Labor's abandonment of its roots in terms of economic policy. But they've also, in their, I would argue, in their approach to identity politics and the culture wars, they're also shouting down, they and their fellow travellers, shouting down people who want to have a conversation about those things. That is the antithesis of free speech.
I saw a meme the other day online which says, the left says, be kind with its lips, but its eyes say, or else. And, fascists come in many colours. Black shirts, that they don't like people who disagree with them.
Yeah. And look, can I finish off with that, which is just where the Labor Party sits at the moment. Many would argue the decline of the Labor Party. But also, I'd be interested in keep it very contemporary, your views on what happened last night, by-election result in Tamaki Makaurau, where a fairly ordinary, but a fairly ordinary for a phone on, mainstream TV, and they couldn't even find the phone. So what's going on with the Labor Party?
Well, Labor in the 80s and in the years after the 80s, because of the position it had taken on economics in particular, but also on social issues, found it more and more advisable, at least to those in charge of the party and in government, that there should be as little dissension, as little discussion, as little, debate, frankly, as possible. Labor Party conferences used to be like New Zealand First conferences today. They used to be plenary democracies, hundreds of people debating hundreds of remits, all sorts of arguments, great queues for the microphone, democracy alive and well. Well, it doesn't happen now. It just doesn't happen. And dissent is not the way to climb the greasy pole in the Labor Party, not at all. And what happened in Tamaki Makaurau this past week should be very concerning for the Labor Party, because Peter Henare should have done a great deal better. He used to be the MP for that seat for 9 years, for goodness sake. He should have taken it at a canter. It shows that its organisation is very, very anemic, if not dead.
You mean getting people out there
in
the campaign?
the Labor Party used to be thought of as a great machine. It had hundreds of people that turned out on the streets, that turned out the votes. I used to be part of it. And it was a great machine. But it was a great machine because it was a great party. When I joined the Labor Party, it had 100,000 members, for God's sake, right? It was a mass party. It was alive. It's certainly not that now. And Labor's got a real problem, given the result last night, because it will strengthen Te Pāti Māori. What Labor needed to do was beat the crap out of Te Pāti Māori, demoralise Te Pāti Māori, and hopefully, in a year's time, retake the Māori seats. That was its plan, I think, which is now in complete tatters. And it is very bad news for Labor, because now people are going to say, Te Pāti Māori is not going to die. They're going to need Te Pāti Māori to govern. And if Labor needs Te Pāti Māori to govern,
that's going to scare a lot of people.
I ain't going to give them my vote, and myself included. You're not getting my vote while you've got Te Pāti Māori in tow. Sorry. Look, I admire them. If I had been born Māori and I studied my history, I would want my country back, right? No ifs, no buts, no maybes. I would want my country back. But my ancestors came here in the 1840s, and I got nowhere else to go, so I ain't giving it back. And if Labor can't see, the absolute necessity of telling New Zealand we are not going to compromise on the things that matter, and that means we are not going to form a coalition with Te Pāti Māori. If it doesn't say that, I don't think it'll be elected any time soon.
Well, the point you make that you're not going home, I'm not going home, there's 5 million people who aren't going home wherever that might be, is a very, very powerful one. I think anybody who mucks around with that isn't going to be going very far.
Well, what I say to people is this. Think about our history. Now, the Māori arrived, we reckon, in the 12 to 1300s. They've been here a long time. They built a society at the bottom of the earth, the last place human beings settled, all right? But we arrived here in the 19th century largely. And in the space of 100 years, we built a country. We built a nation. We built
nation
cities.
Proud of.
Yeah, that sort of erupted out of the ground, whether they be Auckland or Dunedin, Christchurch or Wellington. We built 7 universities. We built God knows how many hospitals. We laid railway track. We dammed rivers. We did all this. This is something to be proud of, not ashamed of. And, it's that country that I will be willing to fight for.
That's the bit that's worth fighting for.
Yeah.
Chris, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the speech that you made
it was my pleasure.
Convention.
And it was wonderful to be at a convention, a democratic convention with a small d, which reminded me of just what a wonderful thing democracy is.
Chris, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And that's all for today from First Hand. I'm Andy Foster. I'm here with me, Chris Trotter. Thank you very much.
Welcome to First Hand. This is the Convention 2025 edition, and I'm joined by a really special guest who's given us a really rousing speech today at the conference. Our guest is a man that New Zealand First knows really well. He's been part of politics for many years. In fact, politics goes back generations in your family. You've been the MP for Napier, you've been a cabinet minister, obviously with the New Zealand First Labor coalition through 2017 to 2020. You're one of the most provocative, strategic, in terms of thinkers of the future of politics. And so we really want to just welcome you here today, Stuart Nash. Lovely to see you.
Good to be here.
And let's dive into it, shall we? The case for state intervention.
Yeah.
When do we need it?
And in provincial centres, it doesn't really grow. It hasn't really got the sort of momentum or the large companies to do that. Government comes in, provincial growth funds, it backs companies that back themselves, and that creates momentum, it creates growth, it creates energy that's really needed. And the thing, as I said, is in the 2017, I think the 2017 general election, just before the provincial growth fund came in, I think National had promised $100 million for regional economic development. New Zealand First came in, coalition agreement, $3 billion. Now that is about turbocharging economic development in the regions, and it really worked actually.
So working with New Zealand First, you're a senior minister in cabinet. What was that like?
It was really good. I mean, as I say, the thing about New Zealand First is they negotiate hard. So you start the term knowing exactly what you've got to deliver on, and as long as you deliver on your promises, New Zealand First are fantastic. They do provide stability. They work really hard for the people that we represent, and we formed great relationships. I mean, Jonesy was a mate of mine. I sat beside Jonesy in cabinet. I've known Winston for years, and they bring a level of stability that I don't think other support parties do. But the way that New Zealand First is going at the moment, I don't know if they'll be a support party. I think they're on track, if everything goes well, to being classed as a main party. I really do. And there's a silent majority out there who aren't polled, who like the policies of pragmatism, who like what Winston, Shane and all the MPs are saying and going, you know what, let's give these guys a go.
So when you were a Cabinet Minister sitting alongside Shane and Winston, we know that in this coalition iteration currently, they're really putting steel in the backbone of the Cabinet, the backbone of the
Coalition agreement. Portfolios to say this is how we're tracking, just to keep Winston up to date with the progress and everything that we said we would deliver. So, you meet the promises that you make to Winston, and you meet the promises you make to New Zealand First. And as I said, they provided a level of stability.
particular. What do you say to that?
Look, I am very clear that the core principles of the Labor Party, set up by Michael Joseph Savage, Peter Fraser, and Walter Nash, are my core principles, right? And they talked about, decent work, dignity in work. They talked about giving every family a fair go. They talked about state infrastructure like state housing, decent healthcare, education. These things that are really, really important to Kiwis, and they still are. And I look at the Labor Party at the moment and I go, I'm not 100% sure what they stand for, and I think they've moved a long, long way away from those core principles which were the foundation for the first three, at least, Labor governments, from the original one all the way through to the Nash government. Even the Kirk government, I would argue, was, that is a third Labor government, I should say. But this was a party that stood up for working men and working women. And they had their backs. And the thing is I talk about my son Charlie, who's an apprentice, he doesn't see any relevance. A generation ago, Labor could have counted on all those guys getting all their votes. But now the working men and the working women who are doing it really, really hard, I don't think they have a home in Labor. I think they have more of a home in New Zealand First, because those policies of really standing up for working men and women seem to be the policies very clearly articulated by Winston, Shane and the New Zealand First caucus.
Now, you recently wrote about your vision for the future of politics in New Zealand, and you touched on a little bit earlier in this podcast, in the widespread voter disillusionment. What role is there for New Zealand First? What role is there to argue that actually Labor have got the wrong friends now? Because the coalition in 2017 did work well with New Zealand First. There was good balance there. So what's your prediction? Get out the crystal ball.
Well, the thing is, if you look at the polls at the moment, and they're a snapshot in time, what happens is the pollsters ask people, if there was an election held tomorrow, who would you vote for? And you got a choice, New Zealand First, National, whatever. I think if they asked the question, if there's an election held tomorrow, and you had a choice between Labor, Greens and Te Pāti Māori, or National Act and New Zealand First, who would you vote for? And I think we'd see quite a different story. At the moment, people haven't really turned their minds to what a coalition might look like. As mentioned, Te Pāti Māori, as far as I'm concerned, they take the mickey out of Parliament, and I find that quite offensive as someone who, who's spent 12 years looking at all the plaques around the debating chamber with the fascism. She wants to increase his taxes on people's unrealised gains on their own house, all sort of stuff, which is just nutty, nothing to do with the environment. They will inevitably pull Labor left. So I think that, I've been very clear. There's no way I could vote for Labor if I thought there was any chance whatsoever of Te Pāti Māori sitting around that cabinet table. But back to your original question, Jen, that New Zealand First is the only party that's going out there listening to Kiwis, meeting with Kiwis, and I'm not talking about business, but they do that anyway. I'm talking about good, hard-working Kiwis that are doing it tough, that are looking for a political party to be part of. And they don't see a natural home in any other party except New Zealand First.
What's your message to Labor or the Labor leadership in terms of their friends currently, and if it's a government with a coalition of Te Pāti Māori and the Green Party, what's your message, warning, shall I say?
Oh, look, I think could have counted on for 2 or 3 generations, for a number of years. They're looking at the Greens and going, no way. They're looking at Te Pāti Māori and going, this is just a protest movement, and I'm not buying into a lot of the rhetoric of this. Okay, maybe supplying confidence, which again provides a level of stability. To the Greens, I would say now, Chloe, you are not going to be a Minister of Finance in any coalition agreement. You came up with good, sound environmental policies, and we'll look at those. But in terms of the economic policies you're putting forward at the moment, we just cannot go anywhere near them. I'd be very, very, because by not ruling anything out or anything in at the moment, he's losing support left, right and centre.
About the regions, obviously from the, great family connection into the Hawke's Bay. You've continued to be passionate about politics.
Oh, look,
and how does that connect in with your love of the regions?
Look, it's interesting. So I've got some former colleagues who just feel burnt. They don't want to talk about politics in any way, shape or form. I'm the opposite. You know, it was a passion of mine. I don't want to talk about way. So, conversation. Do believe integral to the health and well-being of our communities. You know, engaging in politics is really, really healthy. Now, what I do say is I have respect for anyone who stands for any political party. Good on them, they're putting it out there. And you know, I respect the right of anyone to vote for whatever party they want to vote for. But what I always say to people is have a look at the issues, see how it affects you, your family, your mates, your community, and make a decision based on that. But in terms of the regions, it is really important. It's back to the point, you know, Auckland, you could argue, maybe is big enough to support itself. Wellington has a bureaucracy down there.
Stuart, is there a future back in politics?
I don't know. Look, I am passionate about politics, but the reason I'm passionate about politics is I'm passionate about New Zealand. You know, I used to say the reason I got into politics in the first place is I did a lot of travelling as an international businessman. And, you know, you'd go overseas, I did a lot of work in the Middle East and Asia. And, of course, it was good for business, but I'd come back and you'd fly into Auckland or Wellington, usually Auckland, and you'd come in and you go, mate, you know, we live in the best country in the world. And, you know, I sat down and thought, okay, how can I really make a difference? Is it in business? I'm passionate about education. And I thought, okay, well, politics is something I really enjoy, so I went down the political route. Stood in Epsom in 2005. Not really a hotbed of socialist activity, but I am passionate about this. Is there a way forward? I mean, I'll always be involved. Now, whether that is actively as, you know, a member of parliament, or whether that's just coming along to conferences and you know, giving a message, or just encouraging my son Charlie and his mates to get out there and vote and explain why they should.
That was answered like a true politician, which wasn't actually answering the question.
Work really, really hard, who may have their eyes set on this as well. And so, you know, I am aware that if I am going to stand for New Zealand First, I've got to earn the right to do that. And you do that by working really hard, by getting out there, by knowing people, by talking about the values, by talking about the policies, and making sure that the people who would vote for you and the members understand that you're true to the core. And so, you know, let's see what happens.
So just a final question, Stuart. We have a really fractured landscape at the moment. There's a bit of disunity in the country. Who in Parliament currently do you think has the experience, the institutional wisdom, and to be able to navigate our country into a much better place, to unify our country?
Oh, well, look, you know.
That was a soft pass, right?
Let me think about that one. Look, the thing I say about Winston is he's a statesman. You know, he's the sort of guy that when Winston goes overseas representing New Zealand on the global stage, you feel confident that he's going to do a good job. You bring him back into our communities, you know he's going to relate to a whole lot of people. You put him in Parliament, he knows the rules, he holds people to account. So no matter what environment, whether it's global or local, Winston really has, I think, the mana, the respect, the experience, the determination, the drive and the passion to do what's right for New Zealand. But having said that, I'm also well aware that, you know, politics and party politics is more than just one person. And, you know, as I said in my speech, I don't believe this is a cult of personality. I do believe New Zealand First is a true political movement. And, you know, I know Winston thinks it's going to last forever, but I fully expect New Zealand First to be around in 50 years. Winston probably expects himself to be around in 50 years too. But you know, what you're building here is a movement that will survive, that's bigger than anyone, right? And that's what's really, really cool to see, because you're tapping into a very rich vein of discontentment and providing solutions as opposed to just whinging and bitching about how bad things are, which is what politics got to be about, solution-focused.
Absolutely. And on that note, just like to thank you, Stuart Nash. Welcome.
So much pleasure. Thank you for watching
the podcast, and we look forward to seeing you again. Because that was a bit of a pitch, wasn't it? Well done, you. Lovely to tell.
Just concentrating on the issues that are important to the good people of New Zealand.
Thank you.
Shane Jones here. Today I am going to share with you a number of your tweets. An attempt, no doubt, to sting me, to inflame me, cause me pain, mental aggravation. Actually, I'm quite humoured by what you've said. Get off your soapbox, you manky potato. Your lot are slowly destroying our motu. I actually see a coliseum during the next election. That's how many people the motu is going to. Actually, I'll be going through the whole motu, which, by the way, means the island. So stand by. I won't be on a soapbox. I'll be filling the halls. I wish you were PM. Put that man on the honours list, possibly a woman. You seriously need to take some time off. Yes, I accept that I'm burning the candle at all sorts of ends, but the reality is, most of you can't get enough of me. Greenpeace, living rent-free in Shane's head. Actually, they're in other orifices of my body. What the F are you on about? Support the treaty bill, fatty. Hey, I know I've had a few hangies in my time, but do you really think that you're going to have any impression on me by talking about this beautifully sculptured chin? Pixies have more brains than you do. Of all the things you're going to call me, you're never going to call me a fairy. Leave coal in hole. Actually, it would be gold. And I'm never leaving coal in any hole. And stop being rude. You're trying to analogize this when you use a word like hole in a very improper way. Shane, I'm not sure how to tell you this, but you're either willfully pushing bullshit or really effing stupid. Neither. I can see the future. And with ongoing echo chambers from the far south to the distant north, you're going to hear my voice day after day. Scowly-faced idiot, talking grifter, please improve your language. I could send you a dictionary, but scowly, I accept that this face has seen a lot of mood swings. That's why it's got a lot of character. This guy sounds right out of Police 10-7. You probably are on the run from the police if you regard the matua in that vein. Your party's not going to get past the 5% threshold at the election, so be prepared to get woken up, you useless sack of hot air. Put a 1 in front of that 5, 15%. Improve the accuracy of your messaging to me, your democratically elected representative. The original token and the loud mouth. There's nothing tokenistic about Shane Jones or New Zealand First or indeed my leader. We are the real coin, the real deal. In my educated circles, I know not one soul that would or could agree with you. Erica Stamford, Education Minister, you're not doing enough to improve the prospects of these people having a professional and intelligent level of engagement with New Zealand First. Every time I watch a Shane Jones clip, I learn a new word. Thank you very much. I appreciate the quality and the value of language. Buy that man a beer. Nah, bro, I've moved on to whiskey. By the size of you, Shane, it looks like you have eaten a coal mine all on your own. In the event that I was to put a mineral in my mouth, it would be gold. Don't like you, Shane. Never have. But yeah, it's differentially making sense now, and it is good for our economy, gives jobs to Kiwis. But bro, I still hate you. Oh, get over yourself, man. Pork chop is back. No, that's pork pie. Yeah, but I mean, who really cares about the planet? Oh, come on, mate. You're off the planet. Is Jonesy drunk? No, he's just relating to the voters who share the same ups and downs as Shane Jones. With Māori sovereignty, there is no Te Riti of Waitangi 1840. Without the 1840 Te Riti of Waitangi, there is no constitutional right for the presence of the Crown in this part of the world. Without constitutional right, there is no New Zealand Parliament in this country. There is no New Zealand government. There is no Northern Hemisphere British law. There are no rights for all the non-Māori to be here in these lands, etc., etc. And at that point, I knew the Māori Party was fast becoming extinct.
Hello and welcome to First Hand. Today we're stripping away the political theatre to look at what's really fundamental in terms of the role of the state, and that is the protection of its citizens. Now, while our government, we are busy in the House passing laws to restore the rule of law, On the other side of the House, the Left Bloc, Labour, the Greens and Te Pāti Māori, they're drafting a blueprint for anarchy. But joining me today for this strategic briefing is Dr. David Wilson. David, we can see some chaos on the other side of the House from the left ideological standpoint. What's your take on this?
Well, Jenny, I think one of the things you said is that the fundamental duty of state is to protect its citizens. I think that's absolutely correct. Fully believe that. And New Zealand First is holding a line on that statement. So while we're in the House delivering the Crimes Amendment Bill, a piece of legislation that places the victim back at the centre of justice system, the Left Bloc is busy building a coalition of chaos. To them, the criminal is the client and the public is the casualty.
So let's look at the Crimes Amendment Bill in some detail now as it's working its way currently through the Parliament. This, of course, is a massive win for New Zealand First. We campaigned on the coward punch and we're now writing it into law. For years, the average sentence for a crime like this was 3 years and 4 months, but we're tightening that up. We're expanding that sentence through this piece of legislation. Why is it so vital that we move from beyond a system that values the attacker's potential to one that actually values the victim's life?
Yeah, Jenny, you're right. Look, a coward's punch is called a coward's punch for a reason. And people are not ready for the punch. They don't go into the normal response. Their fight or flight is gone. They don't know it's coming, and it causes real grievous harm to the victim of that. And remember, this could be our first responders being in the middle of violence that they didn't see coming. It's just not fair in any sense of the matter. So we've got to actually address this for the crime that it actually is and the harm that it actually does.
So, David, we've seen some of the sentences previously being discounted for things like because the perpetrator had a deprived background, up to about 40% discount of their sentence. Now, will this new bill that's currently going through the House, will it finally put a cap on that? That kind of judicial discretion which we've seen roll out across the courts, will we see, or are we still at the mercy of the soft on crime lobby?
Yeah, so you mentioned it, the average sentence for a one-punch killing in New Zealand was just 3 years and 4 months. That really is soft on crime. And it failed to improve intent. So, was this actually an accident or was this intentional and deliberate? Did it cause, a murder or someone to die, or is it manslaughter? All these things need to be teased out. And of course, raising the sentence brings this right into the spotlight so that you can actually go through the court system and understand intent and understand the harm that's being caused, which is why the sentence is being raised to a penalty of life imprisonment for death as a result of a coward punch, or 14 to 15 years for grievous bodily harm.
And what about the families in all of this? For years they've felt like they're the forgotten party. They're the victims in all of this. So how does the law restore their faith that the system actually values the life of the one that they have lost?
Yeah, so when we're going into a court or a justice system, the victims in this, and this is not just the person that's received the coward punch, of course, it goes right across the family and all the friends and so on that are at the mercy of somebody that's had this intent. What this does is it takes it through to a serious crime, and that goes through the judicial system, and so the punishment will fit the crime, and at the very, very least, friends, family and relations to the victim will feel like justice has been done at the end, unlike what has happened in the past.
It's not just the public, it's also our frontline workers, and you mentioned that briefly. Let's dig into that a little bit more, David. We've introduced tougher penalties for those who assault our first responders. That's another big push from New Zealand First. But the Left Bloc, the left ideological bloc, claims that our recruitment efforts are failing. What's the real story that's going on in terms of recruitment now inside the police college compared to what happened under Labour?
Yes, you're right, Jenny. Under the previous government, we were losing over 110 officers annually to Australia. The recruitment pipeline when we came into power was virtually empty. So this is required a really serious turnaround. So pleased to say that applications have doubled in the last 12 months. And so this is a result of a real drive and an understanding of what police need as being part of our judiciary and part of our system for policing. So the police college has capacity has increased by 25% to backfill the deficit, and the 500 target that we claimed in our caucus and our manifesto, we're officially on track to hit 500 net increase, fulfilling our core coalition privilege. Now, I say net on purpose, because some of the rhetoric that's coming out from the left is telling us that we're losing so many to Australia. Well, net means accounting for that. We're still increasing by 500 and we're on track to achieve that.
Let's talk about that Australian recruitment drive, which is a narrative running out of Labor. But isn't the truth really that essentially they created a hostile environment for our police officers here at home? So how are we in fact changing the culture of policing so that our best and brightest want to become law enforcement officers in New Zealand?
Respect. We respect them. They are protecting us, so we need to protect our protectors. So we just mentioned first responders in a coward punch situation. Well, we've ramped up the crime for that, because all too often it is the police that are first on the scene when it's very, very dangerous and difficult to deal with. So number one, we need more bobbies. And number two, we need to respect them in this judicial system so that they can feel like New Zealand actually cares for our protectors.
Now, you mentioned it just before, but let's get some clarity on these numbers. We've, in our coalition agreement with National, agreed to increase the workforce frontline officers by 500. Can you explain the difference between new officers and replacing those who retire? Because the left bloc is really good at confusing the public about those numbers. Just a little bit of specificity about that.
Yeah, it's in the word net. So that means accounting for those that are retiring or accounting for those that are going to Australia. We're still ahead by 500, or we're on target to reach 500 very shortly for this term. So
another win for New Zealand First.
Exactly. We know how to do this. Under the last lot, a coward punch got you 3 years and a pat on the back. Under our new amendment bill, what's happening now is that gets you a life sentence.
Well, really, we should take a look at the alternative, the Māori Party, campaigning on abolishing all prisons by 2040. That's absolute nuts. The Green Party police spokesperson, Samantha Paul, wanting to double down on her defund our police rhetoric, and also suggesting that having police on the beat, on the streets, makes people on edge. That's just absolute nonsense. David, when you see a coordinated plan to halve the police budget and to dismantle the unified New Zealand police force in favour of woke justice authorities, what's your take on that?
Yeah, well, defund police is kind of really, isn't it? Yeah, it's kind of crazy stuff. You know, we're entering into kind of la-la land here. This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that Tamitha feels unsafe when she sees police, I would think the large majority of New Zealanders would feel more safe. And so this is kind of edging into some really, really unworldly, unreasonable areas that we have to deal with. So she was caught on video DJing the sounding of defund the police, a clear signal of her disregard for the profession. Well, then Greens want to abolish life sentences and mandatory minimums while defunding police frontline beat patrols. This is really crazy stuff. We need to reel this back and we need to return our respect for our police force. It's as simple as that. And, you know, the outcome of this kind of push towards defunding the police is the end. Is this anarchy? What are we replacing them with? Whose justice is it? Who's dispensing the justice? Who do we believe in? I don't know about you, but I believe in one people, one place, one flag, one law for all, equality before the law. Are these people trying to reinvent how our justice system works and who the frontline police are? This is kind of, you know, leaving the good sense police far behind.
So it's Te Pāti Māori, the Green Party and Labour. They are what we'd have to say a three-headed monster in terms of justice. Where will this take us, do you think? woke justice authorities. What are we looking at here, really?
Yeah, well, you mentioned Te Pāti Māori. Let's have a look at that. This is kind of like the great jailbreak. Their official policy is to abolish prisons by 2040. And they're going to reallocate 50% of the corrections and police budget to a separate Māori justice authority. As I said before, whose justice and for whom? And imagine halving the police budget while crime is a top concern for every household. They want to release 10,000 inmates into suburbs near you and replace the rule of law with healing spaces. It's ideological extremism, while New Zealand First stands for one country, one flag, one people, one law for all, and equality before the law. You choose.
So the Green Party have got a members' bill. It's all about abolishing life sentences. So they want no sentences, no prisons by 2040, defunding the police. What happens to dangerous, violent, repeat offenders? Where do they go?
Well,
what happens to them? How do
to
they
me-
get reintegrated back into society
You're
in our
absolutely
suburbs
right.
without having going through that whole process?
Yeah, it sounds like a revolving door to me. What does it sound like to you? Tamatha Paul thinks beat patrols are the problem. Well, we think criminals are actually the problem. That's the choice facing New Zealand.
So we're heading towards a budget in May. We're also coming up to a new election cycle with the election due on the 7th of November. Why is New Zealand First the only party that can be trusted on holding the line?
Yeah, Jenny, we've got a record on this, and you know that, and we firmly believe, and it's part of our core as a party, that we need to protect our citizens. So we'll be holding the line in the upcoming budget and to the election on what we've done through the amendment bill that's in front of us right now. So we will not be residing from that. So coward punch amendment, that's going to go through. We're going to win that one. The police pipeline, we're already on top of that. This ideological swing towards defunding the police and making all these new ideas around how we can manage justice and we can keep our streets safe. No, we're sticking with the system that we know and have come to enjoy and come to believe gives us a safe justice and a safe community, and that is funding our police and ensuring that the crimes are treated the way they should be and victims are protected.
David, it really is a stark choice. 14 years for a coward punch versus the key to open the cell door. Choice is obvious. We're going with the increased sentencing for those crimes. Thank you for pulling back the curtain on the left bloc and what they're up to and the noise that they're making, the nonsense noise that they are making. We'll be watching the House closely over the coming weeks. Thank you very much for watching.
Shane Jones, I'm back yet again with your mean tweets.
We have been live streaming everything.
Hey, welcome back everybody. We're here at Convention 2026. Of course, this is the New Zealand First Conference, and boy, the last hour and a half has been fantastic. Did you see all the candidates? Obviously, you and I were up there.
I saw you up there, George.
Yeah, no, well, look, it's all out in the open now. The announcement of all our lineup for 2026. They were young, they were vibrant, they were all patriotic, and they were all there to stand for New Zealand first.
There's a little caveat on that. There's still a few to be announced. There's still some more to come. So we're almost there, but certainly we have an impressive lineup of talent who have joined New Zealand First, and they've taken it upon themselves to do what is really actually quite a difficult thing, and that's say, actually, I'm going to stand for public office. I'm going to put my hand up. I'm going to put my head above the parapet, and I'm going to give this thing a crack because I believe in this country. I believe that the future of this country is dependent on people like you, like the other candidates that have stood up to make sure that we get the ship turned in the right direction.
Well, one of the people that I've really enjoyed sort of spending time with is Esther Tofilau Tavanga. Of course, she's the Manu Rewa candidate for New Zealand First, and Esther has been working really hard. I mean, her head office for her organisation that she works with is here here at the Dewdrop. In fact, in the back there by the Weddell office, and she has been working really hard in the community for the past 15 to 20 years, and so it's really exciting to see that she's one of the candidates for New Zealand First.
We've also got some star candidates as well, you know, people with very good name recognition, obviously a former All Black captain, former Labour ministers, we've got former national members of parliament as well, broadcasters, plus everyday hard-working people who've stood up, you know, people from the farming community, people from that are mums that have worked with children, that are teachers, all manner of fields of across the section of society who are standing up. And in fact, actually we've had more women put their hand up, which I think is a great thing for our democracy.
Oh, it is a great thing. I mean, the good thing about things that when you want the work to be done, you give it to a woman. And so you've had some really exciting sort of announcements with regards to that you've been pushing in Parliament.
Absolutely. Well, we wanted to make sure that Plunket was funded properly. We wanted to make sure that brand new mums have their baby actually got a longer time in hospital if they needed that time to bond with their baby. If they needed that little bit of extra time to recover after the birth of their baby, to stay in hospital before they get home. Because once you get home, as you know, it's a lot tougher than having that moment in time when you've just had your brand new baby where you're actually looked after as well. So not only have we extended the maternity stay, postnatal stay to 3 days, but actually we've put in funding as well, and that's thanks to the work of the Honourable Casey Costello, who had that delegation inside her health portfolio. So, yep, we've been doing things across the board in terms of what New Zealand First has in terms of the program that we brought into, the coalition commitments that we signed up to with the National Party. So we've done a lot of work in the last almost 3 years.
One thing I did note was Ron Mark was actually in the audience this afternoon. It was actually quite good to see him back in the fold and obviously supporting the party. And he's been a long time supporter, member of Parliament, minister for New Zealand First, so it was great to actually see him back.
Oh, it was lovely to see Ron and see, you know, people were just delighted when he walked into the room, catching up with old friends. You know, we always say that New Zealand First is like a family, so Ron actually was a member of our family for a very long time and he hasn't gone away, he's still here with us.
The other thing that was good to see was a lot of the presidents, the past presidents, that have sort of, should have shown themselves supporting the party that they loved when they were the head of it. That was actually quite good to see, especially our local board member for Papakura.
Brent Catchpole.
Brent was actually there, and obviously he was one of the a local MP once upon a time for Papakura. So he's back in office in terms of local bodies, so that was good to see him too.
Oh look, Brent is a great New Zealand Firster. I really enjoyed seeing Anne Martin today. Anne was president for a while. In fact, Anne was involved in the party when New Zealand First lost office and working from her home around her kitchen table to help rebuild the party so that it could come back. So in 2008, New Zealand First got voted out of Parliament. That work that got carried through to bring the party back in 2011, that was a lot of work was done by Anne and her family.
Yep. Hey, look, coming up, of course, tomorrow is going to be a big day. 2 o'clock is going to be the launch of New Zealand First campaign for 2026. You're invited to come along. You don't need a ticket. You don't need to be a member. In fact, if you want to come in and have a bit of a nosy, then feel free to come down to the Dewdrop Centre at 2 o'clock tomorrow is when that starts. But if I was you, I'd actually come arrive around about 1 o'clock.
Absolutely. It's going to be great to hear the Right Honourable Winston Peters, our leader of New Zealand First, with his campaign launch. Of course, today's a very special day ahead of the launch of the campaign tomorrow. Today, 33 years ago, New Zealand First was established. So we've got a bit of a celebration, I think, to happen later on today.
Yeah, well, you actually saw the setting for tonight's evening. It is going to be an amazing night, and quite a few people will be turning up to that around about 6 o'clock this evening. Now, we're going to actually look at heading across to some of our speakers. In fact, we've got, I think it's one of our teams that is ready to actually interview. We'll head there now.
Kia ora team, so I'm with the wonderful Harete Hepango Brownlee, and I'm just going to ask her a few questions while we're here at the awesome convention 2026. Harete, wonderful to see you.
Kia ora,
Can we just see, how are you doing and who are you running for?
How am I doing? I am doing absolutely great. It's wonderful, the energy that's here, the buzz, the vibe. So that energises, re-energises you. So I have the privilege of standing for New Zealand First in the Whanganui electorate. It's my first rodeo with New Zealand First, but I've also served previously in my time, two-term former national MP. But being here with New Zealand First is pretty special. It's like I found my home.
Oh, it's wonderful. And I'm just wondering, we've just gone through the first stage of remits and the debates. How are you finding that, especially since you've come from a different party? How are you finding the process with the New Zealand First team?
So it's actually very similar to the New Zealand First. And the similarity is that there's a centred conservative aspect to it, responsible, and the values that the National Party have actually moved away from. It resonates for me profoundly to be a member of New Zealand First now is because those core values of nationalism, patriotism, common sense and socially conservative. People have asked me, why did you leave the National Party? And I've just recalibrated and checked that and said actually the National Party's left many of us in terms of our core centrist, conservative traditional values and principles base. Found home with New Zealand First.
It's wonderful, wonderful. And we, of course, November 7th is the election. You're coming into Parliament, or I would say I want you into Parliament. I think you'll get there. What do you think you'll bring into Parliament when you ideally get in?
Elliot, that's very gracious and generous of you, and we're hoping that there are more of us doing that together, including yourself. So what do I hope to do? What I plan to do with all of the New Zealand First candidates is we've got a campaign and we're on a mission. And so it's about working collectively, united, which are the values of New Zealand First, coming together because that's where our strength is. So working united as a team, and for us to lift that party vote and get as many of us as possible into the trenches, into the Lion's Den, into Parliament where I've been before, and it's about representing the voice and the values and principles of New Zealanders, everyday Kiwis working it hard on the ground.
Thank you so much, Harete. Really great you're here, and we're really excited for the whole convention.
Kia ora, Elliot. It's wonderful to be here with you. Thank you, my friend. Thanks, guys.
Of course, Harete Hipango, she is standing down there in Whanganui, and Elliot, of course, he is our candidate for Takanini. Man, what a good interview that was.
So great to hear from all of our candidates. Wouldn't normally get this opportunity, but because we are live streaming throughout the entire convention, you'll get the opportunity to meet some of the candidates you wouldn't normally meet because they're going to be from another region. So I think it's a great way that we'll be able to bring you, what's happening inside the convention. So welcome along. This is the live stream. George Ngatai and Jenny Marcroft hosting you for the convention and through to 5 o'clock today. And then, of course, we'll pick up again tomorrow morning from 8:30 as well. And then, of course, don't forget, at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, you can tune into the live stream of Winston Peters' live campaign launch.
Oh, that's going to be exciting. And of course, we've got limited seats, of course, that are available, so you can come. You don't need a ticket, don't need to even be a member of New Zealand First. All you need to do is turn up at around about 1 o'clock and we'll be happy to provide you with a seat for that. Now, remits actually took place earlier on this morning, and one of the remits which I thought was quite good was advocating to replacing voting in local government elections with in-person voting. Now, that's been a challenge here in Auckland, and of late was the Papatoetoe by-election, whereby there was sort of fraud voting that took place during that local body, and they had to have a by-election. So it went to the High Court, and what this remit was actually supporting was that we want to return back to in-person voting, and that gives all New Zealanders a fair opportunity to vote, just like we do every 3 years with the general election. So Vicky, of course, our candidate for Mangere, Vicky Ho, she was the one that pushed that. There wasn't too much opposition. In fact, there was no opposition to this, and we are now going to look at supporting and advocating for in-person voting coming up.
Also, good news, because my remit, which was to fund an underwater investigative survey to determine the quantity of fuel and the feasibility of oil extraction from the World War II shipwreck, which is the RMS Niagara, which is located on the seabed in the northern approach to the Hauraki Gulf. Now, this ship has been down underwater for 86 years. It got sunk in 1940. It had passengers on board. No deaths occurred. Human deaths occurred. But that has lain on the seafloor for all these years. And we have not done what is absolutely... Michael Laws is just walking past. Lovely to see you, Michael. Welcome, and enjoy your lunch. We'll catch up with you later.
Thank you for finding out what a woman was.
Oh,
yeah, I was... Look, confused.
And there he is. Michael's actually just thanking Jenny for her advancement of what a woman is. And so we'll be talking to him later on. He's sort of no stranger to mics and cameras. But yes, so that was actually a good remit. There was no opposition. In fact, folks, I was really surprised for somebody who rose in the audience to support it. In fact, the President, Julian Paul, actually says, is there anybody to oppose this? And lo and behold, who should stand up was the Honourable, of course, Dover Samuels, former Labour Minister. He's here as a supporter, but he stood and he supported your remit, which I thought was quite good too.
And he actually highlighted one of the parts of the story of the Niagara, which I hadn't revealed because I was hoping that someone would speak in support of the remit and reveal this other part. When that ship went down, not only was it a passenger ship, but actually it was transferring gold bullion. Wow. So big gold bars, and the gold had been extracted, but there are still 4 bars of gold inside the wreck.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So that could be some lucky person's find. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. So if we're going to get the oil out eventually, that would be a great thing. Maybe we'll find a little pot of gold as well.
Now we're going to actually head over to our Hutt candidate, is it?
Yeah, Alistair from Hutt South, and we'll go over to you now. Take it away, Alistair.
G'day folks, Alistair Boyce, candidate for Hutt South, and I'm here with Liam Jennings, and we'd like to see what he's getting up to at the moment. What are you up to, Liam?
Yes, I'm here at the New Zealand First AGM, and it's such an amazing moment to be here and see what's been happening. I've been coming to these for about 12 years now, and to see the growth of the party, to see the surge of people from all walks of life joining up and wanting to be committed to the party, it's just amazing. And it being around all different walks of lives, people here who are telling their story and why New Zealand First resonates with them. And it's not just certain parts of the country. There's everyone from all around and all ages. When I first started coming to New Zealand First AGMs, I was part of the foundation group of Young New Zealand First. And we had, I think, about 6 or 8 delegates at the first conference. in 2016 in Dunedin, and there's now, I believe, over 40 delegates of Young New Zealand First, and it's over 10% of the delegates here, which is phenomenal.
Some of them are quite smart too, I saw in the remits. Were you quite impressed so far with how the remits are going?
Oh, very much so, and you're getting a lot more interaction from the youth wing and people proposing what they want to have said and debating on those remits. And people a lot of the time will undermine what youth have to offer when it comes to politics. But you've got these young men and women who are studying a broad range of different topics. And so we were sitting at a table last night doing a quiz, and there were different people on that table with all different backgrounds, all different areas, and they all came together and talking about the things that they know about. And together we covered a wide range of things, and that translates into the day-to-day of what we're doing here today. We all have a different story, we all have a different reason why we're here, but we're nationalists, we're patriotic, and we love this country.
Beautiful. And what do you think of a few of the candidates? There are a few candidates that you know by name, or from out there in the political ecology?
Very much. Like, I've always been, I appreciate people from other political parties. You don't have to support a political party to appreciate that there are people that you like. Stuart Nash is one for me, where I always looked at him and I was like, man, if I lived in the Napier area, this is someone I would give my vote to. He's saying the right things, doing the right things, and then a few years later you find out he's coming over to New Zealand First, and you realise there's a reason why you resonate with people like that. And you've also got not just candidates that have name recognition, but the people who are there as supporters of the party. They're there to spread the word and support what the message is that we're trying to get out. And seeing all those candidates today, phenomenal.
Yeah. Have you met the famous Billy Brown, famous in Rotorua?
No, I haven't. Not had the chance.
You'll enjoy it. Thanks, folks.
Thank you. Great. 2026, and we're coming to you live from the Dewdrop Centre here in Manukau, and this is the New Zealand First Conference for 2026. Big day tomorrow with the launch, and my gosh, wasn't that a great interview?
Oh, fantastic. Great to hear about more of our candidates. George Natai with Jenny Marcroft, and it's our pleasure to host you for the rest of Convention 2026. We've been live streaming since this morning, so if you've just joined us, well, sit back, relax, and get all the action of the New Zealand First Convention as we go behind the scenes and meet all the people, particularly those new candidates that'll be representing New Zealand First in 2026.
Well, remits have actually started, and we've already gone through 7 of the 58 remits, which allows us to sort of push and get support for those remits that are actually on the floor. So, what we've done is we've gone out this time and we've asked all of the electorates to and the members to actually write in with remits that are concerning their communities. They've come back with 58, and we've already gone through 7. And sometimes when you put something through, you won yours obviously, and one that was actually declined was the financial one, which I thought was a long-winded remit.
Yeah, and it wasn't going to really do the job that I think the policy idea was hoping it would do. So, it didn't. They don't all pass, because this is a live debate that we have, and we're able to put forward speeches for and against a particular policy idea. But we've also had some great conversations throughout the morning. We heard, of course, from the Right Honourable Winston Peters with his opening address to the convention. We've got 350 people attending convention. It's the biggest one that I've ever been attended. So it's really great energy here, lots of great vibes, lots of people meeting new friends. And we're really energised here today, which is going to be just for the rest of the convention through today and into tomorrow. I think the vibe is just going to keep going.
Yep. One of the reasons why we're streaming this conference this year is because we don't get a lot of mainstream media reporting the right information, and so we decided that we'd actually report our own information, so you get to see what goes on at a New Zealand First conference. And so you don't actually get any muzzle, you don't actually get anybody's personal view, whether it's left or right. You get the right information, which is the main reason that Jenny and I are actually here. Hey, we're going to actually speak now with Billy. Billy, of course, is our Rotorua candidate. He's Billy Brown, and he'll be speaking with our West Coast candidate, Jamie, West Coast and Tasman. So we're going to be crossing over to him now.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. We're here live from the main hall area. I've got an amazing gentleman that I will be introducing who is from West Coast Tasman. I will now pass on to him.
G'day Vicky, Jamie Klein, running for New Zealand First in West Coast Tasman, based in Westport, also have a property up in Richmond. West Coast Tasman, huge electorate from Takaka in the north all the way to Haast in the south, the bottom of the South Island's west coast, so 10.5-hour drive from one end to the other. Really great reception from the communities there, obviously loving New Zealand First interest in the mining sector and support for the mining and minerals sector, very well received on the West Coast. And the other policies around affordability are really resonating with the Tasman voters as well. So been really busy already. I was announced, one of the early candidates to be announced in March, and so doing a lot of pre-election campaigning, I guess, up and around the district to get known, particularly in the Tasman end of things. So I was former mayor of the Bulla district, so quite well known on the West Coast and really strong relationships across local governments and things down there, and certainly working to reach out to the Tasman and get a better set of relationships going up there.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I will now pass it on to my co-host, Billy.
Jamie, what is the key things that you want? What is your number one thing you want for West Coast Tasman? What is the number one?
Oh, look, the number one thing is just a fair go around that mining and minerals sector, particularly on the West Coast. Like, we've got all the resources we need there to really make that region thrive. The communities are used to mining, 150 years of mining history down there on the West Coast, and we really just want to see the shackles taken off and let us be the master of our own destiny a lot more.
I love that, and I really love our policy of keeping 50% of the royalties in the regions where the wealth is being created. So what would that do for your area?
Oh, look, what that'll do is relieve a lot of the burden that's currently sitting on ratepayers to fund a lot of that key infrastructure. So, we're a relatively low population area, but huge areas to cover with water services and things like that, roads, a lot of rock protection, flood protection and things like that. So mining royalties will really be a game changer for those communities to remain affordable, and safe and resilient, and, let people, invest in their future, which would be exciting.
I really love that, because that 50% of the royalties does build resilience into the infrastructure, like stop banks, like the grey mouth, all them areas. So I think that's fantastic. What about the cost of living side of things, like power bills? The breaking up the power companies. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, one of the things that's always been a frustration on the coast is we've had the ability to generate a lot of energy, but it's been thwarted by various governments over the years. Hydroelectricity schemes and the like. So we're keen to see some of them. Some of them have been approved now through Fast Track, and there'll be more of them come on stream. So to see the region more self-sufficient around energy would be fantastic for our communities as well.
Yeah, I really love that. What about you, Vicky? Anything else from you?
Yep, that's all. You've heard straight from West Coast Tasman, the importance of mining and how important it is for our regions and for our economy. Thank you.
G26, George Ngatai, Jenny Marcroft. We're coming to you live from the Dewdrop Centre, and my gosh, he's got one of the largest electorates in the country. Jamie from the West Coast and Tasman.
I know, it's amazing. 10 and 10.5 hours to get around his electorate. So good on him. I think he's going to be doing a great job for New Zealand First. He's really committed, and he's well known in the area as well, which is fantastic. We've been having some interesting discussions today, and one of the ones that I know you particularly enjoyed, George, was what has the caucus been up to for the last 3 years? And so we had the opportunity to go on stage and talk about some of the wins that we got for New Zealand First.
There were a lot of wins. I mean, what was the one that really was a highlight for you?
Well, for me personally, actually putting legislation in to define a woman. That for me was pivotal. It was something we'd campaigned on in 2023 in terms of actually recognising biological reality. So that got cheers, didn't it?
It did.
It was one of the crowd favourites.
Yeah, and of course that's is certainly something that would really focus on, males that dress up as females that walk into female toilets. I mean, my wife was actually in one of those incidents where a male actually walked in and she felt a wee bit apprehensive and decided that she didn't want to be in that facility. So, I mean, how's that going to actually affect that type of thing? Because women need to be safe in their toilets.
Absolutely, and women have been fighting for their rights for such a long time, and we're seeing their rights undermined. So New Zealand First, we believe actually we will protect women and their rights to have safe spaces, to have designated women-only spaces. Women have unique privacy needs, and I think that New Zealand First has been initially the only party that was going to stand up for that. So I'm really proud to have taken that legislation with my members' bill forward. But we're not just about that, we're also about growing the economy, because that's so important. And so we had a rundown of the amazing work that the Honourable Shane Jones has done with the in the previous Parliament. We're in Parliament with the Provincial Growth Fund and $3 billion that we got out the door, but also with the Regional Infrastructure Fund and $1.2 billion funded this term. So we heard sort of a range of the projects that had got funding and getting the country moving along again.
Well, look, I see one of the comments here is actually saying, yay, finally, biological reality, hoorah. That's from Mirrors 3834. So people are certainly commenting on what you've actually done in Parliament to make your bill actually come into fruition. And of course, there have been other comments around about the West Coast dig baby dig. So that's the old Matua saying, dig baby dig. And
drill baby drill is the other one.
Drill, yeah,
both
drill.
dig and drill.
Yeah, exactly. But only he can actually say something like that. And so we'll be able to hear more from him throughout the couple of days. The thing that we really are excited about is the campaign launch. And you saw earlier on all of our candidates from across the motu come here and stand on the stage behind us. That was an amazing array of talent and people.
I know, it was incredible. It was great to be part of such a large group of people who had to put their hands up. I was so proud. I've just spotted an old New Zealand Firster.
Oh.
Ron Marks just having his lunch, so I'm going to go grab him and have a wee chat.
That'll be good.
And you can throw over to, we've got Kim in Dunedin, from Dunedin, talking to John Reeves from Northland.
There you go. So Kim is our candidate for Dunedin, and obviously John Reeves from Northland will be up next here on Convention 2026.
Good afternoon, it's Kim McDonald-King again, your candidate for Dunedin, and I'm here today with someone who has been a very long-term member of New Zealand First. This is John, and he's one of our board members. John, I just wanted to ask you, based on everything that's happened so far today and even the build-up to that, what's the general feeling that you have as someone who's actually been around for quite a while and seen the highs and the lows? What do you actually think's happening here, John?
Well, I've been involved since 2014, and I've been a candidate in a couple of electorates like Anua and Port Waikato in the past. I can tell you that for the last 2 years we've been seeing a momentum really building up about New Zealand First. Now, mainstream media, they haven't picked it up, but we've sensed it because we've been doing public meetings for the last 2 and a bit years where they've just becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. There was once a problem where we would have town halls and we would think, we'll place the chairs out carefully to make it look like a lot of people, sometimes you do that. Now, our biggest problem is we don't have halls big enough. And people are out in the foyers, out on the streets.
Yes.
We haven't, look, I've been since 2014.
Yes.
This is what's happening.
Yes.
Mainstream media, they don't notice. We notice because we're sitting on the ground. So the momentum is gone. It's just a snowball. This is a snowball that's happening now.
I completely agree. So for anyone out there that's watching this and is getting more and more interested in who New Zealand First is and what we have to offer, what would you say to them?
Well, first of all, go on our website and you can find a way of reaching out to us, and then you can join in with the local teams. We've got more local teams now than we've had probably in any election I've been involved in. So wherever you're living in New Zealand and you're seeing this and think, look, I actually really resonate with New Zealand's First messages and with Winston and Shane Jones, I want to be part of it, become part of it. The next 4 months is going to be insane. It's going to be really interesting, and I can guarantee you that New Zealand First is going to be a lot larger in the next Parliament.
I agree. And the other really exciting thing is our tranche of candidates. I mean, I'm really lucky enough to be in there. You've actually been an ex-candidate yourself many times, and I'm sure we'll be again at some stage. What do you think of when you see our tranche of candidates now? How do you relate that to the momentum and growth you're seeing?
Well, first of all, I would say I'm hugely excited by our candidates. You know, we've got some great talent going, like yourself, but we've also got talent. We've got Stuart Nash, Kane Randall, Michael Laws. We've got guys who have got experience. Now, there are plenty of other parties that have got new MPs, or new candidates, who have no experience in Parliament. We're walking in with people who know where the toilets are in Parliament. And don't need to find everything. So we've got these guys who can come in and do the change, because New Zealand seriously needs change. We need it now. Other parties cannot deliver it. The bigger parties won't do it. We will do it, and we've got the great team to do it.
It's our time. It's our time. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you again soon.
I can ask you some questions, mate.
Election 2026. Gosh, everybody wants to talk to you, Jenny.
I know. Well, I know. They want to talk to the microphone, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much. Kim, of course, our candidate for Dunedin. She was talking to John Reeves from Northland, and gosh, he is really busy. He is a busy chap.
Oh, he's an Energizer bunny, that one. John has been such a great member of New Zealand First. He's been around for years. He was so great last election. He drove down from Northland and helped me get my hoardings up.
Oh my God.
He brought the trailer down, all the frames. We spent a full day getting out and around the community. So that's what, traditional Kiwi sort of digging and, can-do attitude. And John is an exemplar of that. So, got a soft spot for old John Reeves.
Notice is that you've got a lot of, I would actually say, kaumātua that are so supportive of the party. In fact, we've got one that she's a life member, and Cheryl has been with the party as long as the party has been operating. In fact, she keeps reminding us that she was one of the first members of the Papakura electorate, and she keeps us accountable. Cheryl, my goodness, she pulls out the raffle ticket, she goes to sell, and she all the time is around. She's everywhere. She's like a bunny. In fact, she is probably a lot more active than some of the young people that I know. Look, we've had a lot of comments coming through, and it's just so good for us to actually read them. In fact, they're saying, what a great stream this is. There's more. Oh my gosh, look, you've got lots of young people involved in New Zealand First. Great to see what's going on. It's got Winston, Peters, thank God for New Zealand First.
What's really interesting, and thank you for those comments, we are enjoying reading them, and where we can, we will read some out. But having sort of been at a number of conventions now over the years, and when the media has actually reported on the convention, often you'll see that they do not speak to or take footage of our young people. We know we've got lots of young people. They tend to go, oh, it's the old party for the old people, but actually that is not the case. So that is part of why we believe in transparent government, which is what we're doing. We're showing you exactly what happens throughout our convention, having you alongside with us.
That's right. So we've still got more remits to come, and we're going to be streaming those this afternoon. In fact, apologies for those people that wanted more remits to be filmed or broadcast. We're going to actually do that coming up very soon as people just head back into convention. But in the meantime, we're going to be heading down to Wellington, in fact to our Wellington candidate Gerald Warner, and of course Vicky from Mangere. She's going to be having a chat. We'll cross over to them now.
Your name? Gerald.
Hi, we're live again. I am here. I have the pleasure of introducing our next candidate, and this is Gerald from Wellington. I'm going to pass it over to him so he can give us a talk about himself.
Hi there.
Tell us about yourself, Gerald.
Oh, thank you. Hey, I'm Gerald Warner. I live in Kapiti. Look, I just find the values of New Zealand First really inspiring. I love it that it's patriotic, it's nationalistic, socially conservative, and it's for New Zealanders. I'm standing as a candidate. I've been working 21 years in Wellington as a contractor across 14 government agencies. I'm sick of standing on the sidelines with seeing so many bad decisions historically, and I want to play my part. So I'm going to be standing in Wellington, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. You can see that we have a range of experience across our candidates. And Gerald, for example, has shown that, especially giving the reason of why he's running, or why he's standing, with your background and your experience in government work and services and locals. Tell me a little bit more about Wellington, and what do you see a lot of folks coming onto New Zealand First from your area?
Yeah, our membership has been really growing, which has been fantastic. We have a good constituent of elderly folk, of course, in the company area. So yeah, we're really looking forward to just reaching out to those people over the campaign, and we'll do our best on that.
Wonderful. That's all that we have from here.
Yes, really loving being here at the New Zealand First Conference. It's great to see the energy and vibrancy in the room
what do you think of Tamitha Paul as the next
The energy
question?
is overwhelming, and it's really good. Great to be part of the election campaign and the campaign for 2026. Love the remit.
Any other? Do you see any other policies that could be relatable to your area as well that we have announced?
Really awesome and great to see.
You know what, I love the fact that New Zealand First has retained the retirement age at 65.
Really high honour
and
privilege
that in particular
to be part of the NZ First team.
Quite an important policy for my community.
Putting New Zealand first and really backing
so go New Zealand First.
Thank you very much.
How about in terms of the duopolies, breaking up the power companies and the supermarkets? How would that be for the cost of living in your area?
Agreements.
Yeah, look, we've got a high proportion of low socioeconomic in our area as well. You know what? Power is a major expense within household budgets, and looking to separate power generation and bring down the
really
price.
Proud of New Zealand First
fantastic
and their backing
policy
of
for
our
our area.
frontline services, the ambulances.
So there you have it. You've heard from Gerard from Wellington, and it's awesome. We're going to go back to the studio to those guys. Thank you.
Coming to you live from the Drew Job Centre, Convention 2026. This is the New Zealand First, of course, convention, and we're here with you up until 5:30 this evening. What's happening?
A lot is happening, George. It's been a very busy morning so far. Lunch is just now wrapped up. Everyone has had a wonderful meal. Actually had some delicious lamb.
New Zealand lamb.
It was New Zealand lamb, of course. It was delicious, absolutely. So we're going to be doing a few more chats before we head back into the main convention centre. We've got one more coming up now, and
he's a big guy.
He is a big guy.
Yep. And
he's pretty cool, actually.
He is.
Very cool.
I really do enjoy the fact that we get to speak with him every Saturday morning on the sports show with Wezza. So he speaks every week with Wezza on Radio Aotearoa. Shouldn't actually mention that, but never mind. I have done that. But Tane Randall is going to be speaking, of course, with Daryl. Tane is going to be our candidate for Tuki Tuki. We're going to be heading over to him right now.
And we're on. Hi, everybody. I am here with Tane Randall representing Tuki Tuki and Generation X. How you going, brother?
Generation X, the best generation.
The absolute best generation. Mate, what are your impressions of how things have been going so far? This is your first time in politics, eh?
Yeah, first time in politics, but also first conference to go to. Didn't know what to expect. The remit thing's a bit long, but as opposed to it, I've been really surprised just by the energy that's here. Did not expect it.
And speaking of energy, that's a bit of a passion of yours, is it not?
Energy sector, yeah. We had a business which was very energy intensive. Come from Hawke's Bay, where we use a lot of energy with our food processing, that sort of stuff, and we've seen a lot of businesses fail as a direct response to our energy sector. So passionate about it. It's not working, and that's probably the main reason I joined New Zealand First, because they were committed to doing something about it.
So tell me about how you took the steps to get into New Zealand First. Did they come to you? Did you go to them? What was the story?
Just a long sort of dance, really. I'd been to a couple of events and stuff, got to know some of the people. They got to know me. We didn't scare each other off too much. And then at the start of this year, just, hey, look, come to one of the electoral colleges to see how it is. I know, I wasn't that interested at the time, but then with some of this, just some of the stuff that's been going on, I did get very interested, and I'm pretty happy with my career in that, and thought, well, no point in just sitting on the couch complaining with my mates. Get involved, throw your hat in the ring, and try and do something about it.
So, speaking of challenges, you're an ex-All Black captain, as if we didn't know. What do you think are some of the similar challenges between captaining the toppest of the top and also being involved with politics?
Teamwork's a key. You have to have a good team around you. It's obvious you can't do this by yourself in rugby or whatever sport. You can't do. You need good leadership. You need a good strategy. You also need a wee bit of resilience, I think. And in all sports, you have your ups and downs. I played for the All Blacks. We had incredible highs and horrendous lows. You do learn a wee bit of resilience with that, and I think the same thing's going to be required in politics.
Tough skin's a big part of it, eh?
Well, one of the interesting things, right, I was speaking at a function the other day, they asked the difference between high-level rugby and politics. I said, what's with rugby, hey, look, Tane's rubbish, but Daryl's better. There's criticism, but there's a solution. Okay, that's what people offer, and whether it's just... With politics, Tane's rubbish. There's no solution, that's it. It gets quite personal, so you just got to be about that and do your best.
Cool. Thank you very much, Tane, and back to you, whoever you are.
Convention 2026.
This is grassroots, right?
It is grassroots, and we're allowed to actually make mistakes because we don't have some background group that sort of works. You've got, of course, the announcement of people going back into the main studios and main conference. So I think what we're likely going to do is going to head back there very soon for the conference, and that will actually then give us the opportunity to interview some more people. We've got the candidate for Rangitike to come, and of course one of the big supporters in the South Island, Glennie, she's going to be talking with us as well. In the meantime though,
we've got a minister who's just come back from India,
okay.
Mark Patterson, the Honourable Mark Patterson, who we love to call him our Minister of Wool.
Yes.
In fact, he is, I'm just going to pull Mark over now. I know he's trying to have a cake, well actually banana bread. So we're just going to have you don't have to, just come in here, Mark, so we can see you here. So you see, right, yeah, there we go. Now, just give us a little sort of overview of what you were doing in India and why it was so important that you were there.
Okay, yeah, just come back from India. There's a massive textile expo, 3,500 stands. New Zealand Wool delegation going up there, so they've got a strategy of tripling their textile industry by the end of the decade. So it's a massive opportunity for New Zealand Wool. We sell quite a bit up there, but there's the potential to do a lot more.
What kind of impact will it have for New Zealand farmers, sheep farmers in particular, the strong market? What impact do you think it's going to do in terms of the fortunes for our farmers and therefore our economy?
Well, yeah, we're growing demand, so that's the key driver here. So they're very keen to engage with us. We haven't, we've let that relationship lapse over the last couple of decades since the Wool Board disappeared. So re-engaging with them, and the interesting thing, a lot of those businesses are family businesses as well, as we found out, so multi-generational, and they like the fact they're dealing with multi-generational farming families. So there was actually a lot of shared values within the groups we were talking to, and we got to see that magnificent New Zealand wool carpet. I actually have to tell you about that. In the Indian Parliament, they've got a New Zealand wool carpet. It's made in India, hand knotted. 20,000 kilos of New Zealand wool. It's like walking on clouds. Wow. It's spectacular. It's peacock feathers is their national kind of bird symbol. So, I was so proud, and our delegation was so proud when we saw it. It was just this remarkable work of art and shows what, when we're working with them, they're skilled craft people with the best wool in the world coming from New Zealand, what we can achieve.
So what is rural New Zealand saying in terms of the work that you're actually doing, Mark, and also with regards to what you've got coming up? I mean, there are lots of exciting things that you've sort of been part of.
Yeah, well, a lot of the stuff in terms of the regional fund that we've been doing, that's obviously out in rural areas, the flood protection, the irrigation, the water storage, the energy projects. So we're really proud that, we're actually doing some tangible things out in our regions, and I think that's the difference that we bring to the coalition, that we've... You actually can see what we're doing. It's not just theoretical. We're out there actually building things and enabling the private sector to come in behind and take advantage of the infrastructure that we're seed funding, I guess, for one of the better words. So,
cool.
Yeah, really, really good.
All right, then. Well,
it is time to get back inside the convention. So thanks very much to the Honourable Mark Patterson doing great work. And we go back now inside Convention 2026.
A massive thank you for the opportunity to be here and to be doing this. I'm incredibly proud to be sitting up here with these fine people. And can we just get a round of applause for all of the other candidates, because what a good-looking crew. 3 years ago, well, actually, a little bit about my background. I've been working in political campaigning for about 15 years, doing creative, so TV commercials and that type of thing. I started off with the other party, which is coloured blue, but more of a baby blue. This is more of a nice deep blue. And I had a meeting with someone 3 years ago, and that was Winston. And there is nothing more intimidating than having Winston Peters walk into your office for the first time. He was completely on brand, three-piece suit, pinstripes. I was packing myself. But one of the things that brought me here was that meeting. Because when I had that meeting with Winston, a couple of weeks later, we were filming. And Winston came up to me and he said, I have my job, you have yours, I will not get in your way. And to his credit, apart from a few grumbles and a little bit of a side-eye, he never really did. And that, to me, epitomizes New Zealand First. It is a family, it is a culture, and it is a community which is far more than the other Blue Party ever was to me. Thank you.
Now, Bernadette, you are a first-time candidate for New Zealand First, but it's not your first entry into politics. What was it about New Zealand First that attracted you, and how did you come to be a party member?
So I think at this point of time, more than ever, New Zealand requires strong leadership. And I just love what Winston Peters and Shane have achieved, and also the caucus. They have really, for 8 MPs, done a stellar job. So I really see that, and the conservative values. I've come from a conservative background, and to see them carry that through, no one else is actually pulling that through at the moment, so that really speaks out to me.
Thank you for that, I appreciate it. So in terms of the New Zealand First Party policy, obviously you're a migrant to New Zealand, you've been here for a few decades though. How do you feel about having to represent a brand in a party like New Zealand First with the immigration policy that we have?
Oh, I love it. Bring it on.
Yeah. I also love it.
Yes, so we've been here for nearly 37 years. My husband and myself moved here in 1989, so it's been a long time. And I look at myself as a New Zealander now. We came here, and I think it was easy for us. I came from a Christian background, so it was easy to abide by the values that New Zealand has. Culturally, we also fitted in really well. And what we're seeing in the last few years is that people are coming in and they really don't love the country. We came here, we love the country. We've got 3 kids. All my 3 kids are Kiwis. You know, they look like all you young people. You would never tell the difference. 2 of them have actually moved overseas. And so, you know, I want to enter and to get our young people back. So my one daughter's in London and one is in Canada. So, yeah, I think people have, you know, kind of, moved away because, you know, just because of some of the issues that we're having in the country. especially with some of the immigrants that have come in, and they do not want to assimilate. So it's not about they can't assimilate, they actually do not want to assimilate, which I find quite distressing.
Yeah, it's about the Kiwi values. Now, I've managed to get Jenny from the live stream, so thank you for joining us. Jenny, this is your second term in Parliament. What do you think has been the biggest achievement? What are you most proud of that New Zealand First has done across this term?
Well, it's really actually difficult to pick one thing, but I think overall as an umbrella kind of, not policy, but the way that we have moved inside the coalition, and that comes from the leadership, the wisdom that Winston Peters is leading in terms of his foreign policy and the work he's doing out in the world, but also the way that the coalition has strung together. In fact, I believe that our leadership has given the coalition government real steel in the backbone, and that wouldn't have happened without us. So I'm so proud of the way that we are a really united team. We are totally 100% behind our leadership. We are so proud of all the work that they do. And yes, it is a robust environment, and the media come and attack. You know, people on social media will attack, but actually Winston and Shane and the caucus have held really strong to our values and our principles, and we should all be very proud of all of the work that we've done over the last 3 years.
Now, in your neighbouring electorate, we've got Vince Coccarello. So you are entering the world of central politics. So you've been a mayor. How are you finding the New Zealand First Party convention? Tell us a little bit about your experience.
Ooh, how do I explain the New Zealand First conference? Well, look, it's much like a family. You know, you've got a lot of people from different walks of life, but they all treat you as you're one. When you're a mayor, and I do have to make this very, very clear, if anyone has been in local politics, they'll understand this, but when you're a mayor, you are there by yourself. You have no support. You have elected members who are attacking you. You have the public, which is attacking you. Yes, you have the media, which is attacking you, you know, just saying. But on top of that, you have the staff. So you have all of these people. So you are there standing by yourself. In a party like this, you actually have a whole team working with you. Not only that, you have not just your initial team, which are actually in the front bench with you, but you've also got the back party also looking after you as well. So you are actually well and truly looked after. So that's a great thing about being part of New Zealand First.
It's great. So in terms of your campaign in Whangarei, what do you think is going to be different about running a party vote campaign up there?
Look, a party vote's quite simple. You just make sure, as I've said before, party vote New Zealand First. It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Come on now. You know, are you passionate about New Zealand? Yes. Come on. Yes. Yeah. Therefore, you will party vote New Zealand First. Now, I'm preaching to the converted here, even though we've got the media in the room. We're still preaching to them. The big thing is getting the message out there that if you want to have more MPs representing actually New Zealand's patriotic values, national views, and also being common sense, then you will make sure that you'll put New Zealand First as your top preference. Just that simple.
That's great, thank you so much. And then in terms of a newcomer, we've got Vaughan. So this is your first entry into politics. Give our audience a little bit about yourself, where are you standing, and a little bit of your history.
Hello everyone. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'm just echoing the sentiments from my esteemed colleague here, although not quite in the same dulcet tones as he was able to pull off. So my name is Vaughan Taylor, I'm standing in East Coast Bays. My history, I grew up in rural New Zealand, small fishing village, market gardening village just outside of Warkworth. And I have been, for lack of a better term, press ganged into service here by the Honourable Jenny Marcroft, who was my next door neighbour I was growing up, so she's known me since I was in high school, and she decided, right, now you're working with me. Oh, okay. I actually am currently working as a prosecution officer in Auckland Prison, in the maximum security area, where I am on a first name basis with more murderers and gang members than I can count, and actually going into a yard full of gang members is a little less daunting than sitting here facing all of you, I've got to admit.
Wait till you get to Parliament.
However, if I get to Parliament and no one's physically trying to kill me, I think I'll probably be all right. It might just be an easy day. Yeah, Who knows?
Thank you so much, guys. So this is a sample of our northern candidates. Everybody put your hands together for our first panel. Thank you, guys, and we'll get up the next crew. So up next, we've got Sheldon, Keegan, Vicky, Taylor, and Nathan. I'm hoping Taylor's not running around doing other things. Oh, and Bryce. Right, we're going to start with Keegan. So for anybody that doesn't know, Keegan is the chairman of Young New Zealand First. Tell us a little bit about what's been happening with Young New Zealand First.
Great things. We've grown very significantly over the last 3 years. I think we've tripled our convention attendance this year from last year, so that's great. We're re-establishing in universities across the country. Just last week I was down in Christchurch, this week actually, I was in Christchurch and Victoria University in Wellington for Clubs Expos, where we got good responses, positive engagement across the board. It is a university, so it is still a bit loony, so we did still have some blue-haired aggression, but it was good, and yeah, we're growing, it's amazing.
What is it that you think is attracting younger people to New Zealand First?
Our pragmatism, our values, but a lot of people are disappointed by the other parties. They feel sold out to either cultural, ideological nonsense or globalism, and they see that New Zealand First is the only party that's giving them a reason to stay in New Zealand, raise a family in New Zealand, lay down their roots. They don't want to go off to Aussie or the UK. They want to stay here, but they're being forced out by the policies of the other parties, and they see New Zealand First as the only ones providing a way to keep them here.
That's great. Thank you, Keegan. So speaking of universities, we've got people across our candidacy who have got a range of backgrounds, including a law student. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Nathan Walton. I'm 21 years old and I'm a final year law student at the University of Canterbury. I come from a working class family. My values align very closely with New Zealand First, and I'm the first in my family to attend university.
Now Nathan's got a lot of things to celebrate. So you got some news recently?
Yes, as of Wednesday this week, I was engaged. So I'm very blessed and very fortunate.
Congratulations. Now, how do you think you're going to manage this campaign while also trying to finish your final exams? What's your plan?
Well, I don't doubt that I'll be busy this second half of the year, but I've done it before and I'll do it again. I have a plan. I think it's about being systematic, methodical, delegating where needed, and just being realistic about how much I can actually take on. But I think I've been very realistic, and I think it's going to be a great campaign. I'm very much on track with my studies, so I don't think there'll be any issue in terms of balancing those commitments.
I'm sure you'll do very, very well. Thank you. Now, for a young man that's a little bit further ahead in his career, we've got Bryce. Bryce, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I just want to take this moment just to thank the party, but also those who have gone before us to volunteer all their time to build this party from Alexandra Park back in the 90s until today. So if I could have a round of applause, please. So my story actually, funnily enough, takes me back to my ancestry in Scotland. So I was very fortunate to get a scholarship to go to the University of St Andrews in Scotland, and I studied a Bachelor of Science with honours in financial economics. I loved it there. Would often go to France to get a wee trip in, speak some French. But it led me to work and live in Moscow briefly, and then also in London before coming back around COVID time. For me, why New Zealand first? I think it's a principle for me, of the 15th principle that really stands out to me. It's because we're the only party that when you vote for us, you know what you're getting, and that we champion the fact that we're transparent and that we're not going to slip through three waters bills down the road once you've elected us. And I think that's really important, that we restore integrity to the democracy in our country, because it's a beautiful country and we can do a lot better.
Now, with your background and your history, obviously you've travelled extensively and you've got that history in finance. How do you feel about the New Zealand First position on the FTA?
I know the media are listening, so I'm going to be... But I think there's a lot of talk about how it's not a financial commitment, but if we actually look at the small print, which I always love to, because you've got to be analytical in finance, Article 9.10 says that, you know, if we don't meet the commitment that India perceive us to, that India want us to commit to, then they can claw back certain tariff allowances that they've given us in kiwi fruit, honey, manuka honey, etc. I think that as New Zealand, we should be getting a fair deal. This is the first deal in New Zealand's history that has had immigration policies attached to it. And this isn't well, they say it's a free trade agreement. I don't think so. And it's more like a trade, financial, and immigration agreement. And I just think it's not doing New Zealand, giving us the best opportunities for everyone. Anyways.
Thank you, Bryce. Now we've got Vicky. So Vicky, tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're standing.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vicky Hau. I'm standing in Mangere. So you're here in South Auckland, and actually my electorate is in this area. So welcome. I'm a proud New Zealand-born Tongan, and I come from very humble South Auckland beginnings that I'm very proud because it shaped who I am. And I'm standing in my electorate also to represent the New Zealand First Party there as an alternative to my current community, who are very, very red stronghold. I also represent growing up with blue-collared workers, hard-working migrants who my parents migrated here from Tonga. And then for the best opportunity, and I now live the opportunity and the sacrifice that my parents came here for. I am educated, I have my qualifications, I've also done a bit of work in the public sector and in the local community, and managing Mangere Town Centre, which also works with small businesses and the local economy as well. So I do have an understanding of it, but I also want to represent and also give hope and be relatable to my community, that this is what it looks like when hard work pays off, and also what you because a lot of the times we get underrepresented or also overly represented in badly in the statistics, and I'd like to actually show that this is what it's like that I represent a South Auckland that is different, and a South Auckland that will be supporting New Zealand First.
So just touching on that, there is this belief that Pacifica communities are held by Labour. That's it. There's no other option. What is it about New Zealand First that really attracted you, and how are you finding the reception when you tell people actually that you're going to be a candidate for New Zealand First?
It's traditional voters here in South Auckland, and it is something that has stemmed over the generations. And when you look at the likes of myself and even the young people that are here, we want to break that tradition and actually, like I said, give an alternative to people in my community that they don't have to keep voting the same way and keep doing the same thing that they've done for generations. But also, it's been amazing talking in South Auckland because I actually can relay our socially conservative party policies to my community, because that's one of the things that they can relate to: faith, family, communities, and putting New Zealanders first. Those are things that they have, again, this misconception that it's represented by the left, but it's actually New Zealand First that stands for that and actually represents them in that case. So I love being the voice in South Auckland to break that. So yeah.
Up next, we've got Sheldon. Sheldon, tell us a little bit about yourself and your career. So in politics, you see a lot of lawyers and academic people, accountants, but you've got a bit more of a creative career. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it's, thank you everybody. Can I just acknowledge Keegan in the double-breasted suit paying homage to our dear leader. It's awesome. It never goes out of fashion. But yes, so at the moment I work for NZME in the mainstream media, in the commercial side, but also I've had a career, and still have a career in rugby refereeing. Never quite got to the heights of Tane Randall as a 50-test former All Black captain, but I think rugby refereeing has provided me a good stepping stone to make the venture into politics. Every Saturday afternoon across the country, I'm getting abused every weekend. So, especially now that I'm heading into Mount Albert election, where it's a Labour stronghold. And but no, it'd be great to fire a few shots at those lefties in that electorate. And especially Kulei Wong. I actually know her personally. I'm best mates with her husband. So this is going to be an interesting. His nickname is actually called Weed. He doesn't like to be called that anymore in his 40s, but no, it's a really great opportunity. Ever since the 2005, we're going back a few years, I met the Right Honourable Winston Peters at the Ellerslie Racecourse, Boxing Day races. He didn't give me any good tips, but he gave me a whiskey, so that's when I realised I was New Zealand First for the rest of my life. So this is my team, and just really happy to be here and be part of it.
Thank you so much, Sheldon. Now, finally, we've got Taylor. So, Taylor, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you originally came to New Zealand First. You've been with us for quite a while now.
So I'm Taylor. I'm originally from the United Kingdom and then was born there, was there for 12 years, and my parents decided they had enough of the UK rain, moved to sunny Australia, and then I decided that I wanted to go to university, and I couldn't get citizenship in Australia, so I went down to Wellington, the coolest little capital in the world, to study politics at Vic Uni. And then I was, at the time, working, all my assignments were done, and then my grandmother actually said to me, "Hey, Taylor, Clayton Mitchell, he's looking for an intern, would you be interested in it?" And I said, "Yep, sure," and so she put in the word for me, and then I started working for the party in 2019 as an intern. And then in 2020, the COVID election, I was the candidate out in Rongotai, where Jeff Mills and Mahalia gave me a lot of help. And then in 2023, I was the candidate in Wellington Central. And I've never once felt like I did not belong in New Zealand First, even though some people say I'm an immigrant and people always go, "Oh, no, New Zealand First, people don't like them." It's like, no, they really do like you.
We are pro-focused immigration. Thank you so much to our candidates. So this is the second group that we've had. We've got another couple of groups coming up for the audience here, but we are also doing candidate panels online. So if you do want to see some more of our candidates, do check that out. You can watch it later on. But for now, I'll let you go. Thank you.
So we've got our first guest speaker spot, but we are inviting 3 former MPs to tell us their story about why they've come to New Zealand First. So we're going to hear from Harete Hipango Brownlee, Stu Nash and Alfred Ngaro. So I'll first up invite Harete. Give a round of applause.
Kia ora. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honour and quite fabulous to be in front of you all to stand with and to stand by New Zealand First. My name is Harete Hipango Brownlee, New Zealand First candidate for Wanganui. I've been asked to share with you my why I've saddled up with the Right Honourable Winston Peters and New Zealand First. After me, you'll hear from my 2 friends and former parliamentary colleagues, the Honourables Alfred Ngaro and Stuart Nash. Now, they say that politics is a bit like the Wild West. So here's one for you. What do a Māori, Scottish, Irish, Catholic New Zealand woman lawyer, former National MP, a New Zealand Cook Islands Māori Christian and political minister, former National MP, a New Zealand Pākehā businessman, great-grandson of former Labour Prime Minister Sir Walter Nash, former Labour Minister MP, and a Northland Scottish Māori, former lawyer, National Party Minister, acting Prime Minister, leader of New Zealand First, all have in common. It sounds like the start of a joke, or the cast list for a Wild Frontier movie nobody in Wellington thought they'd ever see. But it's not a joke. It's our first rodeo together, from different political wildernesses. We've come together to ride with the New Zealand First Party posse. Yeehaw! I grew up in the 1960s and 70s in Putiki, a small village at the mouth of the Wanganui River. Life was simple. My classroom wasn't just a school, it was the farm, the shearing sheds, the hills and the river. Every now and then I'd saddle up a horse to help muster stock across the Taihape hill country on the family farm. We learnt responsibility early. We worked hard, we looked after one another, we respected the land, our neighbours and our country. Like many children of my generation, when not outside, I spent a Friday or Saturday nights watching Bonanza, High Chaparral and The Lone Ranger on our black and white television. Never did I imagine that one day I'd find myself saddling up for a political rodeo of my own and the ride of my life. Not so long ago, I rode with the National Party posse. Across the debating chamber sat my friend Stuart Nash with the Labour posse, and beside me, Alfred Ngaro. None of us imagined that one day we'd be riding under the same banner, yet here we are. Different backgrounds, different political journeys, one destination. Why? Because when people who've spent decades on opposite sides of politics all arrive at the same conclusion, perhaps it isn't the riders who have changed. Perhaps New Zealand has. Or perhaps the parties we once rode with drifted away from the values that first inspired us to join them. For me, my moment of clarity came during the COVID years. It wasn't one single event. It was watching New Zealand become increasingly divided, seeing neighbours disagree, communities strained, families torn apart, and many people feeling unheard. As the then Member of Parliament for Wanganui, I believed my first responsibility was to listen to my community, even when people disagreed with one another. I stood alongside local people, listened to their concerns and spoke up because I believed every New Zealander deserved to be heard respectfully. Not name-called, not cancelled. That wasn't always easy. Politics can be brutal, public life can be unforgiving. I could cope with criticism and negativity directed at me. What is most unfair when the public targeted my children? That forces you to ask yourself a simple question: why am I here? Then came another defining moment. From my office in Parliament, I looked down onto the parliamentary grounds. I saw thousands of New Zealanders gathered from all walks of life. I also saw Winston Peters walking amongst them. Whatever people thought of those events, I saw a true political leader, prepared to get out from behind the podium, walk amongst everyday New Zealanders, listen to them, and front up. For me, that is leadership. Leadership isn't only about talking to people who agree with you. Leadership is about listening, especially when times are difficult. That experience confirmed what had been growing in my heart. My principles hadn't changed. They had simply led me somewhere I truly belonged. Because I believe democracy matters. I believe equal citizenship matters. I believe freedom carries responsibility. I believe governments should serve the people, not the other way around. And I believe New Zealanders deserve leaders prepared to stand with them, not above them. That's why I joined New Zealand First. Not because I abandoned my principles, but because my principles led me here. New Zealanders, we want our country back. A country united, not divided. A country confident in itself. A country where every citizen stands equal before the law. A country where government remembers that it serves the people. And that is why this election counts. It's about our purpose, it's about our people, it's about our place. So yes, some of us have ridden in different paddocks in hill country, travelled different trails, but today we're riding together. One posse, patriotic and proud. One purpose, to put New Zealand and New Zealanders first, and I'm proud to ride with Winston Peters. I'm proud to ride alongside this outstanding New Zealand First team, patriotic, saddling up with our New Zealand First candidates posse, because this isn't the end of the story. This is our first rodeo, and it's only just beginning, for the ride of our lives, to make the lives of New Zealanders a priority and putting New Zealand first. Thank you.
Right, our next speaker is the Honourable Alfred Ngaro. Where are you?
Kia ora, kia rana, and shalom. It's great to be with you all here, and you're the backbone, you're the heart of this party as well. When I first came in yesterday, Hareti said to me, "We've been here before." He said, "Yeah, we were. The last time we were here, we had a National Party conference." And we said, "Yeah, that's right, we were." And I can tell you this, what I see here today, the numbers of the people that are here, is exactly what it looked like then. And so I want to say to you, you're not just a small party, you're a big party. That's what you are. But you see, there's a little bit of a point of difference, and I just want to acknowledge the fact is that when Hareti and I used to come, to these conferences, to the National Party conferences. We'd have our leader come, make a speech, whether it was John Key, Bill English and others, and they'd stay for a little while, but then they'd go. But I just want to acknowledge the fact is that our leader here, he stays with the people. And that's the true mark of leadership. So I just want to honour you, sir, for your leadership that you're here today, that you show to us. It's not the first time that we've met, though. So when I first came into the National Party, to be honest, I had no background in politics, no interest. I come from a construction background. I was serving in community. I was a pastor and so forth. And I had a friend called Sam. He was in Maunga Keke. He was a National MP. He said, look, can you come along to our National Party fundraiser? And I said, really, I'm not into politics, seriously. I do my thing every 3 years, and that's about it. Probably a bit like most Kiwis. And he said, look, there's a free feed. There's a good dinner. And I said, I'm in. So, I was just a cheap date. Went there with my wife, and, for 2 hours, we had John Key get up and speak as the Prime Minister. We had ministers. There was fundraising. And at the end, I just had one job, and that was just to say the prayer to end the night. So my wife said to me, sweetheart, just one job, just get up and say the prayer. Darling, I'm always obedient to you. So I get up and say, ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing night. We've had the Prime Minister, we've had ministers, we've had speeches and policies that have been presented. And then I said to them, I've only just got one job, and that's just to say the prayer. But I thought I just want to say one thing. And I said, for all the things that have been said tonight, there's one thing missing. Just from the ordinary guy who lives down the road, somehow for all of what's been said tonight, it's uninspiring. Because it does not touch the dreams and aspirations for ordinary Kiwis like me. And yeah, that's right, everything just went drop, just like your drop right now. Because my wife was to the left, I looked to the right, okay? And I said, but before you throw me out, let me just say this prayer, but don't close your eyes, because normally that's what we do, because we need you to open your eyes. And here's what I said. Heavenly Father, I pray that the political leaders of our country, that you would open the eyes of their hearts, that they would see us like we see them. But could they listen to us and hear the dreams and aspirations of ordinary Kiwis, for what they dream about for their families, for their children, for their community, and even for their country? Could they mean what they say and say what they mean? And could they be old school that when they put out their hand and that their handshake was their bond of a promise? But if they failed and they couldn't achieve what they promised, would they have the courage to come back, say we tried, we failed, we may not like it, but respect will arise in our hearts. In Jesus' name, amen. Well, guess what happened? I got a standing ovation. I thought I was getting kicked out. John Key came along and said to me, who are you? I said, I'm just a nobody. And he said, no, you're someone that should be in Parliament. I said, how do you figure that out? I've never been in politics, never studied it, have no real interest in it, like most Kiwis. And he said, well, the truth is Parliament is called the House of Representatives. And that was the journey for me to going into Parliament. I want to say this is that I have a heart of gratitude to thank you for the opportunity to do my apprenticeship. But here's where the point of difference to where I am here today. Because the reality in that journey, while I was looking and learning and getting into politics, seeing what was there, and so the thing about Parliament and about the National Party, it's a big machine. And when you're bigger, you're not always better. And you can be shiny, you can have all the bells and whistles, you can say all the right things, but you can miss the very point of the prayer that I prayed for them that night. Is that, do you really see the dreams and aspirations of ordinary Kiwis? Do you understand them? Do you go to them face to face? And the truth is, we lost that in the party. And all of a sudden, it became about ideologies. All of a sudden, it became what we could figure out in Wellington to what we thought the people needed. And the truth is, bigger parties can lose their way, and here's how they do that. They do that because in the speeches of our caucus that Hariti and I used to sit in, they'd say things like, we're a broad church. And I'd say, well, funny, this guy never went to church, but anyway. What he's meant to say is that we should be all things to all people. But here's the problem with that. When you do that, you tend to compromise. And I want to say to you to this today, what has brought me here today is because both the leader and the Right Honourable Winston Peters and this party and its board and its volunteers are not willing to compromise the things that are important to ordinary Kiwis. And I can tell you this, We said we had public meetings, but we really didn't. We'd invite our people and people who could make sure they're supported. But the public meetings that we're doing are the very things that I said was really important, because why? We are led by the Right Honourable Winston Peters. I've got to say to you this, just a little side story. I remember that when in 2000 we went in, John Key said this: for those of you that are newbies, if you really want to learn about politics, then go and watch Winston. That's right, that's what he said. He's the consummate politician. And then Murray McKellar said, but just don't believe everything he says. That was his little disclaimer. So here's what happened. I went and approached him over at Copperfields. It's the little place that you go and have a bit of coffee and a pie. And I said to him, Right Honourable Winston Peters, I said, this is what John Key said. He said, so what would you teach to the new kid on the block? And he said two things. He said, the first thing, when you're in the chamber, you've got to have a little bit of an understanding of the Old Testament and a flirtatious view of Shakespeare. And then the second thing he said to me, he said, no MP is worth his salt if he doesn't go out into the community and meet the real people. That's what he said. And I've never forgotten that. And so I just want to say, thank you. And I want to finish off with this. The first meeting that I had as in Onehunga, and I remember that Julian Paul said to us, we were candidates and campaign chairs, and then Tuna said, well, let's all go around and introduce ourselves. So the next person got up and said, oh, g'day, my name's Graham. I used to be with the Botany National Party. Oh, g'day, my name's Bert. I used to be with the Tamaki National Party. G'day, my name's Susie. I used to be part of the National Party. It just went on and on. By the time it got to me, I said, geez, I feel like I'm at an AA meeting for National Party members. G'day, my name's Alfred. It was 5 years since the last time I was with the National Party. But here's the truth. We all had one thing in common, and that is that we never left the party because we never left our values and our convictions. So the truth is, this is not waka jumping. This is not jumping to another party. This is following the values that are true to who we are as Kiwis. That's what it is. And I want to say this last thing because this is what Winston's often always talked about. I had a phone call, I've got 4 children, 2 grandchildren, and my oldest son rings me, and he's a builder by trade, and so they're minimalist builders most times, don't say much. Rings me up and says, g'day, Dad. I said, g'day, son. Love you. I said, love you, son. And he said, here you're standing. Yes, I am. Good on you. And I said, thank you. I'm going to support you. Thank you, son. One last thing. And I said, yep. Finish the job. So I'm here to be part of a team, to follow a leader that I admire and respect. But we have to remember that it's not just about the leadership. We all represent New Zealand first. And the energy and the authenticity that we bring to every conversation in our communities is a multiplying effect. Because we're not afraid to tackle the hard issues. We're not afraid to go into places to show the authenticity of who we are. Every place, every handshake that we make, every person that we greet, everywhere on maraes, on community centres and churches, doesn't matter what it is. But the authenticity that has been grounded this party is what we represent. So let's now go and finish the job. Thank you.
Right, and our final speaker of this session, the Honourable Stuart Nash. There you.
Finish the job. There's a key theme here around values and finishing the job. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge my leader, the Right Honourable Winston Peters. They always say behind every great man there's a better woman, so it's good to see you too here, Jan. Good. Welcome. You've been to a number of these, so good to see you. It's also good to see a couple of former deputy leaders. Ronnie, good to see you, mate. Fletch, good to see you. To the New Zealand First Caucus, I know you've done the hard yards over the last 2.5 years, as Derek said, The day you went back into Parliament in 2023, you started the campaign for 2026, and my God, you've done a fantastic job. Julian, the way that you run the party is outstanding. Derek, I know that, where is Derek? I know the hard work you put in, mate. I mean, you know, if you think MPs work long hours, you should see the hours Derek work. He only has time for one meal a day. You do it brilliantly, mate. Dover Samuels, my great mate. Dover's ex-Labor. He's here, a former Labor cabinet minister. There was an announcement today that a number of you mightn't have picked up on, and that is Reno Tirakartini has come out and said that he has joined New Zealand First. Now, this is significant, and the reason I say that is the two families that have spent more time in New Zealand Parliament than any other are the Tirakartinis and the Nashes. Once incredibly staunch Labor families that spent over 50 years as the foundation of Labor caucuses, and now New Zealand First families. Like other former ministers, as mentioned my mate Dover Samuels, the Honourable Shane Jones, we didn't leave Labor, Labor left us. But I want to say one thing to you, and I'm open about this. The old Labor values still run strong through my veins, and they are the principles and the values that I'm going to hopefully bring to Parliament as part of a really big, really engaged, fantastic New Zealand First caucus. And the thing I want to say is, listening to a whole lot of the candidates speak, there are no apprentices in New Zealand First. Every single candidate is ready to hit the ground running, and my God, there's going to be a good caucus and a fantastic team to take it forward to the 2029 election after this one. But as Dover and myself and Reno know, the Labor of today is a pale reflection of the Labor that once was, of the party that my family and Reno's family once represented. Labor used to stand up for those that work the hardest. Now they stand up for those who complain the loudest. Labor built the first state house. Now they defend those who trash them. The first education policy that Labor announced is that boards of trustees once again must give effect to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. How does that drive educational attainment? It just does not. And Peter Fraser, arguably the greatest education minister that we have ever seen, who led the Labor Party for 10 years, would be horrified at the party that he saw today. So as mentioned, I didn't leave Labor. Labor left me. A very similar message to the one Alf gave as well. Right, Dover? Absolutely. So I have a very clear message to middle Labor voting families, like mine, like Reno's, like Dover's used to be. New Zealand First is now the only party that stands up for you, your family, your friends, and your community. It is New Zealand First who understands the issues that impact upon New Zealand families. It is New Zealand First is the only political party that has released policies around getting food prices down and addressing power prices and taking on the supermarkets, who we're told by the Commerce Commission make $1 million a day in excess profits. Outrageous, and New Zealand First is the only party that isn't afraid to take them on. To those, yeah, that deserves it. So I say to those who are considering voting Labor, do you really want a government where you've got Greens and Te Pāti Maori sitting around the cabinet table? Yeah, I didn't think so. To Kiwi families who used to vote Labor, like mine, or are considering voting Labor, I'm here to say it is okay to vote for New Zealand First. Make no bones about it, New Zealand First has become the natural successor to the Labor movement that spawned the Labor Party. New Zealand First is the only party that puts New Zealand and New Zealanders first, and that is why I am here today. Thank you.
All right, give another round of applause to our fabulous speakers. All right, remit time. Let's get back into it. Remember, team, get your flags out and use the flags, don't use your hands. And you're going to have a new chair. One is far more dictatorial than I am. The Honourable Mark Patterson, where are you? Oh, you're over there. There we go. He's been waiting, chomping at the bit for this. Oh, can you guys bring it right here? Yeah, because it's hard to. No, as in to talk to Louis and Katie. Yeah.
Box in number 8.
There's only 3 of us, so do you want to go one?
So who's speaking?
If we have one person
This is your amendment.
and one person on each side,
So you know, there's an amendment here. Alma wants to change her own amendment.
people, I'll cover the right.
Yeah.
So do the room first, I'll bring it up straight away. Debate them.
Where's that next?
It's the one now.
You want me to do this one?
No, I'll do it. I might just take Chief's prerogative. I am dictatorial, as you said.
Is that why you want to do this one? You're going to wreck that.
Radio, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get back into the remit session, the business session, remit number 8, I believe. And but before I do that, could I just say how inspiring and encouraging it was to have 3 such senior political figures with great history in the New Zealand Parliament address us today with such passion and vigour and alignment with New Zealand First values. And I'd just like you all to give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much. So remit number 8, Greg Smith. Yeah, there's Greg, microphone.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, peoples. New Zealand First. What's the key test? Does this benefit New Zealand as a whole? Feels like a no-brainer to protect our industry and support our natural island isolation barrier. But there will be those who feel there's money in them, their legislative frontiers. Yeehaw. First, is this pathway necessary? Does New Zealand not already produce world-class, desirable, non-GMO products? Our milk-derived products, wine, beer, wool, meat, exports, reap 80.7 billion, that's billion with a B, annually, with potential for so much more. Well, I think flax industry, hemp, other fibres. Against an annual spend of 155 billion, we need to protect our export markets or potentially give away future earnings that defray that deficit. Increasingly, countries are moving away from GMO for their imports as they build their local market share of production. The reticence to flood themselves with cheap, mass-marketed, dare I use the AI-inspired word, slop, is strong. We cannot hope to compete effectively in that market space. We need to maintain our current niche for pure, clean, healthy, natural food and responsibly produced fibres. For example, the EU has recognised the need to protect their home products and taken an extremely precautionary approach to GMO. Strictly speaking, there's virtually no GMO crops grown for human consumption. All are imported as animal food. Conversely, 96% of soy is GMO in the US, as well as corn and canola. China's GMO policy balances strict state control and mandatory labelling to protect food security.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, so just to finish off.
Thanks, Greg.
I submit this remit.
Thank you. Thanks, Greg. I believe Helma has got a amendment to speak to. Is that...
Why I changed the wording of the original back to the original remit is because it's what the expert wants. The people that have studied science, they advise me that it needs to go back. The wording is extremely important, and it must be drafted up very carefully because we do not want to create loopholes. If we reject gene tech and GMO, we have to do it right, preserving New Zealand's reputation as a producer of GE-free food. The EU at the moment has actually fallen for, dus it creates a huge big opportunity for New Zealand to export GE food. Share industry analysis, Fortune Business Insight, 23rd of June 2026, says that by exporting GE-free food, it's worth USA dollars $22.6. If we stay GE-free, yes, with the right wording and don't create loopholes, we are in for a winner. I hope you will support this remit, and there will be another amendment coming because by also some other exports. Thank you.
Thank you, Helma. Would anyone like to speak for or against the amendment? We're talking about the amendment now. So can someone put a flag, please? It's very hard to see in the lights. Just at the front. Ma'am, could you just identify yourself, please?
I'm Catherine Outing and I represent the East Coast, Gisborne. I would like to support Helma's amendment as I feel it's critically important to keep the country GE-free. We do not want biotechnology in our food. It will be harmful not only for this country, but for other countries. We have already seen the catastrophic effects that it can have. We must not play with nature. Organic is the best way to go, it's the healthiest way to go, and we must support this remit with this amendment to keep our country protected and keep our country safe. So please support Helma and her remit.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against the amendment? Clyde, I believe. You just identify yourself.
Yeah, it's Clyde from Upper Harbour. I'm not sure whether this amendment actually opens the door to controlled experiments within New Zealand of allowing biotechnology and GE experiments to take place. My read of it at this point of time looks like that's permitted. However, my fear is if that is permitted rather than the blanket ban on GE foods and GE experiments, having the option to basically allow controlled experiments could lead to its more widespread use if you can't control it. Okay. Therefore, I oppose that.
Thank you, Claude. I'm going to give Helma a right of reply there.
New Zealand has one of the strictest rules on GMO and GE-free. Those experiments are already happening on test farms from the government. You can ask that under the Unofficial Information Act. Now, the lobby groups, they know that, and what they said to me, there needs to be a small opening for people to do tests that the case stays contaminated in the lab. Otherwise, certain cannot do that PhD in science. So that's what they explained me, but I can understand what the other member said, the danger that it gets out of contamination. But I'm just listening to the experts of the science, how they want the law to be in New Zealand. And we do have the most strictest law comparing to other countries now, and we are doing experiments. That is happening in New Zealand.
Thank you, Helma. Anyone against the amendment? I think we've heard enough. No, I'm not going to give you a right of reply. Look, I would say I'm going to use the enormous power I have here as chair to as the New Zealand First, to speak on behalf of the amendment. I'm the New Zealand First spokesperson on this issue. I think Helma's amendment gives a deal of clarity to the well-intended initial remit. The ambiguity in the coalition agreement has been our friend up till now and being able to hold this back, but I think Helma, in her wording, has made it a bit clearer as to what we actually stand for, so I would support Helma's amendment. So I'm going to now call for a vote on this. So all in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Who's the next? I call on Jenny Marcroft. Here she goes at the back. Sorry, yeah, okay. We have to vote on the. So we're voting on the amended remit. Sorry very much. Sorry. Rightio, all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Jenny Marcroft, number 9.
To fund a primary care winter wellness check for seniors. This is because primary care is widely recognised as the foundation, most cost-effective foundation of an efficient healthcare system. And checking for undiagnosed conditions prior to winter will be a great way to ensure our seniors stay well over the winter period. It will take off part of the burden that happens for GPs who get inundated with patients over the busy winter period. It's the front door of medicine. It's the front door to our health system. Primary care is ultimately the most important part of, in my opinion, and maybe some of the doctors in the room as well, of the health system. The Winter Wellness WAF, and this remit has come through from GPNZ, so it is something they believe would be very important for the GPs to have the ability to have an extended 30-minute consultation, because at the moment they can only have funded one appointment in a 24-hour period. So in order to do an extended appointment where you can do a full check, bloods, you can check for hypertension, high cholesterol, you can do lifestyle checks as well, diet, lifestyle things. That can't be done in a short 10 to 15-minute appointment. You need to have extended, but currently you're not able to do that because you can only have funded one 15-minute appointment in a 24-hour period. So it would extend that, and it would fund that second part of the appointment to make it 30 minutes. I believe this is a very good way to ensure our seniors stay healthy over winter.
Right, would someone like to speak in favour of the remit and thereby second it? I'm looking for someone in favour of the remit at this stage. Okay.
Yeah, Paul Butler, Auckland, Electorate, North Shore actually. I'd like to speak, I'm a GP, I'd like to speak in support with one rider, is that an evidence-based support for what GPs actually do in this situation, because GPs are not well educated in some of the important things that can be done, such as prescribing all of our elders vitamin D to carry them over the winter period, and also some good practical advice around nutrition and having something like a kiwi fruit every day to maintain their vitamin C levels and some other practical things. But I think it's a great initiative. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak against the remit? I've got one over there. Ian, I think it is it? I think Ian over here with the...
Yeah, Ian Staples, Palmerston North. There's a pretty short sort of motion there, and it opens the door for perhaps some things that have gone on. We all remember the situation with the COVID jabs, but we've got flu jabs, but just as bad. I've never had one, I'm never likely to have one. And
Okay, anyone else want to speak to the remit? Down the back.
Hello, Florence from the Waimakariri electorate. I'm not against, I've got a question. Is there assessment of how much it's going to cost the taxpayer? It would be good to have, a financial view of if we can afford with the current debt that we have. Thank you.
Jenny, would you like to respond to that?
According to GPNZ, when we wrote this policy, they expected that the appointment would cost about $200 for a half-hour appointment. Basically, they were basing that on the fact that a 10 to 15-minute appointment, which is current, is around $100, which gets paid for by the taxpayer.
Okay, thank you. Any other commentary? We've got a flag over here.
Kia ora whānau, John Blackshaw. I'm standing in the electorate of Kenepuru. My background is a mental health therapist. I work in primary care, have done for a number of years. I have to say, overall, my major concern is one of the key New Zealand First principles is autonomy and being independent. And I guess philosophically, I'm just curious because it seems to always suggest that the elderly are not able to do anything for themselves or seniors. And actually, there are plenty of things that seniors can do to look after their own health. I would also just say, and this might be an unpopular view, I work in a clinical health team, but personally, I haven't seen a GP for about 15 years. And I personally feel my health has never been better, and I feel the New Zealand health system seems to be, it's like ringing a bell, unhealthy, see the GP. So that's just my view.
Thank you. Right, I'm gonna bring this to the vote. No, I think you've had a bit of a say, Jenny. So I am going to bring this to the vote. It is a simple resolution here. So all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? I think we'll go to a show of flags. Got the counters, Kevin, Eddie, John. So all in favour, please raise your flags. Right, I think rather than vote, count just a moment, I'll just ask for all against, please raise your flags. Yeah, I'm going to call the motion carried. Who's number 10? Motion 10, Keegan Langefeld.
Keegan Langeveld, Young New Zealand First. This one's mostly straightforward. So it would raise the income threshold for student loan repayments from $24,128 to $60,000 per annum. Currently, you start paying 12% on your income above $24,000 on your student loan repayments. If we shift this threshold up to $60,000, it would save new graduates about $4,000 per year if they were earning $60,000. It would reduce the cost of living burden on students who are working while studying, who may have crossed that threshold, and it won't punish low-income Kiwis right out of university. And it should hopefully incentivise young New Zealanders to stay in New Zealand instead of going offshore. $4,000 a year is a significant amount when you're trying to establish your life in right out of university, so I asked the convention to support this remit.
Could I have someone to speak in favour of the remit? Over here, Josiah.
Thanks. So this is Josiah Willemsley. I'm Young New Zealand First Wigram. And I'm not just supporting this remit because Keegan's my boss. He didn't come to my hotel in the morning and say, well, if you don't support this, I'm kicking you out. In all seriousness, I've supported this remit since its first conception. I think it's a good idea to keep young people in the country, as Keegan has said. I think New Zealand First has delivered for young people. I think New Zealand First has done a good job raising the minimum wage by moderate amounts, and also with the apprenticeship boost. I think we have an issue that New Zealand First is perceived as the party of my grandparents' generation. That it's not for young people. But as I and others, like Nathan know, a lot of young people are concerned about immigration and all that, but I think this is important to deliver cost of living relief for young people and to keep them in the country. I commend this remit to the floor.
Thanks, Josiah. Would anyone like to speak against this remit? We've got over.
I'll just start off by saying that I've had 2 student loans.
Could you just give your name and electorate, please?
Yeah, Jeremy from Hutt South. I've had 2 student loans, and I know the pressure that you're under when you're paying them off. I do support raising the threshold, but that's a massive jump to the threshold. What it's going to do is it's going to push out your home buying dreams, because you're going to still have your student loan hanging around for a few years extra. It's also going to make the calls from the other parties to get rid of the interest free on the student loans a lot louder. If you're going to put it up to $60,000, they're not going to be happy at all with those. I think you should have a modest jump, but not up to $60,000. It's just too much.
Right,
and you do need to get through those budgets. Thanks.
Point well made. Anyone else like to speak for or against? Got Taylor O'Neill.
Taylor O'Neill, Wellington. I'm the chair for Wellington North as well. I'm speaking in support of this because right now there's a lot of students who are studying and working, and they're earning nowhere near $60,000, but they're earning over 24, but they're still struggling. And having been there myself, working and studying almost full time, and you're on the bones of your ass, you're struggling as it is to make rent and to even buy groceries, and then you look at your paycheck, $70 on the student loan repayment, and I've added another $180 onto the student loan repayment this week alone. You don't get ahead at all paying it off that early when you're still studying. Furthermore, that threshold at $60,000 means that when you graduate and you get into your job at the very bottom, you're not immediately paying it off. You can actually work that job for a little while, find your feet, get some experience, and then when you start to advance, you start to pay it off.
Right, anyone else like to speak against? I'm looking for someone against at this stage, otherwise I'll put it to the vote. We've got over in the back.
Yeah, Andrew Hogg, Auckland Central Hub. Education is already funded to a degree, something like 80% by the taxpayer. Is that correct? 70? Okay, so that's a pretty good amount already. Education is a privilege. Education is something that we all need to take some responsibility for. And from that point of view, it's going to cost the country, right, to pay for the tax. So from that point of view, I am opposed to the remit.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. I'm going to put this to the vote now. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. Carried. believe there's someone called Shane Jones from Northland. Is he anywhere in the building? Shane Jones? Is there anyone to speak to Shane's remit? Rob Gore? Has he authorised you to do this, Rob, or have you just decided to wing it?
Better to ask forgiveness and permission. Rob Gore, Auckland area. I wholeheartedly support this remit for one basic reason. In our prisons, not all of them, some of them are hardened criminals, some of the people who've done very bad things, but the problem we have in New Zealand is for the last 100 years, if you have somebody who's a drunk or an addict, our only real response has been to lock them up. And because of this, they reoffend and reoffend over and over. There's another consideration. There are two ways you can fight organised crime. There is only one instance in the recent history where a country has properly taken apart organised crime. It was in the 1920s. A guy called Cesare More, he was sent by Mussolini to take out the mafia in Sicily. He was very successful, but I don't think the Human Rights Commission would agree with his methods. I don't think there's anybody in this room who'd realistically suggest the same methods. There is another way, which is you eliminate demand. There's a more humane, a more humanitarian, a moral way of doing that, which is by helping people out of that way of life. Not every person will get it, not every person will change their ways, but I genuinely believe if you have more rehabs, if you have more opportunity, you have more spaces for people to turn their lives around, you beat the attrition rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Anyone else want to speak to the remit? Wave your flags. I'll take 4 at this stage. I see one flag over in the back there.
Kia ora again, whānau, John Blackshaw, Kinapuru electorate. Just a heads up, I, in my career as a mental health professional, I was a drug and alcohol therapist at the women's prison in Arohata in Tawa, and I can speak to this and say that it was a really successful program and that the demand for the services was outstripping supply of our services. So, yeah, big ups to this one.
Is there anyone that would like to speak against the remit? Sorry? Oh, down. Oh, there's Casey Costello, the caucus heavyweights going head to head here.
Yeah.
Stand by.
This could be a very career-limiting move. Absolutely endorse the first part of this remit, increased regional drug rehabilitation facilities. Totally agree. To fund it from the Proceeds of Crime Fund will make it fail. The Proceeds of Crime Fund is seasonal. It depends on how hard we are and how effective we are at seizing assets and how good the court is at giving those assets over to the Crown. To run these facilities, you need continuous funding. You cannot run on a year-by-year basis, and the Proceeds of Crime Fund cannot guarantee that that funding will be available. If we're going to do this, it has to be government funded, it has to be continuous. We already have the regional organised crime initiatives, which are funding community to reduce the demand, but they are 6-month funding contracts. It will not succeed if we can't give people permanent contracts. Anybody who works in the drug and rehabilitation field are highly skilled professionals. They need more than a 6-month contract to exist. We have to fund it by the government, not Proceeds of Crime.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak against? If not, I'm going to go to the vote. All in favour of the remit, please say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. Going for a show of flags. Get your flags ready. All in favour, please raise your flags. I'll just put them down for a second. All against, raise your flags. We're going to a count. Counters, please. So all in favour, please raise your flags. Hold them high, please, if you're... No. So. So that's the counting done for the ayes. So all those against, raise your flags. Yeah, that's my view. We'll just finish the vote.
You have to wait.
Rightio, the ayes are 113, the noes are 103. So the motion is counted, is passed. We've got a point of order somewhere over there. Elizabeth Munt.
It's been requested by a number of people down this end if there was an opportunity to just simply take what Casey has suggested and just put a line through the bottom.
Yeah, so the point of order, well, the order was clearly set out by the President at the start that amendments had to be in writing. So if we do it for this, it'll be a slippery slope through the rest of the program. What we will say is this is not the end of the road. I think Casey's made a very valid point that the policy committee and the finance team can go away and take that feedback back. I think clearly the sentiment of the room is supportive of the policy. It's how we're paying for it is only bit for debate. So you can just relax a little bit. So Remit 12, Bill Mockridge. Where's Bill? Over there in the back corner.
Bill Mockridge, Mount Albert. This is about being required to take Maori cultural courses, which seems to be creeping in to various professions. In particular, I referred to Janet, who was a long-standing real estate agent in Howick. She refused to take the Maori cultural course, and the Real Estate Institute took her licensing practice away. The issue here, I feel, in a free and democratic nation, you're free to practice your own religion and culture, but it should not be compulsory for you to take a course on another religion and culture, particularly for your employment, except for the cases where you go a teacher to a religious school or you want to be a rabbi or a priest.
Thank you, Bill. Succinctly put. Anyone would like to speak in favour? Right, I can see someone down here. Just microphone, please.
Sorry, Steve Gummer, Taranaki King Country. I want to speak in support of this a bit because our first speaker had talked about the iwi creep into the disciplinary cultural training by various professional groups. I'm a chartered accountant, or at least I was up until a few years ago when I resigned because they had a little bit of mission creep. And we never had that sort of thing, and I have not come across an accountant or a doctor who has set a professional degree or anything like that where they've had to worry about Maori or anything like that. But I think what really comes to the core of this and pushing along with the iwi type thing is that is going to have mission creep as well. Next thing, we're going to have a very high population of imported people if I can call them that. They're going to bring at least 2 or 3 major cultures to this country that we are currently seeing and being included in our day-to-day lives. Do we really need to have that into ourselves as well? We are New Zealanders, New Zealand first.
Thank you, Grant.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to speak against this motion? Okay, if not, I'm going to put it to the vote. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, Nikki Hudson, Agreement 13. There's Nikki, here she goes at the back.
Nikki Hudson, Kaipara ki Maharangi. This remit protects local democracy and public assets. Local government is not the Crown. Councils have no direct legal obligation to the Treaty of Waitangi to enter into binding co-governance arrangements with post-settlement trusts. Yet under the 2017 RMA amendments and some treaty settlements, councils are being drawn into arrangements that can delegate real influence, including voting rights over resource consent processes and public assets, all at ratepayers' expense. New agreements are being rushed through right now to obtain protection under the replacement legislation. This reform needs to go further. This remit calls for amendments to the RMA replacement laws and the government's treaty settlement negotiation policy to explicitly prohibit the Crown from binding local authorities into new co-governance arrangements and to investigate the abolition of the existing mana whakahona o rohe and similar participation agreements. This remit will protect council control and ownership of public assets and resources, remove non-essential costs and bureaucracy from councils, investigate the abolition of existing arrangements, and free up rates money for local core services. Recent examples like the Far North District Council partnerships and Ngāi Tahu's Tuia highlight exactly why this reform is urgent. This remit is about good co-governance and fiscal responsibility. Let's shore up our local democracies.
Thank you, Nikki. Anyone like to speak in favour of the remit? I've got Steve, I believe. Oh, Vince Anderson, our Coromandel candidate.
Is this on? Yep. Vincent Anderson here. In my role as a district councillor, we have iwi groups coming in to negotiate these at the moment. The original intention of the RMA is that it would have guardrails and outline basically how resource consents, like timings, costs, etc. But the iwi groups coming in are asking to be involved in planning. They're trying to broaden the remit and have more say. So it's basically another way that co-governance is creeping into our local democracy. So I fully support this and thank you for putting it forward. It's really important that we do take a line in the sand because it's just going to keep happening if we don't. So yeah, I support this.
Thank you, Vince. Would anyone like to speak against the remit? Oh, down the back here.
John Stringer, Southland candidate, South Island Te Waiponamu. I think the wording of this remit's wrong, because what it says to me as an English teacher is that we're going to specifically rule out the binding of local government entities, which means that they're free to negotiate settlements with iwi and partnerships. And that's not really what the intent of this remit is. So I'm going to reject this remit on the basis of its wording. You are setting up a co-governance model with this remit. The government might come to some determination, but local governments will not be bound by it. So they can go off and do whatever they want, which is what ECAN tried this week and has now withdrawn, and it's what Northland is trying to do. So you've got a two-tier system with the wording of this remit, so I'm going to reject this remit.
Okay, it's an interesting take. Is anyone else like to speak against it? We've got Justin.
Yeah, so Justin Jurgens, Young New Zealand First. I'm just a bit concerned about the wording specifically saying that those would affect settled treaty settlements, as if you would be going against an agreement that was signed between iwi and the Crown through the Waitangi Tribunal. How exactly would the response be if we were to suddenly just not acknowledge that part of the agreement?
Okay, we'll give Nikki a right to reply. 1 minute.
Thank you very much for those comments, both for and against. To the specific wording, what would the suggestion be to improve it, and why wouldn't you have put in an amendment before Wednesday in the 15th of July to make sure that it passed? And also, to the other point, I think that what we need to understand is that this is happening right now. The Taxpayers Union have just received some news that, for example, Horizons District Council are under pressure. Various councillors have been able to expose that. They're rushing to get them done before Royal Assent at the end of the month, and what this particular remit is addressing is not going to be able to be done before then. We need to draw a line in the sand and say that we would not allow the binding of local bodies by the RMA.
Thanks, Nikki. Right, I'm going to put this to the vote now. So all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. Carried. So we've got Peter Wynne, remit 14. Remit 14, Peter Wynne, PAYE income tax remit. Where's Peter? Oh, he's over here.
G'day everyone. So I'll read the remit out. Exempt overtime earnings on PAYE income tax for individuals whose annual income is less than 100 grand per annum. And I've got a bit of a speech. Oh, I'm from Nelson. I'm the chair for Nelson. So, Chair, Mr. Peters, caucus, board, president, delegates today, good afternoon. I'd like to ask a simple question. When did New Zealand start punishing people for working hard? Every day across this country, nurses stay late to finish a shift. Police officers work late to keep the streets safe. Builders push on and finish a house. Farmers work late into the evening. Mechanics, electricians, truck drivers, hospitality workers, tradies, factory workers, caregivers, and so many others do extra hours. And what happens? The harder you work, the more tax you pay on those extra hours. I believe we've got this wrong. This remit says if you earn under 100 grand a year, your overtime should be tax-free. Think what that means. It rewards effort, not welfare. It encourages productivity instead of bureaucracy. It helps families with the cost of living without forcing businesses to increase wages. And importantly, it costs employers virtually nothing, and incentivise comes from tax system, not from the burden of businesses. It is targeted, it's fair.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks.
And I can keep on talking all day.
I'm looking for someone to speak in support of the remit. Flag, wave the flag. I've got it up the back.
If people have worked 40 hours a week...
could you just identify yourself, please?
If people have worked...
Excuse me, could you just identify yourself for that?
Sorry. Jenny McEwen from Auckland. If people have worked 40 hours a week and paid their taxes on that, they have done their fair share. And if they need to work longer, they should not be having to pay more tax. They should, if they're poor enough or struggling enough or just plain working hard to save, give them a break.
Okay, would anyone like to speak against the remit? I might go for Bryce over here. Bryce, it's Bryce, is it? Nathan, sorry, Nathan. Bryce is next here.
Thank you. Nathan Walton, Young New Zealand First and candidate for Ilam. I'm opposed to this remit for a number of reasons. The biggest reason is that it seriously complicates our tax system. From a taxation law perspective, what you need in a tax system is simplicity, not complexity. This introduces unworkable complexity into our tax laws. Tax avoidance would be a major issue with this remit. It would cost the Inland Revenue millions of dollars in administrative costs to identify the tax avoidance that would come from this if it were to be implemented. And also, in terms of the revenue, if you were to have this policy in place, you would have a drastic reduction in government revenue. That means less funding for public services like schools and hospitals. That's not the New Zealand First way. And so I recommend that we reject this remit. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. I'm looking for someone else to speak against. I'll just come over here. Hamish, yep.
Thank you. Hamish Dane from the Rotorua electorate. We as a committee talked about this, and this remit actually opens up a whole bunch of loopholes for tax avoidance, and on that premise we didn't support it. But if you really want to address this issue to get a similar outcome, and keeping it simple would be to raise the minimum tax bracket. It's easy, it's quick, it's effective, and it will work.
Thank you. I think I'm going to take this to the vote. No, that's fair enough, Peter. I think I will allow you to retort that. 1 minute.
As someone who's always worked extra hours and run many of businesses and understand the tax system, yes, there could be loopholes. But we give lots of things like working to families, which is targeted for very specific people. This targeted people who work extra hours, and that is the New Zealand First way. What I would say, if you've run a business and done MYOB or zero, this is simple. This is not a hard thing, and the IRD are not efficient as they are. This is not a hard thing to do, and our people who will run the numbers, they'll figure this out. And on that, if the extra money goes into a family, they're going to spend it. We're going to get it with GST and other means anyway. So the Crown is not going to lose money.
Thanks, Peter. Right, I am going to the floor for a vote now. So all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. Well, we're going to the flags. So all in favour, please raise your flags. I just put them down for a second. Just put them down. So all those against, please raise your flags now. Yeah, so the motion is defeated. Remit 15, Teresa Gibson. Where's Teresa? Over there, thank you. Order, please.
Good afternoon, delegates. I'm Teresa Gibson from Kaipara Maharangi, Warkworth Region, North Auckland. I rise to support this remit, protecting New Zealand's sovereignty, because it is founded on one timeless principle. New Zealand must always be governed by New Zealanders through the Parliament and our elected MPs. International relations matter, trade matters, and neither should ever come at the expense of our independence, our democracy, or our right to govern ourselves. Today, international agreements increasingly extend beyond trade into immigration, labor mobility, digital regulation, environmental policy, and long-term governance. Those decisions must always remain accountable to the New Zealand people. This remit establishes one simple constitutional principle: no international treaty, trade agreements, convention, or overseas governance framework will ever diminish the sovereignty authority of the New Zealand Parliament. This means New Zealand First will stand for 5 clear principles. Parliamentary sovereignty comes before international commitments. 2, trade agreements should promote trade, not determine immigration policy. 3, our institutions must answer to New Zealand voters, not unelected international bodies or woke, captured bureaucrats. Our currency, our strategic assets, property rights, and economic futures must remain in New Zealand's hands. I ask for you today to support this remit because sovereignty is not a slogan. We must stand up for our
Teresa.
civil rights.
Thank you, Teresa. Can I have someone to speak in favour of the remit, please? I think Nikki Hudson has asked to do so. Nikki's put in a formal request, so. I've called Nikki. Nikki, you go.
Hi, Nikki Hudson, Kaipariki Maharangi. New Zealand must be governed by New Zealanders, not by bureaucrats in Europe or Delhi. We are watching with alarm as international agreements lock in immigration rules, digital controls, environmental obligations, and governance commitments that tie the hands of future parliaments. The India FTA is the latest example, quietly affirming UNDRIP and pushing digital currency while ignoring public opposition. New Zealand must draw a hard line. We must continue to oppose any international deals that undermine our sovereignty and the right of Kiwis to put New Zealand first. Our laws, border, currency and future must remain under the control of the New Zealand people and elected parliament, full stop. Let's take our country back.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm looking for someone to speak against the remit. It's not in my papers. Can we skip this and come back? Okay, it sounds like there's a bit of an admin error and there was a genuine attempt to put a written remit. Yeah. So we'll hold this vote. That's the direction I've had from the President until we've had a chance to put the, yeah. So we're going to remit 16. Bernadette Suarez. Oh, yep, thanks Bernadette.
Good afternoon, delegates. I'm Bernadette Suarez from Upper Harbour. I rise to put forward this remit. Since 1st April 2008, most young workers have been entitled to the same minimum wage rate as adults. New Zealand's current minimum wage settings applied broadly across age groups, meaning young workers as young as 16 and sometimes even as young as 14 entering the workforce are often paid at similar rates to adults. This can reduce opportunities for youth to gain initial work experience, as employers may favor more experienced adult workers at the same cost. Youth unemployment and underemployment remain ongoing concerns, particularly for school leavers and first-time job seekers. Workers under 16 are not covered by the minimum wage laws, although employers must still comply with employment legislation. Sorry. I ask this party adopts a policy to reintroduce structured youth employment entry wage rates for workers 18 and for those as young as 14, designed to increase workforce participation, encourage early job opportunities, and support the development of fundamental work skills while ensuring appropriate safeguards against exploitation. In summary, this remit is not anti-youth, not exploitive, focused on opportunity, just not lower pay. Not just lower pay. Yeah.
Thanks, Bernadette. Right, looking for someone to speak in favour of the remit. I'll come down to Young New Zealand First here.
Hey everyone, Nicholas Newport in Young New Zealand First. We are speaking in support of this remit because our high school students are completely locked out of the job market, as everyone can see. Especially these traditionally high school aged workers going into fast food, supermarkets. You just don't see that nowadays. And this remit pretty much allows a lot of these businesses to open their eyes and encourage them to refocus to high school students and start employing them and giving them skills that they need, especially in this day and age. And these skills are vital, and also the job opportunities as they leave school and go into university and other areas of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Right, I'm looking for someone to speak against the remit. I might go right down the back. No, right down the back corner.
Chris Gunn, Waimakariri. I speak against this remit because, as a young man, I was subjected to this type of policy which is sought to be introduced. Because I was under 20 but doing the same job as over 20 soldiers, I got paid less. I've never forgotten that. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak against the remit? I'll just come over here. No. Liam. Liam Halligan. Liam Jennings.
Liam Jennings, Young New Zealand First, based in Kapiti out of Wellington. I'm against this remit specifically because at 16, I was out on my own. I had to work for myself, pay my own way, and I started a job at McDonald's. And that wage, having an actual wage, managed to mean I could get through and do things and further my life. If you put something like this in place, it actually makes it less of an incentive for youth to go out and work because they feel they're undervalued compared to their colleagues. We want to show youth that they are valued here, so we want them to go into the workforce. By reducing that wage, we're showing them that we don't actually value them for the same as others. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Liam. I'm just going to ask Bernadette whether you'd like a right of reply. I think we've heard two sides of the story pretty clearly.
Yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make is that currently youth are not getting the jobs. So they're getting locked out of the workforce by default really because people are, like I'm an employer myself. I would rather take a 30-year-old who has got more experience than take a 16-year-old. So I would, but if I was given the opportunity to take a 16-year-old at a lower rate, I would take a 16-year-old because that would be in line with their experience.
Right, I think the points have been clearly made for and against, so I am going to bring this to the vote. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. I'll have a quick look at the flags. In favour, please raise your flag. All right, drop them down, please. Against, raise your flags. The motion is carried and we are going to tea. Thank you very much. We're back here at 3:45.
In 2026, I'm George Natai, and of course, beside me I've actually got the Honourable Stuart Nash, who spoke earlier on in the conference. Stuart, welcome. It's great to actually have you here at the New Zealand First Conference.
Thanks, George. It's great to be here.
Well, look, you're standing for Napier, and your speech actually spoke about the different Labour strongholds, and you spoke about them, that have come to New Zealand First. Talk to us a wee bit about that.
Look, there's a number of people like Reno Titakatini, Dover Samuels, who was a former minister, as was Reno. And, the point I made is that my values, and I know the values of Dover and Reno, are exactly the same as the original Labour values. But Labour has changed, not us. I still work really hard for good, hard-working Kiwi families. That's the basis of everything I do in politics. Used to be the basis of everything Labour did. Labour came out of the union movement. Now I don't think it works. Well, the line I use is it represents those who complain the loudest as opposed to work the hardest, and I think that's actually true. The thing I love about New Zealand First is its political pragmatism. If it's right for New Zealand and it's right for New Zealanders, then it's right for New Zealand First. And that's what I think Kiwis are looking for these days.
Yep. Well, New Zealand First is actually the middle of the road, so they can either support things left, support things right. What's your view in terms of going forward for those middle-of-the-road Labour supporters that would likely look for something else?
Well, I do these things called street corner meetings, and I've done over 1,000 in my sort of 12 years involved in politics. And the thing is they keep you really grounded, but also you get the messages that you don't normally get if all you're doing is talking to staffers or corporates, etc. And I'm seeing a general level of dissatisfaction with the two old parties, and certainly with Labour. So what I say to those who have voted Labour in the past, like myself, who are considering Labour, there's two things. First of all, if you vote Labour, you could end up with a Labour, Greens, Te Pāti Maori government. And imagine a cabinet...
Tax and more tax.
Oh my God. With Labour, Te Pāti Maori and Green MPs around that cabinet table. It would be a disaster. I've no doubt about that. The second thing I say is, if you're hard out core Labour, have a look at New Zealand First policies. I mean, I'm a student of political history, as well as I keep up to date with everything. New Zealand First is the only party that has released policies that directly address the cost of living. We're going to get the price of food down. We're going to get your power bill down. We know how to do this. We're going to take on the big guys. We're not afraid to do that. We've never been afraid to do that. No other party is doing what we're doing, because I don't think any other party is as connected or in touch as New Zealand First is.
Have you actually caught up with, Dover and Reno and just had a chat about, how they came to be here?
Oh, look, I've had a chat to Dover. I sent Reno a couple of messages today. One I heard said, welcome to the fold, mate. Dover and I completely, and we talk about Dover and I completely agree that, our values haven't changed. We are still there to work really, really hard to make New Zealand a better place. There's no doubt about that. It's just the party's changed. And, there are very small minorities with very loud voices that I think have captured Labour.
Right.
You don't get that with New Zealand First. Again, it's about the policies that are going to drive growth and help hard-working families in New Zealand. We haven't forgotten who we are, but we are pragmatic, and as opposed to some outdated ideology. So as I say, if it's good for New Zealand and New Zealanders, it's good for New Zealand First.
No, you speak about Labour left you. Where have they gone?
They've gone to the hard left. They've gone to those small minorities. They've gone to those that complain really loud. What they've forgotten is that huge big mass in the middle who do work really hard, who don't complain, but at the end of every month go shivers. I put all this, or week, I put all this petrol in the car, food on the table, they've got $200 in the bank and a $300 Powerball comes in. And it's like, oh my God, how am I going to pay that? And so something has to give. Now that is the tension, that's the financial tension in thousands upon thousands of New Zealand households every week. And Labour has forgotten that. And there's no policies that I've seen out there to address that in any way, shape or form. But I have seen that with New Zealand First. So we're in touch.
Now, we've got probably just over 100 days to go for the next election, November 7th. What things are you actually likely going to be pushing for over the next 100-odd days in your electorate?
Look, there's a couple of things. First of all, it's a matter of giving those who have voted Labour and National in the past a reason to vote for New Zealand First. So it's making sure that I get the policies out there, that people understand what New Zealand First is going to do to address the big issues. But it's also because we're running a two-tick campaign. I'd love to be the MP for Napier again. I was for 9 years. Is to show the people of Napier that actually I worked really, really hard when I was the local MP. I understood the issues. I worked hard to find solutions, and I'm going to do that again. But it's really getting the message out there. We've got to give people a reason to vote for New Zealand First. The policies do, but we've got to get those policies into the living rooms of every person who could potentially vote for us.
So have the challenges that you faced when you were the MP and obviously Minister, have they changed in those 9 years that you've been out of it?
Yeah, look, I think the cost of living crisis is real. I really do. And I hear that wherever I go in a way that I didn't hear it before. I mean, there are still things like crime. And, you know, one of the things I say is that thanks to New Zealand First, the 2017 Coalition Agreement, there are 1,800 new police. I mean, Labour went to that election with 1,000, thanks to New Zealand First, are 1,800. So those base ones are still there, but I am coming across people who are struggling financially more so than I ever did 9 years previously. They're coming out and they're telling me about this, and these aren't people who are on a benefit. These are people who are actually working really hard. They've got kids, the cost of living's gone up, but their wages haven't kept track.
And so what would you be speaking to and telling the electorate of Napier?
It's a day more than they should. We will get those prices down by restructuring the supermarket sector. The second thing I'll do is the Clyde Dam, all this power, all this electricity infrastructure was paying to do it, and we know that it can be done.
You know, one of the big questions that would be asked, Stuart, is the fact that, you know, you were Labour, you're now New Zealand First. Yeah. So what would you be talking to and saying to those people that once supported you as a Labour MP?
The same values that you voted for, when you voted for me, I have exactly those same values. I haven't changed. I will still be standing up for the people of Napier. I'll still be representing you in Parliament. I'll be working really hard in Parliament. I won't be taking... I will still be standing on those street corners.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, well, look, that is, of course, the next MP for Napier, the Honourable Stuart Nash. And we're going to actually cross over now. Thank you very much for your time, Stuart. We're going to cross over now to David Wilson. He'll be talking with Brent Catchpole, the former party president. We'll catch up with him now.
Thank you for that, Stuart.
Thanks, okay, it's your turn.
I don't, well, when I'm being...
Yes, this is not a time for performative posturing and senseless virtue signalling.
But I hope Winston Peters condemned in the strongest possible terms the language that we're seeing from Donald Trump.
There are people here, Minister, who are just sick of it, don't actually care what Trump is talking about, just want the whole thing to be done with so we can go back to driving our cars in peace.
The meeting lasted a full 40 minutes, which is quite long. The agenda, the war in Iran. Winston Peters said that many people across New Zealand and the Pacific are hurting. New Zealand has long maintained a position of negotiation being the key out of situations like this.
We're here to make sure we get the best possible outcome as a consequence of our visitation here.
You with the MP for Napier.
That guy has, so it's he went on stage and had a chat to the delegates, and it was actually really impressive.
Oh, well, he spoke about, and I was really impressed about this, about the three stronghold ex-Labour supporters like himself and the Honourable Reynolds.
Nationalism, patriotism, and of course you can't beat good old common sense.
That's right.
With a bit of dose of social conservatism as well.
You had, talking about remits, so we had an afternoon, and you all saw that with regards to the remits. A lot of you were making comment around how practical a lot of these remits are for New Zealanders and the benefits. I mean, there are going to always be some people that are going to be the naysayers, but we were really pleased to see the commentary coming through. And look, here's Wokesick. They actually said that they're done with Labour and the Nats, and that they're here to support New Zealand First. Our children are not going anywhere. They're going to come back here to New Zealand First. The other good thing is that we had the opportunity to speak with young New Zealand First supporters who also made some remits. So we're going to actually head back now to more interviews on the floor here at Convention 2026.
Hi everybody, I'm here with Brent Catchpole, former leader, for party president of New Zealand First, former MP, and I think you've been with the party since the beginning, have you not? So it's not your first...
Phenomenal.
Yeah, it feels like that when you're out in the regions like myself. I've felt momentum before, but nothing like this. And you're seeing it, aren't you? So how are you feeling about all of the remits and all of the speeches and all the new candidates? Are you feeling confident?
Oh, the candidates and the speeches are absolutely first class. We've got some candidates that are coming through that are going to make excellent MPs. I've seen MPs come through with real good qualities. These candidates have got those qualities and they're going to make a really good caucus.
And you think we've got the leverage to put New Zealand First in the place that we need them to be to influence the future of this country?
Absolutely. I believe we'll exceed the 1996 numbers. It was 17 then. I think we're going to exceed that.
Awesome. Thank you, Brent. Wonderful interview. Next.
Hi, New Zealand First live streamers. I'm Hari Te Hipango Brownlee, candidate Wanganui, and I have here this young man. Please introduce yourself.
Well, kia ora, I'm Sheldon Eden Whaitiri, candidate for Mount Albert.
And so we're both former National Party members, and we've seen the light and we've come here. Why is it that you're here too, Sheldon?
Well, we certainly have seen the light, and there's been plenty of light here today in the Manukau Event Centre. I've seen the light because I think New Zealand First, we just stand for common sense. And at the moment, working people are really missing out, and I think New Zealand First are really going to be the party to take them forward into the future.
Right, and if you don't know, Sheldon comes from a very strong sporting background, refereeing, rugby games and all, and we're on the game here today. So tell us a bit more about this game and what the vibe and the feel is for you.
Oh, the atmosphere here is electric. It's speakers have been outstanding, and you've really got a great vibe and environment out here in South Auckland, and just... a lot of people everywhere. It's been awesome.
Great, and we've got the gala dinner tonight. We're all coming together. There's the All Blacks playing Ireland. I had my first Test match experience last weekend, and the feeling of the whole nation, 35,000 singing. What are your thoughts about the game tonight?
I think the All Blacks will win. I love the way that they're playing under Dave Rennie. He's been a breath of fresh air, and they're kicking a lot less and running more, and that's what we like to see.
Awesome, and like the All Blacks, game's on with the New Zealand First. Thanks, Sheldon.
Sure.
Thanks, everybody.
Convention 2026, thank you very much to Harete and our candidate, of course, for out in West Auckland.
Look, Sheldon is a great guy, isn't he? It's just wonderful to see that he's put his hand up. He works in the media. Mind you, he works in sales, so we don't have to beat him up too much.
No, he's a very, very good, talented young man, and I'm sure as a politician, he will do extremely well.
Oh, he's just so articulate, and he knows how to sell. So, selling yourself and selling policy is what politics is all about, right?
That's right. Hey, look, speaking of selling, we've got to get there, but look at that. You have New Zealand First. So for you die-hard New Zealand First people that want to actually get a jacket, that would actually be very, very good to do.
Oh, caps. You can go onto our online store.
Yep, that's right. And if you want to look as flash as I do, Jenny's actually got her jacket on, and every time she goes out to public events, that's what she wears. You can go online, New Zealand First, and of course go and order you one. It'll be coming delivered within, I don't know, a week or so. So look, if you want one of these, just go online and do so.
Now this afternoon, as we stream live to you, we've been going since 8:30 this morning at the beginning of convention, and we're streaming all the way through till 5 o'clock this afternoon. But coming up, we've got another remit session, and then the big one for this afternoon, the Honourable Shane Jones. will be making his speech this afternoon at 4:30. So if you want to pop away, grab yourself a cup of tea and make sure you're back for that 4:30 this afternoon on our live stream. We'll be hearing from Shane Jones. Now, he's such an amazing orator. If you've ever heard him live, if you've watched him in Parliament in the debating chamber, he's one of my most favourite speakers. He can just literally hold you captured with his ability to articulate.
Oh, look, he makes it sound...
has to say, make sure you tune in.
All right, well, look, that's it from us. We'll be back after the next remit session, but we're going to go back to the main floor and see what they're actually be talking about in terms of remits. This is Convention 2026. See you soon.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim MacDonald again, coming to you from our New Zealand First Convention, the biggest convention that we've had so far. It's really lovely to be joining you again. At the moment, I'm actually joined by two of our ground game's largest contributors. We've got Nick Ferrier, who's Members Council for the Upper South Island, and we've also got Pete Wynne, who is the chair of our Nelson Committee. So I'll just start with you, Pete. What's it like to be here? This is your first convention, which is always really exciting. What does it feel like to actually catch the wave, catch the movement, and be a big part of that on the ground?
Yeah, it's really refreshing to be around like-minded people. Like you look around the room and there's a diverse bunch, but everyone's got the same energy and the same beliefs, and it's so refreshing. And it's, you know, great to see the amount of people that are here. It's just amazing.
It is. It's something that I haven't ever experienced before, but that was just a short snippet of what it's like to be here, and we'll see you again soon.
With the amendments, this was a procedural intervention by the President who hadn't lodged an amendment that was duly made or through fair process. So Rod has brought forward. So Rod, if you would like to speak to it.
Yeah, hi, Rod Sharp, Wanganui Electorate Chair. So the intention of this amendment is to improve Remit 15 and provide a solution to make it happen. So all delegates in attendance today are no doubt now aware of how easily the India FTA has been and is being rammed through Parliament, where as citizens we have been left in the dark regarding almost all of the important details until after the agreement was already signed. It has come to my attention and many other passionate New Zealanders that other parties that do not hold New Zealand's best interests at heart will likely again use future free trade agreements that are upcoming to essentially bury hidden clauses inside future FTA agreements. Some of the clauses in the current agreement with India are locked in, essentially circumventing New Zealand's democratic processes, no matter the future government. Other countries with a Westminster-style parliamentary system already operate strong, independent international trade treaty scrutiny commissions, and I believe it's paramount New Zealand catches up in this area. I propose the amended wording added on as a solution to improve Remit 15.
Thank you,
Thank
Rob.
you.
Those eagle-eyed train spotters in the building will have noted that this is essentially a merger of Remit 57 and Remit 15. Would anyone like to speak against? We'll carry this on. We've got a gentleman down the back.
Andrew Clow, electorate Tauranga. So for Remit 15, I believe there's some core things which it's necessary to exclude from negotiations. Basically, you should not put on the table certain things, and that was the original Remit number 15. These items we're not going to compromise parliamentary supremacy. We're going to have independent immigration policy. It's not going to be part of trade negotiations. We are going to have economic self-governance, and we are going to have democratic control over New Zealand laws, currencies, resources, and national decision-making. The proposed amendment transfers these things to a negotiable thing by setting up a trade commission. These things should be non-negotiable. They should be written into law.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak either for or against?
Yeah, Josh O'Reilly, Northland. I'd like to speak in favour of both of the remit and the amendment. The remit as it is without the amendment would be very difficult for anyone to get through Parliament as far as passing through legislation. Canada has a trade scrutiny body or a treaty scrutiny body. New Zealand has nothing. If you look at what happened with the India Free Trade Agreement, we had, for example, CBDC that was put through in the trade agreement. There was a public survey from RBNZ, and I think 75% of people rejected it. Regardless, it got put into this treaty, and it's going to stay there. So if we don't have a way to look at what's being negotiated before it reaches the table and got signed by Todd McClay in India, we have no way to counter these things. And the interpretation of somebody saying that we upheld sovereignty when we didn't is going to be just like the India Free Trade Agreement that we have now.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm looking for someone to speak against and another speaker against. Rosella.
I'll sit if I may. I've got a cranky leg at the moment. When you hand something over to a Trade Treaty Scrutiny Commission, that sounds nice, but it's independent. But you don't know who you're going to get on there eventually. You know, further down the track, it could be anybody and everybody. I would rather... You can't put everything in a remit, but I personally think in terms of a coalition, trade agreement shouldn't be signed without your coalition partners being aware of what's in it. And we can't put that in that remit at the moment, but I would be very wary of handing it over to an independent commission because most independent things are anything but.
Okay, thank you. Right, we've heard both sides of this argument, so I'm going to put the amendment to the vote. So all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? The amendment is carried. So I'm now going to put the amended remit to the floor. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? It is carried. Now I'm going to. This session's going to be co-chaired a little bit. Andy Foster, my good parliamentary colleague, and I'm sure eminently more capable chair, is going to take over. We're, of course, in full anticipation of this next remit, which is a ripper.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. And we are going to juggle a bit because I want to speak on one of the amendments coming up, and or remits coming up, and Mark wants to speak on one as well. So we are now at 17, which is in the name of Mark Patterson. Well, oh, there he is. And that is to create a one-stop shop for the feasibility, design, consenting, funding, and delivery of water storage and irrigation projects in New Zealand. And you're keeping the time there? Yeah, cool. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, Mark Patterson, Tauri. Look, this is a really practical agreement coming out of the experience for the Regional Infrastructure Fund and trying to get a number of water storage and irrigation projects going around the country. It is very difficult, essentially, well, especially in the early stages, where you're looking at community volunteers essentially to scope, get the initial feasibility funding, etc., for what are major national, regionally significant infrastructure projects. And I know Dover Samuels down the back as part of the Te Tai Tokerau Water Trust. They've done a fantastic job, but we actually need to standardise this across the country. So almost old Ministry of Work style. So there's in Tasmania, they've got a really good model, Tasmania Irrigation. So they do the feasibility, the design, the consenting, and actually the delivery of these very important water storage irrigation facilities. So it'll save Tane and Nashi a bit of work in the Hawke's Bay if we can get something like this up, because it really is a major undertaking for voluntary community groups to be essentially trying to do what should be partly the government's job. So that's my proposition in Remit 17.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for staying within time. Looking for anybody who wishes to speak against the remit. Oh, it's well, let's just see if we... Sorry? Clarification. Well, let's do it very quickly. Very quickly.
Sorry, I just want a little bit of a clarification. Is it anything to do with the Tiaki Y initiatives going on in local councils and the controlling of water with fluoridation and chlorination?
Quick answer.
Absolutely not. This is about water storage for irrigation and town supply. I would say, though, just while I can clarify, the government is involved in this. Kānoa, the Regional Development Fund, does do some of this work. So does MPI, so does Te Poni Kokiri, the Maori Development Agency. So there's a plethora of government agencies kind of replicating efforts. It's a very opaque system at the government end. So
I think that's a long enough explanation. Right, I'm looking for anybody to speak against the motion.
This chair's pretty tough.
Okay, I guess Jason over there said against the motion. No, okay. Anybody against the motion? I saw one over there. Yeah, if you can identify yourself before speaking.
G'day, Pete, Chair Nelson. Just reading it, it just screams three waters, and it might not be that. And you said we need to get back to the Ministry of Works. That's where we need to get to. That's where we need to get to, back to the Ministry of Works.
I think you have very clear that it wasn't about three waters. It's not the same sort of water at all. This is about irrigation as opposed to drinking water, wastewater, and so on. Right, is anybody who wishes to speak against the motion? Because otherwise I'm going to put it against the motion. We had somebody in the middle. Sorry, it's very hard. I think if you can wave the flag, it's hard to see people in the lights. And identify yourself too, please.
Thank you. John Eaton from the Kaikoura electorate. Now, I do agree with the Honourable Mark Patterson in regards to the inefficiency of the current process. I do also wonder why you believe central government can do this when, pragmatically speaking, local communities know their communities best. So I do wonder if perhaps either district councils should be doing this.
Okay, I'm not going to do Q&A here.
Well, I'm just going to respond to that.
Mark, we're not doing Q&A. If somebody wants to speak to it. I mean, I think it's fairly clear what the situation is, and you said that Kānoa is involved in this, and that's the reason for central government being involved. So I thought that was clear in the first place, and that wasn't really a speech against it, but more of a clarification. Anybody want to speak against or for it? For it? Okay, thank you. Billy?
Yep.
And then I am going to look for somebody who actually really wants to speak against
Brown,
another one to put it.
Rotorua. So I've worked on Dover's 2 dams. I support this because New Zealand needs to stop talking and start building. This will unlock water storage, irrigation, and essential food production, drought resilience, regional growth, and real jobs for our regions. We need to do this. We need to start building again and stop talking about it. And this does it.
Thank you, Billy. Right, does anybody really want to speak against it? Not clarification, but really want to speak against it? No, well, we've had enough for it already, because otherwise we're just taking time. Is that speaking against it? Right, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Hamish Jane Rotorua. Look, the concept of it is really great. I guess what I get a bit worried about is that this one-stop shop is the feasibility, that's the designer, it's the consenter, it's the funder, and it's the deliverer. And I do question actually what safeguards are in place when that one-stop shop is doing the whole shebang. And like it's been said, there's local councils out there. The principals talk about partnership and all that stuff. So it would fast track it, but there are risks there.
Look, thank you. So we've had one for, we've had one against, and you're going to have to make up your minds on the wording, but as has already been said before, you know, this is not the end of the process, and the wording can be massaged to actually do what it's supposed to do, and any of those sort of concerns dealt with. So I'm going to put it to the vote. Those who are in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? I think that's carried. A sweeping victory, Mark. Okay, no, I'll do the next one. You take the one after that. Okay. Right, we're now on to number 18, which is in the name of Vanessa Blackmore, and it is to develop and establish a Kiwi solar homes program, providing interest-free long-term loans to New Zealand homeowners for the installation of high-quality solar panels and battery storage. Vanessa, where are you? All right, cool.
Hi everybody, Vanessa Blackmore from Kapiti Electorate. New Zealanders deserve affordable and reliable energy in their homes, yet electricity bills are squeezing Kiwi families, averaging a 20% increase over the last 5 years, with more rises set to come. Add to this our energy security challenges, tightening gas supplies, grid strain in dry years and supply shocks. It is clear we have a major problem. To address this, I propose the Kiwi Solar Homes program. New Zealand First already supports, in principle, household solar incentives and fair net metering, and this remit builds directly on this. We know that financing is the biggest barrier to domestic solar installation. While some banks offer low-interest green loans, they require repayment in just 3 to 5 years, and this is unaffordable for most. So the core components of the program are a government underwritten revolving fund which provides interest-free loans up to $30,000 for New Zealand homeowners to install quality solar homes and batteries, repayable over 10 to 15 years via power bills, via power accounts or rates bills, subject to a compulsory feasibility assessment to ensure adequate sunlight exposure and real viability. Typical households will save $1,000 to $2,000 annually, easily offsetting their repayments. So government provides the initial seed capital, homeowners repay interest-free, those repayments are recycled to fund the next homes, making the program largely self-sustaining within 8 to 10 years, with strong fiscal responsibility and no grants or subsidies. Compulsory feasibility tests ensure only viable systems are funded, protecting both households and taxpayers. This policy puts Kiwis first with practical fiscal responsibility.
I think you got there. Okay, thank you, Vanessa. And now we have an amendment on this from Helma Vermeulen. So Helma, let's get that on the table as well. And then what we'll do is we'll take speeches on the amendment, and if people want to speak to the substantive at the same time, as sometimes people do, that's fine, gets those done, try and be as efficient as possible. So Helma.
Many New Zealanders are renting today, and they should not be disadvantaged. In Germany, tenants are able to have a mobile solar unit they own. New Zealand First should investigate a mobile solar unit for tenants. Tenants should have the same opportunity than those that own their own home. The other issue is but disposing of solar panels. Solar panels impose e-waste hazards, especially when they stop working and have to be renewed. Of this, that they contain a very toxic element, ketamine, and it can get in our soil and drinking water. They're actually not so environmental as we think they are. Yeah. Dus I don't want those people that are actually get the solar panels and save money, then have to pay an awful lot of money to a company that's sustainable, dispose of the broken ones. That should also be then, the government should investigate how to dispose of those sustainably of those solar panels when they don't work.
Thank you, Helmer. Right, I'm looking for speakers for or against the amendment. And if you want to deal with the substantive at the same time, that's great. I can see one over there.
Michael Renson, Hot South. I'm speaking against the amendment. The remit as it originally stands is very clear, very concise. This way it conflates the whole issue about e-waste and brings in tenants, and you have the whole issue about landlords versus tenants. It gets very confusing and it gets very difficult to probably implement, and it becomes much wider than the original remit is. As a result, I speak against the amendment.
David, do you want to speak for it? Oh, sorry, down here? Sorry. It wasn't David.
It's Clyde from Upper Harbour. The principle of the original amendment is fine. Where I'm really concerned is about the inclusion of tenants. The tenants, bringing tenants into this is going to, first of all, who carries the onus of that loan? Tenancies don't last for very long. When a tenant moves to another property and stuff like that, what happens to that whole system? Who carries the loan? All those issues are significant. We've got enough trouble in tenancy services as well, but issues between landlords and tenants, I think bringing tenants into this picture is a recipe for disaster, so I'm definitely against it from that perspective.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for the amendment? For the amendment? Okay, point of order, sorry. Point of order.
Yeah, I'm just bringing up a point of order.
Better be a good one.
Simon from Waitaki. If you turn to the printed copy of the remit amendments, there is a difference between the printed copy and what is displayed on the screen. And the printed copy also has the extra text which refers to the disposal of solar panels, which was talked to by Helmer, and that text is missing from the proposed amendment on the screen. So I just want to clarify what exactly we are voting on.
Yeah, I thank you for pointing that out, because I think you are correct. If you can look at what is on, in thinking about this, can you look at what is on the printed copy rather than what's on the screen at the moment? We'll see if we can adjust the screen. Can you adjust the screen quickly? Yeah, so it's got to be in accord with, certainly Mr. Speaker in the House wouldn't be very impressed if you tried to ask a question in that way and it wasn't the same. In fact, he's kicked questions straight out doing that. Okay, I want, anybody wishes to speak for the amendment? Elizabeth, and then we'll put this to a vote, the amendment.
I have solar panels and I'm also very familiar with tiny homes. So I'm in the Selwyn district and we have an enormous amount of tiny homes. So they count as tenants and they would also like to have the opportunity to be able to subscribe to this loan and have the ability to have their portable solar panels go with them. And I think that would be something that could be considered in this remit. I also think that as a country, we need to start looking at the full life cycle of things that we are bringing into the country. And I certainly don't think it would hurt for us to start looking at how we do sustainably discard of broken and outdated solar panels. It really can't be that hard because we are looking at remining the properties that are in these such things and batteries as well.
Thank you very much. So what we'll do now is we'll put the amendment, and then I'll take, whichever way, I'll take one and one for the substantive, and then we'll put the substantive whether it's amended or not. So those in favour of the amendment as written in the, have we got it corrected now? We've got it corrected? Okay, so can I have a quick look at that? And that's as it's written in the printed document. Okay, those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Aye. Ooh, I think it's flags. Okay, those in favour, please raise a flag. And those against, and then I'll go to a count if we need to. Those against? Oh, it's pretty tight. Okay, sorry, we're going to have to count them. Okay, those in favour, please raise a hand or flag. Okay, can we have a couple of people counting them? We're almost there. Okay, Okay, we're good on both sides for those in favour? Okay, Put the flags down. All right, those against, please raise a flag. It's okay. Hopefully he'll have the memory of both numbers. Better have that. Right. Okay. Right. So can we have the numbers, please? 54.
First one was 51, and then.
So 51, 54, 51. Okay. Yep.
51 was 4, and then against was 54.
Okay, the ayes are 90, the noes are 108. So the amendment is lost. We go back to the substantive. Does anybody wish to speak for or against the substantive? I think I see Murray Chong over there. Okay, Murray? And then I'll take one which is the opposite direction of whichever way Murray speaks.
Yeah, I definitely...
for or against?
For.
For, okay.
So Murray Chong from New Plymouth. Ironically, we're the sunniest region in New Zealand, so solar panels work well. What you've got to realise is, I've been trying to push this locally as well. The reason being is because if we did 100,000 homes like this, the savings per year is $200 million. And this, it's not really savings, but that's what we will bring in every year from the sky. So people save on their power bill, they go and spend it out in the community. 200 million. The life of a panel, 20 years, $4 billion into New Zealand. That's just with 100,000 homes. So that's the power of what solar can generate to the community.
Thanks, Murray. I'm looking now for somebody to speak against. Okay. I think I had somebody behind you, Billy. So over there. Yeah. Sorry.
Vincent Anderson from Waikato.
Vincent.
I'm opposed to this on two grounds. Firstly, 100,000 homes with a 20-year life cycle, we're creating an ecological disaster in the future. We already have solar farms all over the landscape, which is an eyesore. So why do we want to add to that problem? Secondly, I appreciate the justification for it, which is to try and make power prices lower. Why do we need to do that? Because we're not mining for the coal. So let's just mine coal and not do this, not create an ecological disaster.
Right, you've had two totally different perspectives there. Now it's time to vote. Those in favour of the remit, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Aye. I think it's lost. Okay, right, so I'm going to hand over to Mark for this, for number 19, and I'll come back shortly. Okay, oh, sorry? I'm going to run out of time. Oh, okay, right, okay, yep. Right, okay. Oh, you want that one? Yep, go there. Right.
Rightio, order. Remit 19. Max Bruff. Where are you, Max?
Up the back.
There he goes. Go, Max.
We all feel the pain of Marsden Point. My name is Max Bruff, and I currently serve as the Mayor of New Plymouth, and I'm not here to muck around. Taranaki people know what our region has been and still is capable of providing for the benefit of all New Zealanders. Today, we are asking you to lock in fuel resilience, energy security, jobs, careers and growth. Importantly, however, this remit will cement the recent progress made by the reversal of the exploration ban. This can be a prime example of public-private investment that will deliver long-lasting public benefits. It will assist to restore industry confidence. This remit will recognise and preserve decades of investment into critical infrastructure assets, skills and people. We are placing needs and reality over ideology. The amendment locks in cross-party support via a financial penalty mechanism. Thank you, Helmer. It is critical to prevent any future woke government from undoing this critical industry. Previously, this has literally cost hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, and resulted in lost jobs and economic pain across the whole country. These aside, which in themselves are no small matters, bigger opportunities exist. The amended remit gives rise to the retention of sovereignty over critical fuel resources. And the final doorway leads to potential formation of a sovereign wealth fund, a fund based on Norway or Singaporean models, a future that places the interests of New Zealanders first. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. We have an amendment from Helmer, please.
In today's political situation, there is no support for from the other parties to do mining and gas exploration. We need investments, we need foreign investment, 49%. But investors are very nervous because our political situation is 50-50. Thus, the only way to deal with that is to put a bond reclaimer in place as a security for their investment. We need to give their confidence and security. The next government cannot overturn mining and gas exploration. If we want to be the next Norway of the Pacific, this is the only way how we can do it and make it possible. The bonds and retainers should be held in an escrow account. The escrow account should go in our super funds or ACC. This will earn interest for New Zealand, and New Zealand will benefit for that. Normally we put it in an escrow account that can go in an overseas account or World Bank, but that's what I don't want. I want New Zealand to benefit from the interest. Let's unlock New Zealand. God-given potential in gas and oil and mining possibilities.
Thank you, Helmer. Right, I want to know if there's any... I'm looking for someone that we're speaking to the amendment here. Anyone that'd like to speak against the amendment? Against the amendment? Got one over here.
Nick Ferrier, Nelson Tasman. I'd just like to clarify who is going to pay this bond or retainer, Helmer? Can we have an answer?
Bond and retainer, they don't pay. It comes from New Zealand, yeah, and that's how it works, and it sits in that account. Dus that the investors, yeah, have a security, what they haven't got now. And that's why they're not interested in investing in gas and oil and mining. Now, would I like New Zealand to invest in it all? Yes, I would. But that is not the reality. If we really want to be serious about mining, we need to put a retainer in place for those investors.
Helmer, so you're saying if I'm a foreign investor and I want to invest in oil and gas in New Zealand, the government puts a retainer into a government company, and I'm supposed to be confident and convinced that I'll get that money back in 5 or 10 years when it all collapses or there's a government change? I'm just not sure.
I'll pick that up if I may. It's a simple mechanism of putting something into the
what's
contract.
going on here? Right. Order. Right. We're just not going to go willy-nilly. Right, Max, would you like to make a contribution, please?
Thank you, Mark. I'm used to being in charge. Sorry about that. It can be done by a simple mechanism in the contract that would provide a penalty if the government of the day chose to change things. It doesn't have to be a bond or surety exactly as such. It could be just structured. In the words of previous remits, it could be in the fine-tuning of the details once it's gone through this process.
Right, I'm going to put the amendment to the floor. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Right, I'm going to put the amended remit to the floor. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So that, I believe, comes to the end of the remit session. We've got the President coming up here to make some grand announcements.
No, I don't have an announcement, Mark. Just some commands. So look, round of applause team for Louis, Katie, Mark and Andy for facilitating these remit sessions. Now our keynote address for the day will be with us at 4:30, so we're just going to spend this time in turning the stage, but please don't leave the room, right, because we're starting bang on 4:30, so hold tight. Thanks.
And his family.
Well, there was Chloe Swarbeck at a press conference yesterday with the very woman who gave out the address and everything, posing as some sort of hero. She's trying to deny it now, but that's a fact. It's all there. It's all the visuals are there. All the evidence is there.
And you lead these protests and you whip up everybody on social media and you get the mob going. Someone ends up with a crowbar through Winston Peters' front window. Does he have a point?
I completely and utterly reject that characterisation, Ryan. And I think if we can just come back down to planet Earth on this, if we can and we should condemn the extreme violence that we saw with the massacre of innocent people.
Yeah, I could take some other steps and make sure this never happens. But I'm required to comply with the law because whatever these things might mean, we are lucky people. We live in a great democracy. We have the rule of law. And, in the end, I hope that the people who believe in the rule of law will prevail. So what do? Well, I'm going to stay put and make sure that I out the people who are responsible for this.
Fuel! The nation will collapse!
It is the first time oil prices have gone past $100 a barrel since the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
The last government watched the demise and death of the Marsden Point oil refinery.
And we lost over 350 million litre capacity to store additional fuel. We are dependent on the just-in-time model. That is what the oil companies and the Labour government did to New Zealand 4 or 5 years ago.
The Marsden Point refinery was crucial for our energy security and national self-interest. In a shipping fuel tanker crisis, our country could be shut down in days.
The government is moving quickly to establish such plan with a study into NZ fuel requirements.
There are 5 million Kiwis who want the lights kept on. They want the economy to continue to grow.
Marsden Point refinery shamefully closed down.
In Hawke's Bay. We're here for the long haul. We've got Tone Randall standing in Tukituki, we've got Stuart Nash, myself, standing in Litchfield and Napier, and we're going really hard for the candidate vote and the party vote for New Zealand First. You know, the game is changing. Gone is the old paradigm where you've got to vote Labour or you've got to vote National. You have a real choice here. You've got to send 2 guys to Parliament who you know are going to represent you really, really well. Both of us have a history of achievement. We're passionate about this neck of the woods and we're going to make it happen. The other thing I want to say is people will have seen me wearing red in the past, okay? I was Labour and the Labour values of the original Labour Party of Savage, Fraser and Nash, they run thick through my veins. I still hold those really, really close to me. These are, you work really hard, you get ahead, you're aspirational, you work for your community, you back your family, you back your mates. Those are the values now of New Zealand First. They're not the values of the Labour Party under Chris Hipkins anymore, and it's a real shame. The thing is New Zealand First has emerged now as the only party that stands for good, hard-working Kiwis. Labour stands up for those who whinge the loudest. New Zealand First stands up for those who have hope, who have aspiration. And we've heard the great man Winston Peters himself speak today to a packed audience, standing room only, about what New Zealand First is going to deliver not only for Hawke's Bay but for New Zealand. Tane and I back that 100%. We're going to go really, really hard because we know that both Tane and I in Hawke's Bay and Winston and New Zealand First are the only party, we're the only guys who can make it happen for the people of Bay down in Wellington. Cheers.
Winston Peters is in Washington and has met with the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
We're living through the most challenging international environment that New Zealand has faced in the past 80 years. This is not a time for performative posturing and senseless virtue signalling.
But I hope Winston Peters condemned in the strongest possible terms the language that we're seeing from Donald Trump.
There are people here, Minister, who are just sick of it, don't actually care what Trump is talking about, just want the whole thing to be done with so we can go back to driving our cars in peace.
The meeting lasted a full 40 minutes, which is quite long. The agenda, the war in Iran. Winston Peters said that many people across New Zealand and the Pacific are hurting. New Zealand has long maintained a position of negotiation being the key out of situations like this.
We're here to make sure we get the best possible outcome for everybody as a consequence of our visitation here.
Deep into the budget debates, budget yesterday, into urgency now. But what a day it was yesterday. I'm really proud of our team for the flavour we brought to the budget, and Winston for the big investment in rail. He and Casey with the Gold Card upgrade, and Casey of course with the St John's, which is such a vital service for us. But wow, what a great job Jonesy did getting the Trades Academy places, 20,000 now. We've pivoted away from the fees free that just wasn't working and going into the trades academies. This 10,000 extra young people are going to be able to train in construction and our primary sector. There's real jobs out there and real opportunities in those industries, and we've got a cohort of kids that are really suited to it, and we're giving them the opportunity, and that's going to be life-changing for many. So these are all skills that we need in our rural communities, whether it be in forestry, whether it be a horticulture, whether it be construction. So really, really good initiative. It'll make a big difference to places like Toko Training in Milton, where I'm from, and the literally dozens of academies around the country. So that's the thing I'm really proud of at this budget.
Focus of Budget 2026 with a really great uplift to frontline health services with an input of $5.5 billion. That's really going to make a material difference in terms of patients needing care. New Zealand First, our MPs have been working hard in Parliament to deliver our promises we made to you. Great news in the budget for mums who've just had a brand new baby. We've extended the postnatal care to 3 days, but we've added the funding on it too in this budget, $34 million to that. That'll enable those new mums, when you've just had your baby and you really need that extra care, that extra time with your baby before you head home, to be able to have that stay extended out to 72 hours. $33 million will go to extend the bowel screening program. Now, bowel cancer is a very treatable cancer if you catch it early, so extending that screening program is a very good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated for the main attraction of this afternoon. Seated means sit down. So please put your hands together for a man that's action, not words, but actually a lot of words, the Prince of the Promise, the Prince of the regions, provinces The Honourable Shane Jones.
Well, after a reinvigorating day of debate and trying to avoid embarrassing ourselves in front of the media, they can now feast on my words. It was the New Zealand Herald, Audrey Young, who described the upcoming election as a celebrity festival, popularity contest, beauty parade. And no sooner was the ink dry than out came the rehashed King Henry Paul, otherwise known as Paul Henry. But if it is to be a celebrity contest, I introduce to you Michael Laws. I mean, I want you to think of him as our celebrity wizard, Gandalf. You shall not pass. I suspect if it's going to be a contest of that type of character, in short time, these two characters from the media, when they meet each other, he will disrobe Paul Henry. Oh, no. Don't clap too quickly. I'm told the exhibitionist Paul Henry likes nudity. The thought of Paul Henry, the secret weapon of the ACT Party, turning up and creating a small naked colony in the backbench brings a whole new meaning to the expression point of order. Of course, we have a few others. We have the former parliamentary Jim Bunny, my dear friend Stu Nash. Stewie, in the event that you encounter the exhibitionist at the gymnasium, keep your distance and bro, no comment. Yes, and we have the All Black. I'm told he's been given leave this evening, apparently to attend a very important function, given that we are competing, ladies and gentlemen, with the All Blacks, the Waz, and the basketball team. In the event that Tane has other duties and he represents athletic strength, if I have any influence over his future, it's the last bloody leave he'll ever be issued with. And then we get to Alfred Ngaro, my erstwhile colleague from the parliamentary rugby team, who kind of channels a bit of Tulsa King. That Sylvester Stallone tight-fitting suit, occasionally delivering and broadcasting from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 17, verse 23, and I will take a tender shoot. I will plant it upon the high mountain in Israel. And coming forth there will be branches, there will be fruit. And in that area of the tree, many birds will find a place to nest and shelter. Well, it was at about that time, folks, when I thought about the other celebrities, I thought maybe there is a celebrity contest and the contest is with the matua. So, you blokes in the audience, 66 years old, from Kaitaia, this specimen in front of you, when you feel there could be a bit of competition. After all, politics is all about a contest of ideas, delivery and narrative. What generally happens? I'll tell you what happens in Shane Jones's life. You have a wife, you have a mother, you have a mother-in-law, you have 4 daughters, you have 4 daughter-in-laws, you have Bolshe women in your office. They decide to make Shane Jones their project. How to prepare Shane to fulfill his full responsibilities in a more contestable environment. What to do? Well, we should get him fit. All MPs must be match fit. We'll get him fit. Only to learn that for 3 years around my neck I've been wearing a lanyard that says City Fitness Gym, costing $300, and I've not bloody well been in the thing once. We'll get the matua on a diet, only to find scattered around Kerry are half-empty bottles of supplements, of powders and potions. As you can see, the diet hasn't really worked. Well, he's still got a bit of hair, and unlike Stewie, he's never dyed his hair. Don't grow a beard. You think it might challenge the viewers, and most certainly try and do something about your teeth. Well, I'm the mining minister. Odds on you'll see a bit of gold in that gap soon. Dig, baby, dig. However, this conclave of women in my life, getting the Deputy Leader prepared to support the Right Honourable, decide that medicine might have a solution. Because I got to tell you, in Parliament, it's not only verbal jabbing that's been happening. They introduced me to Wegovy. Shane, it's been proven. We want you to submit yourself to Western medical science and see if that can help you lose a little bit of weight, get rid of the double chin, and be a bit more sporting-like. I soon discovered that I'm one of those few males. Upon encountering Wegovy, you develop an odour in your breath not far from a septic tank. And then one daughter says to me, "That shouldn't be a problem, Papa, because according to the opposition members in Parliament, most of your content flowing out of your mouth has a septic quality to it anyway." I took offence. She's an accountant. I said, what on earth are you talking about? She said, well, there was a certain reference pertaining to a culinary delight. Oh, forget about those lapses to do with references of ethnic recipes, because I can talk on your behalf about immigration anytime, any day, anywhere, and that's my promise going forward into the campaign, ladies and gentlemen. Look, you know as well as I do that we are going through challenging times in New Zealand. But please consider this stat, this narrative. Your party is a nationalist party. When we require a reset of immigration, we're not turning it into political football. If the leader and the deputy leader with our traditions, with our background, can't speak authentically about cohesiveness, infrastructure deficit, the need to look after our own people. That is not racist. That's what a nationalist party should be projecting. That represents the interests of New Zealanders first. I know you're going to say, Shane, it's important that we don't compromise trade and other matters, and our leader has already addressed that. But please, Kiwis, know this from me. When the census was taken in 2013, up to 2023, now to 2026, I'm sorry, media, but when I learned in that short period of time, the migrant population from one part of the world, India, has doubled without anyone campaigning on it, anyone mandating it, and no one planning for it. I'm going to call it out every day, every week, every month. Labour Party, National Party, ACT Party, Green Party, the next time you go to an ethno-nationalist rally to receive a foreign leader, take off your knee pads. You represent the New Zealand Parliament. The essence of the New Zealand Parliament is to protect the security, culturally, the sovereignty, politically, the independence, economically, of the nation you serve. You don't serve global capitals. All societies need a foundational culture, some axiomatic beliefs. Now, you and I will be challenged during the election. What is it you're talking about when your leader says only citizens should, at the end of the day, make the final decisive calls on democracy? That is foundational. Labour, National, you can sign as many dodgy trade deals as you like and import people from wherever you like, unless they're citizens. They will never vote in a New Zealand election. And when you're challenged, give us an exhaustive list of what is this mythical Kiwi foundational culture. I'll tell you what it isn't. It is not foundational Kiwi culture to have foreigners running slave gangs in our kiwi fruit industry, never paying tax, owing more to the IRD than the GDP of Kaitaia, put them on the first plane and send them home. It is not foundational culture, New Zealand media, for countless number of young Uber drivers to be paraded through the New Zealand court system with their dreadful attitudes to New Zealand culture. Fix that problem up, and then we'll be embracing a better mix and a stronger, healthier dose of immigration. That's not racist. That's standing up for the hinterland, the voices of Kiwis who are silently praying for a projection of power in the political debate that gets in the way and undermines the ideological frog march of these wokesters who are completely tainting and taking over our institutions, both corporately, politically, and bureaucratically. We stand for New Zealand first, not wokesters. You know as well as I do, we have the resources. We have the ability. We just have standing in our way ideological forces who believe it's better to bring in Indonesian coal rather than exploit our own mineral resource. I call that out as hypocrisy. Yes, we should maintain a robust set of environmental guardrails. We should be seen to protect ourselves from adverse weather events, building stop banks. But please stop all the climate alarmism, stop all the threats to close down industry, hollow out manufacturing, so that we can somehow pretend we're saving the world, where in 2 or 3 minutes, India and China represent more climate emissions of a negative nature than our whole country in a year. Of course, bringing people to be educated in New Zealand is an honourable thing to do, but not as camouflage for setting up a youth employment scheme that is more relevant to New Delhi than New Zealand. I will never agree with that. We have had too much of our immigration policy distorted to drive down wages, worsen our infrastructure, and no one has called time on it. Come on, New Zealand First fellow members. One of the key reasons we have joined together in common purpose for nationalism, common sense, patriotism, social conservatism, we want to ensure we secure our own futures and get the people we need, not the people who need us. So let's work together to turn around the lives of the 93,000 young men and women that are idling their time away, that are waiting for leadership. Yes, it will cost money, but unless you invest in the next generation, then who is going to deliver? Yes, we can do it with skillful navigation, with economic nationalism, with investment, recapturing what our forefathers have done. But to do that, we've got to show courage. We're not on a journey with the Wizard of Oz. We're not on some yellow brick road, folks. It kind of comes out of Shakespeare, really. Once more into the breach. You have the courage. Winston and I, we have the boldness. Together with our collective strength, we can deliver on the words that I sung on many a rugby trip. We are the champions. We'll keep fighting to the end. And listen to this. No time for losers. So let's celebrate this evening. Let's enjoy each other's company. Share jokes, but never forget, as Winston has shared this morning, we are involved in an essential mission. And yes, those of you have said to me, Shane, can you please avoid being fractious when you're dealing with your fellow parties that comprise the coalition government? Well, all I can say is that once or thrice the matua's temper does fray. And when the campaign manager of the National Party described the 66-year-old Dalmatian Maori from Kaitaia as a child, all I wanted to say is, son, you've been running the national re-election campaign for 10 weeks, approximately. Your poll is 28%, similar to your age. Thank you very much.
Right, team, one more round of applause for the Honourable Shane Jones. So if we can pause for a minute, our VIP guests for Shane and Dot's guests if you could stand up and make your way to the Fisher and Paykel foyer, our host will be with you in a sec. So that's all of you sitting in the chairs in the back. You may leave. Tonight, team, we have the gala dinner next door celebrating our party's 33rd birthday. If you can be there, doors open around 6 o'clock. So you come in the way that you came in to register, go through that foyer and into the doors there. We've got 2 sets of tables. If you've purchased the VIP tables, they'll be in the white tablecloths.
Is what drives more people.
The buffet,
use public transport. We get that. We get the message. We don't just talk. We in fact deliver. Thank you very much.
Hey, welcome back everybody. Well, that's it.